The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. At the gray close of his life, a very wise man remarked, 9 times out of 10, there is no truth to be discovered. There is only error to be exposed. Remarkable, isn't it? What an aged philosopher learns at the end is precisely what a private investigator senses at the beginning.
I have something of great importance to tell you.
Well, I'm busy now. Can it wait?
Not too long.
Who are you?
As I have told you, I am a person with something of great importance to divulge. I could see you now.
Well, I told you I'm busy. How about tomorrow?
Tomorrow will be too late.
Why?
Because the world will come to an end tonight.
Our mystery drama, The Queen of Palmyra, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Fred Gwynne. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. There are certain beliefs that seem to be beyond dispute. For instance, most people believe that one day the world will come to an end. There may be differences of opinion concerning the how, the when, the why. Some foretell the death of the sun and the subsequent icing of the planets. Others insist that man, heedless, careless man himself, will simply blow the whole business to smithereens, once and for all. In any event, most of us seem fairly well resigned to our fate. Most of us go about our own important, if mundane affairs, as if the world will last forever. That is, most of us, but not all of us.
You wanted to see me, Uncle Dudley?
Sit down.
Yes, sir.
Have a drink.
A drink?
Yes, a drink of water.
Well, thank you, sir. I'm not thirsty.
If it were whiskey or some other depraved form of liquid poison, you'd fling it down your obese gullet quickly enough.
Yes, sir.
This is pure elixir of life.
I don't doubt that, sir.
I despair of teaching you anything, Fatso.
Sir, may I say something?
Only if it makes sense, Fatso.
That's just it. I don't like to be called Fatso.
That isn't true. You adore that name.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. If you didn't enjoy being called Fatso, you could change it soon enough. You could stop stuffing that bottomless pit that masquerades as your stomach. Now, tomorrow, make a note of this.
Yes, Uncle Dudley.
I want you to transfer all my holdings to gold.
I don't understand.
What don't you understand?
What you just said.
I want you to transfer all my holdings to gold. Isn't that what I said?
Well, yes, sir. Everything?
Isn't that what I just said?
The
stocks, bonds, real estate, everything.
Into gold?
I want everything I own in this world to be transformed into one single solid chunk of gold. And that'll be all.
And what may I do for you, Mr. McElhaney, is it?
Yes, that's right, McElhaney. Hubert Ivor McElhaney. You see, Mr. Carswell, I have come to you because I would like to engage the services of a private eye.
Then I'm afraid you come to the wrong place.
But the name on the door says...
The name on the door says private detective.
Oh.
So therefore I am not a private eye. nor am I a gumshoe, a hawkshaw, a Sherlock, or a shamus.
Well, now that you say so,
I'm
that's
a licensed private investigator, a member in good standing of a reputable and highly supervised profession.
Yes, I appreciate how you feel. After all, my own name is Hubert Ivor McElhenney, but everyone calls me Fatso.
Huh? Well, the fact is, you are rather plump.
Well, I can't help it. I do everything humanly possible to lose weight.
Why don't you try a diet?
That's impossible. I have neither the willpower nor the strength of character.
Why have you come to see me?
Because something must be done.
About your weight?
No, about my uncle.
Uncle?
Mr. Dudley K. McElhenney. I trust you've heard of him?
No.
But you should know him quite well.
Why?
He happens to be your landlord.
Oh.
My uncle is about to sell the building. He's getting rid of all of his property. What do you think of that?
I'm not sure I have an opinion.
Well, it's unusual. Most unusual.
Is that why you come to see me?
Yes. I want you to stop him.
Stop him from doing what?
What we've just been talking about, disposing of his property. I was hoping we could have him declared insane.
In that case, you should go to see a psychiatrist. I'm not sure I understand how I can be of service.
Well, it's a complicated situation, to be sure. It's also rather simple.
Really?
The fact is, my uncle is insane.
Why do you say that?
He's convinced the world will come to an end.
For that matter, so am I.
Next month?
Why does he think it will happen next month?
Because she told him.
She?
Yeah, this person who calls herself Zenobia.
Zenobia?
Zenobia, the Queen of Palmyra.
And who exactly is she?
A swindler, a shopper, a confidence operator.
Are you sure?
What else can she be? She looks like one, she sounds like one.
Have you any proof?
That's why I have come to you.
You have to be careful about these accusations.
What else can she be if not a thief? She has convinced my uncle to turn all of his holdings into gold.
Yes?
And hand the gold over to her.
In return for what?
Salvation. I want you to stop her.
What is it, Mr. McElhenney? Something wrong?
I have this terrible pain.
Do you want me to get you a doctor?
What do I want with a doctor? It's a hunger pain. Come on, let's go get some lunch.
Lunch? It's hardly 10 o'clock.
It's been over an hour since I've eaten anything.
I'm sorry, I don't go out to lunch. I eat at my desk.
No.
Now, I want to know everything you can tell me about this Zenobia.
You bring lunch from home?
Zenobia, Queen of Palmyra, did you say?
That means you have some food here in the office.
I want you to describe her.
Do you suppose I might have a little...
What?
Well, just half a sandwich.
Mr. McElhenney, if you're not serious about this matter...
I'm just as serious as I can be.
All right, then, let's concentrate.
I can't. I'm hungry.
All right. Here.
Thank you. Now, you can charge me whatever you like for it. Just tack it onto the bill.
Yeah. Just help yourself to whatever's in the bag, and let's get on with it. Now, how old is this woman?
What is this, a cheese sandwich and 3 prunes?
They're rather large prunes.
Well, how do you keep body and soul together?
Mr. McElhenney, I'm not running a restaurant now. You suspect this woman of being a confidence operator, right?
Well, I know it for a fact. This is such absolutely tasteless bread.
What you want me to do, then, is to discover evidence of a criminal record and present it to your uncle. Thus, she will be exposed.
Exactly.
Do you have her address? A description, perhaps?
Oh, yes. Here's her photograph. She gave it to my uncle, and her address is written on the back.
Yeah. My fee is $75 a day, plus expenses.
$75 a day? How can you hope to eat decently on that? No wonder you're starving.
The problem with my business, by and large, is the type of people you run into. Not as adversaries, but as clients. Well, too much brilliance was not required for my next move. I went down to police headquarters. I showed the picture of Zenobia, Queen of Palmyra, to several of my friends. And Sure enough, there she was in the files. Her name was not Zenobia, Queen of Palmyra, either. Hello?
You must forgive me. At first I did not hear you ring. You see, I was deep in meditation. How may I serve you?
May I come in?
Of course. This is the recandescent temple of Palmyra. All who seek the truth are welcome. Enter.
Thank you. Nice looking place. Very neat.
We assemble to communicate with the oneness of the universe. There must be no distracting decor.
Things must be moving along these days. Blanche.
Blanche. Are you addressing me?
Blanche? Blanche Brady. Angel Blanche. Isn't that right?
I'm sure you have me confused with someone else.
That's what they all say. You did 3 to 5 for forgery, Angel, and fraud on the West Coast back in...
Sir, what are you saying?
I took this picture down to police headquarters. I compared it with the mug shot.
There are many likenesses in the world, as indeed there should be.
How about fingerprints? Would yours happen to match those of Angel Blanche Brady?
They might.
Now we're getting someplace.
And I shall tell you something else, Mr. Carswell.
Wait a minute. How did you know my name was Carswell?
I divined it. The gift of prophecy and the power of second sight. Occasionally these flash before my eyes.
Yeah, is that a fact? Tell me more, Blanche.
Blanche. Angel Blanche Brady, did you say?
Yes, ma'am.
It is entirely possible that I may have been this Angel Blanche, as you called her.
No. As you called her, that was the name you gave yourself.
I may have been Angel Blanche Brady.
Oh?
I may have led that existence briefly. All of us leave our true selves from time to time.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, yes. The violent climate of the world shakes us loose from our identity, and some of us never recover.
Yeah, well, anyhow, Blanche, the game's over.
The game.
You'll have to leave town.
I know.
I'll make a deal. Leave quickly and quietly, and because you're being such a good girl about it, I won't say anything to the local cops about your being in town.
All of us are going to leave.
Huh? What? We are?
Yes. You see, 21 days from now, on Friday the 14th of next month, the world shall come to an end.
Oh. In that case, I'd better keep the date open on my calendar, huh?
You don't believe a word I'm saying, do you?
You're saying the world will end on the 14th?
Yes.
Just because you told that to Mr. Dudley McElhenney, you can also tell it to me.
Is that what you think?
That's what I know.
My dear sir, I didn't tell Mr. Dudley McElhenney the world would come to an end on the 14th.
You didn't?
No. He told me.
Did our Uncle Dudley say that? Our straight-from-the-shoulder, no-nonsense Uncle Dudley? Is it possible? Why do you even ask? Don't you know by now that in our stories anything is possible? This thing requires further development, which it will surely receive when I return shortly with Act Two. The world comes to an end for each of us. Fortunately, for the continuity of things, it doesn't end for all of us at the same time. However, the way things seem to be going, nothing is really beyond the realm of possibility. There are those who seem to be making their preparations even now. But how do you prepare for something like that?
You're saying that according to Mr. Dudley McElhenney, the world will end on the 14th?
Precisely.
And just what makes him say that?
He has been in touch.
In touch? In touch with what?
In touch with things.
What sort of things?
The things that are all about us.
Uh-huh. Where do you fit into this picture, Blanche?
Blanche. You keep calling me Blanche.
Yeah, because that's who you are, Angel Blanche Brady.
That's quite possible. I may have wandered off into another existence where I was known as Angel Blanche Brady. What sort of person was I?
I'm afraid you are not a good person, Blanche.
Truly?
Truly. You were a thief.
A thief? Oh.
You signed other people's names to checks.
That was not a virtuous thing to do.
You sold things to people that weren't yours.
That wasn't right.
The police don't think so either.
Oh, I am sincerely sorry.
What's this bill of goods you sold to Dudley McElhaney?
Oh, I have sold him nothing. I have revealed the truth.
And does he know you are also Angel Blanche Brady? Have you told him that?
How could I have told him? I don't even know that myself. Tell me, Mr. Carswell, do you know who you are?
I think so.
You think you are Charles Carswell. Are you sure?
I got a driver's license to prove it.
You may have been snared by his identity.
Snared?
You see, the universe is filled with identities that have no corporeal state. Do you follow this?
Where's it going?
Identities hunger for bodies, and therefore there is a constant struggle.
Struggle?
Yes. You see, there are so few bodies in the world.
There are billions.
But there are trillions of identities.
About the struggle.
A homeless identity is always seeking a body. And when you are unsure of yourself or depressed or lacking in the faith, it can become you.
Is that a fact?
Oh, yes. That is how I was taken over by Angel Blanche.
How did you, shake her, and get back to Zenobia?
Oh, hidden deep within me was the source of conviction. And at the proper time, it shone forth, and I re-emerged as Zenobia.
All right. If it convinces the suckers, why not?
How do you know you have not been snared by a consciousness that calls itself Charles Carswell? Break free and become your true self once again.
And what or who is my true self?
It will be revealed to you when you are free.
Who do you suppose I am?
That noble brow, those deep, searching eyes. You could be the Egyptian pharaoh. You could be the Roman poet Terence. You could be the philosopher Plato.
No, I don't think so. And if I were you, Angel, I'd leave town. I had to get out of there. I was beginning to get the funny feeling that if I stayed around much longer, she might get to me. Can you imagine? To me, Charles Fleetwood Carswell. I've spent half my life catching assorted thieves. I know every trick. But she had that jet black hair and those cold black eyes. There's nothing wrong with blue-eyed blondes, but it's the black-eyed brunettes, mostly, who have ruled the world. You could check on it. If I'd stayed there another 5 minutes, she might have had me believing she was Zenobia, Queen of Palmyra. I asked my client to come to my office.
You have news for me, Mr. Carswell?
I have exactly what you want.
Oh, marvelous. What is it?
Evidence that Zenobia, Queen of Palmyra, is, in truth, Angel Blanche Brady. And she has a criminal record.
Oh, it gets better.
She's been put away for forgery.
And what else?
It's what you wanted, isn't it? A criminal record is a criminal record, no matter how you slice it. It's still the same old salami.
Salami? Do you have any in the office? A little snack would be just the right thing
here's
right
the full
now.
report. You'll find all the details spelled out. And now, Mr. McElhaney, I shall send you a bill, and we may consider the case closed.
Not quite.
No?
I would like you to present the facts to my uncle.
Me?
Yes, you see, it's bad news, and nobody likes that kind of messenger. I'll pay you for the extra day's work.
The real reason I agreed was because I was curious. What kind of a person was this Dudley McElhaney? How could he be taken in by an Angel Blanche Brady? He couldn't amass his considerable fortune if he fell for every hustler who rang his doorbell. Or could he?
I was expecting you, Mr. Carswell.
Me?
Well, someone in your category.
You were.
My nephew, Fatso, the stomach that walks like a man, he's sure I'm being swindled.
And what do you think?
I, Mr. Carswell, have seen the light.
Yeah? Have you seen this? A report on the Queen of Palmyra's activities when she was known as Angel Blanche Brady.
Oh, yes. I know about that.
You do?
Mr. Carswell, whatever I may be, I am not a fool. When I meet someone, anyone, with whom I intend to have a relationship of any kind, I have them thoroughly investigated.
Yeah, as indeed you should. And so you must be aware that she served time for forgery.
She didn't. Angel Blanche Brady did.
Oh, we're back to the predatory identities gambit.
I don't consider it a gambit. I wonder who you are.
I told you my name.
No, who you are in truth.
In truth, I am Charles Fleetwood Carswell.
You're positive?
Beyond the shadow of a doubt.
Have a drink, sir. Water. Pure spring water. The true elixir of life. It clears the brain.
I think mine's reasonably clear now, thank you.
What do you make of me, Mr. Carswell?
What do you mean?
Well, you know what I mean. Surely Fatso has told you of my plans.
Yes?
What do you make of them? This sharp, shrewd, cold-hearted businessman suddenly making a 180-degree turn, getting rid of all my possessions. What do you make of it?
Why are you concerned with my opinion?
I like you, Mr. Carswell.
Why?
You remind me of what I used to be. Cold, impersonal, dedicated to ideas, involved with mundane things.
I really haven't given it much thought.
Well, that's not true. You've thought about nothing else. Now relax, Mr. Carswell, and tell me the truth. Oh, I'll pay you for your time. Not that money will have any value to any of us 3 weeks from now.
Oh, why do you say that?
First, answer my question.
Well, there's an obvious answer.
What is that?
It happens to many people who've spent their lives amassing wealth to the exclusion of other things. They begin to look for higher meanings, greater values, and quite frankly, they become suckers for the clever hustle.
You believe that's what's happened to me?
Basically, yes.
Mr. Carswell, would you like to work for me?
In what capacity?
In your usual investigative capacity. I believe her. I believe her with all my heart and with all my soul.
Yes?
Don't interrupt. It's very difficult for a man like me to say these things. Heart, soul, and so forth. This is not my kind of language.
I understand. You believe her with your heart and soul. However, you do not quite believe her with your brain. Have I stated the problem?
Well, yes.
What more is there I can do? I have here evidence of a criminal record. What other proof do you require?
Mr. Carswell, convince me somehow that the changes that have taken place within me are not real.
You say changes?
Changes in the way I think, feel, see, hear, believe.
I don't understand.
I accept those changes. I believe them. But some small, slight, even fragile vestige of the self that was called Dudley McElhaney still persists, still torments me with tiny doubts.
The self that was called Dudley McElhaney. Is that what you just said?
Yes.
Then I must assume you no longer consider yourself to be Dudley McElhaney.
Well, I'm not. No. 99% of me says I'm not. It's that lonely but persistent 1% that keeps whispering to me, you are Dudley McElhaney.
Let's analyze the majority vote. What does the 99% say?
It says that I'm Aurelian.
Aurelian?
Lucius Domitius Aurelian, Emperor of Rome.
Lucius Domitius Aurelian, born in the year 212, made emperor in 270, assassinated in 275. That should have been the end of him, wouldn't you think? However, here we have Dudley McIlhenny, who says, no, I am Aurelian. On the face of it, we could say Dudley is mad. But how many times in our history have the madmen been right? Which is not to say they weren't also mad, if you know what I mean. We'll meet again shortly for Act 3. Old soldiers, as they used to sing in the British Army, never die. Well, perhaps we can say the same about old Roman emperors and old Syrian queens. They seem to be turning up and attracting the attention of our private investigator, Mr. Charles Fleetwood Carswell, who is, even now, talking to one of them.
Lucius Domitius Aurelian. It has a nice ring to it. And she has made you believe that's who you are.
Yes, it goes against every principle I used to hold, against every way I had of thinking and seeing. But I believe it.
How can either of you prove that you are Aurelian?
I have the feeling.
Feelings don't count. What are the facts? When did it begin?
About a month ago. She came into my office, and I'll never forget what she said.
I've come here to save you.
Who are you?
Have you forgotten?
Madam, are you saying we know each other?
Very well.
I've never seen you before in my life.
Not in this life, perhaps.
Yes. Look, I'm very busy, so if you'll excuse me...
You were also too busy last time.
Last time?
I sent you a warning.
What are you talking about?
You paid no attention.
Now, really, I don't know how you got in here.
A month later, you were assassinated.
Who was assassinated?
You were. You, Lucius Domitius Aurelian, Emperor of Rome.
Oh, I see. And I was the Emperor of Rome, eh?
You still are.
Well, that's something. And who are you, if I may ask?
Zenobia, Queen of Palmyra.
Well, it's nice running into you again after all these years.
Once again, your life is in danger.
Oh, well, I understand that's par for the course for us Roman emperors.
This world we live in, must come to an end very shortly. Well, I shall see you again very soon.
Then she just walked out of the office. I thought I could forget about it, but it just kept sticking in my mind. Aurelian. Lucius Domitius Aurelian. I kept saying that name over and over again.
Why?
But I don't know. I just did, that's all. And soon, I came to know all about him.
How?
I don't know how, but I knew everything. How he was born, how he grew up, the things he did and said and believed, how I became emperor.
Wait a minute. You just started by saying he, and now you just said I.
Because I am convinced that I'm Aurelian. I even speak Latin.
Did you study it in school?
I only studied subjects that pertain to the making of money. But now things seem to be coming back to me. Non libet, my favorite expression. I always used to say, it does not please me. Palman qui meruit ferat. Let him who has won the palm wear it. I hated impostors.
There can be only one explanation. You went to the library, you looked it up, you read it.
No.
You may be unaware of this.
Oh, for goodness sakes, what is that odor? Fatso! Fatso, are you home? Come in here.
You called me, Uncle Dudley?
What's that dreadful emanation?
I'm having a salami sandwich in the dining room.
Well, get rid of it and shut the door. No doubt you recognize Mr. Carswell.
Yes, sir. I had employed Mr. Carswell to secure some information that I'm sure is enlightening.
You wasted your money.
Yeah, but, Uncle...
That will be all.
Well, I'm only trying to help.
Non-libet. It does not please me. Leave us.
Yes, Uncle Dudley.
And close the door. My own flesh and blood, but an obese moron.
You may be a bit hard on him.
Well, then, she called on me again.
And what does she have to say this time?
What kind of game are we playing here?
The game of life and death. The game that the immortal gods have always played with us here below. But now they tire of it.
What are you talking about?
They have decided to end it, end this farce, this tragedy, and to return us all to the universal oneness. Once again, there will be destruction.
The 14th of February.
Why did you say that?
Well, I don't know.
That was the day of the destruction of Palmyra. See, you remember.
But
And that is the day the world shall end. Cleanse yourself.
How?
The 14th of February approaches. Shall you be ready?
What am I supposed to...
Turn all the irrelevance into gold.
The irrelevance?
All that is not you. The gold represents the vain strivings, the foolish pride, the false satisfaction.
But I...
Bring it to the immortal gods as a sacrifice.
A sacrifice?
You shall bring it to a place that I will tell you about, and you shall exchange the gold for your salvation.
And you bought this?
Well, I know what it must sound like to a hard-headed, practical... But when you look into those deep black eyes, you believe it.
And you're turning everything into gold?
Yes. It'll come to almost half a ton, over $2 million. And I'm going to load it on a truck and bring it to this cave. Oh, that... I know what it sounds like, but I believe it.
If you believe it, you believe it.
But I know I shouldn't believe it.
So, what do you want me to tell you?
Would you believe it?
No.
Well, don't answer so quickly. Go to her. Talk to her. What if she's right?
What if she's right? Well, it was an assignment. In effect, he was saying, the world is coming to an end on February 14th. See if I'm really Lucius Domitius Aurelian, Emperor of Rome, and find out if she is Zenobia, Queen of Palmyra. Crazy? Well, that's the nature of the business.
Ah, Mr. Carswell. Or shall I call you Terence?
Terence?
A Roman slave. Your master set you free. You took his name, Publius Terentius. Terence, a remarkable poet.
Continue.
See, you don't know quite what to say. Shall you laugh at me? It was such an outrageous-sounding statement, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
Then laugh at me and leave.
Leave.
Am I not a fraud? Am I not Angel Blanche Brady? Is it not my intention to swindle Dudley McElhenney out of every nickel he has in the world?
That's what I'm here to find out.
To find out? But I had supposed it was a foregone conclusion. Do you mean there's a possibility that I could be Zenobia, Queen of Palmyra, that he could be Lucius Domitius Aurelian, Emperor of Rome, and that you could be Terence, the ancient Roman poet?
I don't think I could be Terence.
Why not?
I never heard of him.
Then why do you talk like him?
What have I said?
Listen.
To whom? To what?
To what you said, oh, so many years ago. You asked the question.
What question?
Ask it. Ask it again.
I don't know what you're talking about. But I did know. Somewhere, something in my brain was beginning to form. An idea, a conscious thought was taking shape. And words. At first they were strange and foreign, but Only for a moment. Words. Words. Homo sum humani. Nil a me alienum puto.
Oh, those were your most famous words.
I am a man. Nothing human is alien to me.
You are Terence, the poet, the playwright, the philosopher. You have been captured by the identity of Charles Fleetwood Carswell. Free yourself. Join us.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Listen. Listen to what you are talking about.
Nothing is said that has not been said before.
That is what you said almost 2,000 years ago. It is true. You are now saying nothing that you have not said before. You are Publius Terentius, the poet Terence.
It sounds crazy to you, huh? But you weren't sitting there in the room. The room with the slightly sweetish smell of incense and the faintest tinkling of silvery bells. And you weren't looking into those eyes. Those black eyes. Eyes so deep, so dark, that it seemed there must be all the mysteries of the universe inside them.
Come with me. Be saved. Join us. Realize the oneness, the completeness.
What do I have to do?
Change your earthly burdens into gold.
There won't be an awful lot.
It doesn't matter. We shall all sacrifice together on the 14th of February when we shall leave this world, this poor doomed world. And we shall dwell, we the fortunate few, shall live forever.
Well, Mr. Carswell, what do you think?
I think I am Terence, the Roman poet.
That tells me everything.
Are we crazy? How can we fall for this?
It's true. We believe it. I believe her without reservation. I'm ready. Are you?
I guess so. It was happening. How could it be happening? Here I was on the night of February 14th, a calm, cool, peaceful evening. I was driving a small truck. Inside was a half a ton of gold in neatly stacked bricks. Up front with me were Dudley, or should I say Aurelian, and Queen Zenobia. I was crazy. It was a swindle. It was just a hustle to steal our money. But it didn't matter. I didn't care. Besides, that wasn't true. It was real. She was telling the truth. We turned off the highway. We drove along a narrow, deserted country road, and then we stopped at what seemed to be the mouth of a cave.
We shall bring the gold inside the cave, and there we shall make the sacrifice.
Sacrifice? How?
The gold shall be piled high as an altar. We shall call upon the immortal gods to take it.
We took the bricks of gold inside the cave. Little 1-pound bricks, but well over 1,000 of them. Most were his, of course. But it didn't matter. We piled them high, and they gleamed in the rays of the moon that made their way inside the cave, and finally it was done, and the altar was complete. And then she said,
Believe with me. Do you believe, O Lucius Domitius Aurelian?
I believe.
Do you believe, Publius Terentius, that you are freed finally from the false identity of Charles Fleetwood Carswell? Do you believe?
I believe. At that precise moment, I believed. I felt as if I were bathed in light. I trembled at the edge of overwhelming truth when there seemed to be something out of place. What was it? It was a smell. The unmistakable smell of salami. I turned around quickly. There was Fatso, pulling back the hammer of a large .45 caliber revolver. But before he could... Look out!
What is this?
This, I guess, is a swindle. He and Angel Blanche planned to get you up here and kill you.
I won't believe it. I can't believe it. Zenobia, where is she?
I guess she's gone. Fatso should be out for a bit. I'm sorry I had to hit him so hard.
It's impossible. I don't believe it. Don't believe she...
The two of them arranged it. To make it look even better, they decided to turn a private detective, me, loose on the scheme. Just to make it look good. I should have tumbled when she knew my name. Who could have told her?
Then the world isn't coming to an end.
No, not tonight.
And I'm not the Emperor Aurelian?
It doesn't look that way.
How did she do it?
Hypnosis. Autosuggestion.
But it can't be a lie. It can't be. I am the Emperor Aurelian. I know it. I am the Emperor.
To this day, he believes it. And to show you human nature, he was so angry with me for bursting that little bubble, he refused to pay me my fee. Oh, well, if you think he was a nut, you should see some of my other clients.
And maybe he will one day. Certainly, if they're anything like Mr. Dudley McElhenney, they're worth an hour of our time. Well, this has been a story that proves the old adage. What old adage? If you want to sell a crazy harebrained scheme, your best customers will prove to be practical, hard-headed people. I expect all my customers to meet me here in just a few moments. All the people who've lived and died, is that the end? Is everyone born into the world someone brand new? If a human being is a spirit that animates a corporal entity, does not that spirit live on when the perishable flesh disappears? Therefore, although we may have a fair idea of who we are, is there any way of knowing who we were? Our cast included Fred Gwynne, Bryna Rayburn, Jack Grimes, and Court Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The light that shines in women's eyes has been my heart's undoing, sings the poet. By this does he mean the light that resides in their eyes, or is it a light in their eyes that tells falsehoods? Who knows? Of one thing we may be certain. When we attempt to interpret the light in a woman's eyes, or even in a man's, we tread on dubious, doubtful, and possibly dangerous ground.
Sheriff Parmalee, how'd you find him?
This woman was with him, and she ran over to Jensen's to try to get help.
At this hour of the night? A woman? You mean his wife, don't you?
No, she's not his wife.
And he's wearing a wedding band. I guess she'd better be his sister, huh? Okay, where is she?
Well, she's standing right over the... Hey, where did she go? What happened to her?
Our mystery drama, The End of the Rainbow, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Terry Keane. They say that the 40s are the dangerous age. Yes, the 40s. Most people have already seen the dreams of the 20s accommodate to the realities of the 30s, and now one is faced with the need to prepare for the 50s and beyond. But there are still those who must attempt that final, desperate fling. Into what? Well, into whatever they think they need.
Hello? Oh? Well, listen, Jessica, James is napping. Yeah, he's had the usual day. Oh, no, we haven't had dinner yet. Well, all right, I'll ask him. Let me call you back. No, I hope so. James? James?
What? No. What is it, Connor?
It's time to wake you up for dinner.
Oh, for dinner. That's right.
Listen, Jessica just called. Tom has tickets for the ballet. You know how hard they are to come by. Anyhow, there's a pair for us.
Oh?
I know it's a sudden thing, but it is the greatest dance company in the world. We could meet Tom and Jessica at Lauricchio's for dinner.
Well...
Or if that's too much of a rush, we could have something light here and join them at the theater.
Look, honey, it's going to run very late.
It'll be over before 11.
I know, but then we'll have to stop somewhere. With one thing or another, it'll be 1 o'clock in the morning. I have to make a 7 o'clock flight to Chicago.
Oh? Are you going out of town again?
There's no way to avoid it. Anyway, actually, I'm so tired I couldn't enjoy the ballet. Listen, I'll tell you what. Why don't you go ahead without me?
There would be a problem about the other tickets. If we can't use them, then Jessica would like to give them to the Strattons.
Oh.
I'll have to call her back, tell her we can't make it.
Carlotte, I'm really sorry.
No, I understand.
It's just that I'm so bushed. I don't even think I want to get up and have dinner.
James, it isn't as if this is happening for the first time. Or even the last.
Sorry you had to get up so early to drive me here, but, you know, at this hour, there was no way I could depend on a limo or a cab.
It's all right. I've had plenty of rest.
Anyway, I'll see you day after tomorrow. Now, look, if you need me for anything, I'll be at the Ritz Joliet Hotel.
Good enough.
Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye.
Carlotta, you're angry.
Me? Angry? Now, what makes you say that?
I just want to say this. For whatever it's worth, you can't have it both ways.
What can't I have both ways?
I know you're upset about last night.
Me? Upset?
I know we don't seem to go out very much these days, but you were all in favor of my becoming sales manager. and what it means financially.
I'm not the one who actually made the decision.
Oh, but you're enjoying the new house, and the boat, and the club.
And you're enjoying the power and the influence and the deference.
Look, I don't think this is the kind of conversation we should be having when I have less than 30 minutes till plane time.
When should we be having it? When you're home, you're tired. When you're not tired, you're not home. Why don't I call your secretary? Maybe she can give me an appointment.
Carlotta, this isn't fair.
But tell me why.
I'm going to miss my plane.
All right, you'll miss your plane.
Carlotta.
What can possibly happen?
You don't understand.
Well, the sun stands still in the sky.
Now, don't be foolish, will you? There's a meeting of the board of directors. People are coming in from all over the country, even from Europe.
Oh, I'm so impressed.
Carlotta, I just wish you
All right,
could...
all right, I'm sorry. We shouldn't be having a scene like this. You will miss your plane.
Look, we'll talk when I get back.
Sure.
I mean it. Now, this time, I really mean it. Look, the ballet that you didn't get to see last night, it's on television tonight. So you really didn't miss it.
That's nice.
Well, at least it's something for you to do tonight. And as you say, they're a marvelous company. So it should be a nice evening.
Don't worry about me. I'll find something interesting and exciting to do. Hello.
Carlotta?
James.
I was about to ask, what are you doing? But I can hear the music. How's the ballet?
It's all right.
Just all right?
It's magnificent. Is that better? Things go well today?
Yeah, they may have gone too well. The chairman of the board thinks we should enlarge the agenda.
What does that mean?
Well, it means we'll have to stay here an extra day or two.
Or 3?
I guess it was my report that did it. You know, it was a fantastic thing, Carlotta. It opened up whole new horizons. I did myself no end of good.
Well, that's nice.
Is that all you can say?
What do you want me to say?
Carlotta, we'll make up for all this. You'll see.
Sure.
No, I mean it.
I mean it, too.
Darling, I'll be home by the end of the week for sure. And we'll straighten everything out.
Yes.
Okay, good night, darling, and enjoy the ballet. Hey, look, and tomorrow night, why don't you have dinner with my sister?
Good night, James. Why not? All right. Why not?
Hi. Buy you a drink? Well, just staring into the mirror behind the bar is no answer. You could say yes. Or you could say no.
Or I could tell the bartender you're bothering me.
You could. But that wouldn't be such a good idea.
No?
Oh, he'd tell me to shove off, but he wouldn't like it.
Why wouldn't he like it?
Because it goes against the basic purpose of this establishment, which is to provide a place for congenial people to meet. You did come here to meet someone, didn't you? Well, take me. I'm a very respectable sort of fellow. That is, I look respectable. Jerry, another round here.
I'm not sure I should have another.
You don't have to drink it. Just contemplate it. I bet you're doing this for the first time.
Doing what for the first time?
Coming into a place like this.
What makes you say that?
It's written all over you. Look in the mirror. You'll see a very nervous lady. Perspiring profusely, too.
Well, it is rather warm in here.
Ah, contraire, as they say. It's comfortably air-conditioned.
I better go home.
Will you be happier at home?
Oh, no, but I'll be safer.
Aren't you running away from all that safety?
Who says I'm running away from anything?
Why do people come to places like this? If they were happy and well-adjusted and fulfilled, well, they'd stay at home. Well, wouldn't they? You're married.
That was no great deduction. You can see my rings.
What's wrong with your husband? Now, Don't tell me there's nothing wrong with him.
Maybe there's something wrong with me. Oh, he's always so busy.
He makes a lot of money, doesn't he?
But it takes all his time and energy.
And that's why you're here. To find something that's missing in your life.
You have this deep, penetrating analysis of other people's alleged problems. Why are you here?
I'm traveling. For my company. I guess I'm pretty much like your husband.
Oh, no. You are more open and relaxed. You have a sense of humor.
My wife would disagree. She thinks I'm rather dull. I always seem to be tired and... Well, my wife complains that I never take her out. I'm on the road too much. The atmosphere in my house must be pretty much the same as the one in yours. What do you suppose your husband's doing right now?
He's in Chicago.
Oh, my hometown. Where in Chicago?
The Ritz-Joliet.
Oh, I know it well. He's probably downstairs in the Explorer's Bar.
James?
And with some woman.
Oh, not James.
And he's with a woman who isn't giving him a hard time about how he neglects her. She thinks he's charming and full of fun. Wouldn't it be something if she just happened to be my wife?
Do you mean your wife goes to bars?
You're his wife. And you do.
Oh, but believe me, this is my very first time.
There's a first time for everybody.
James, picking up a woman at a bar. Oh, it boggles the mind.
Why? Is James so unattractive?
Well, no, not really.
How often does James travel away from home?
Oh, at least once a week. Very often twice.
Same here. And you know something? I really don't have to.
You don't?
Nobody has to. Very often, things can be settled with a phone call. But it's usually so dull and uncomfortable around the house. You think James has someone out of town?
I never thought about it.
That's probably what James is counting on. My wife has accused me of many things, but running around with other women has never been one of them.
Oh.
Oh is right. It never occurred to you, did it? The Explorer Bar in Chicago is a swinging place. Very much like this one. You'll notice a great many attractive people hang out here. Actually, if you're not attractive, they find ways to discourage you from coming.
Does that mean I'm attractive?
Basically.
And what does basically mean?
Basically, you're a homebody. And it shows. In subtle ways. How you dress and wear your hair. But you'll get into the swing of things soon enough. My name is Terry.
My name is Carlotta.
Yes.
I notice we're keeping this on a first-name basis.
Yes. We're defining the limits of our relationship at the very start.
Our relationship? Who says we're going to have one?
We both did. That's why we're here.
You are remarkably sure of yourself, aren't you?
Just honest.
I think I had better go home.
I know a better place. Rainbow Point. It never closes. The casinos keep going all night. The floor shows, lights, music, action. That's what you want, isn't it?
But that's more than 120 miles away.
Is that your only objection?
And it's across the mountains.
It's a great road.
I don't know you.
As it turns out, you don't know your husband either.
Rainbow Point.
I'll bet he never offered to take you there.
He says it's a place for foolish and frivolous people.
Don't you ever feel foolish and frivolous?
When could we be in Rainbow Point?
Before midnight.
I always wanted to go.
My car's right outside.
What are we waiting for?
What are we waiting for? You might think we would be waiting for caution and prudence, those handmaidens to the great goddess of common sense. But no. Isn't it remarkable how people instantly, irrationally throw everything into the hands of fate? She meets a stranger in a bar, and suddenly she is willing to place her life in his hands. Of course, he is also placing his life in her hands. Act 2, in just a few minutes. What does the poet say? We do not what we ought not we do, and we lean upon the thought that chance will bring us through. Chance. So much of life is left to chance. There are those women who, when they are ready to marry, say yes to the first man who asks them. And when they are ready for an affair, also say yes to the first man who asks them. It's always a matter of being in the right place at the right time, isn't it?
Where are we now?
Oh, about halfway.
How can you tell? It all looks the same to me.
Does it?
Oh, it's just one hill after another, surrounded by dark, brooding forest.
Hey, none of that. You just get ready for the time of your life.
Oh, I have been getting ready for a long time.
Well, at Rainbow Point, the action never stops.
I am 40 years old. You know what my life has been? Stiff and staid and stuffy. I always wanted to be a writer, a poet.
Well, what stopped you?
You want the truth?
Yeah.
I stopped me, but it's James' fault.
How do you figure that?
Oh, he should have encouraged me more. But let's not talk about James. Let's not talk about anything except having the world's greatest time.
And we shall.
Oh, and his family. His father's a judge. His sister's a professor in college. His brother's a minister. We have a great name, Armiston. It's a name to be constantly respected, protected.
I thought we weren't going to talk about him.
You're right, we're not. Hey, you know, you are handsome.
Thank you.
I walked into that place. To me, it was such an alien action.
Maybe not as alien as you think.
I said to myself, I'm doing it. I'm actually doing it. I am breaking every canon I've ever lived by. I looked at all the men sitting there, and I said to myself, I hope he tries to pick me up.
By he, you mean me.
I almost lost my nerve at the last minute, but you helped me. You got me over my shyness.
Well, from here on, it's clear sailing to the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow.
The end of the rainbow. Look out! Oh, hey, what's the matter? Why are we pulling over?
We have to stop.
What is it? What is it?
I don't feel so...
What's wrong?
I think it's my heart.
Your heart?
I know it's my heart. Look, just reach into my jacket pocket.
All right.
You'll find a small vial.
Yes?
Hurry.
All right,
Hurry.
all right. Wait, here. Okay, I've got it.
Open it.
Oh, I'm trying.
Quickly.
Why do they make these things so hard to open?
Please.
Oh, here. Okay,
Take
got it.
out one of the pills.
Yes?
Just put it in my mouth.
All right, here. All right. Do you feel better?
I don't know. Oh, it takes time.
But it works. It works, doesn't it?
It does. Until the one time when it doesn't.
You better not talk. Please, try to rest.
I better get to a hospital.
Yes, I'll drive. You move over.
I can't. You'll have to help me get around the other side of the car. Push me over.
All right.
All right. Try to Push me forward.
All right. You don't do anything. I'm all right.
Oh, please, easy.
I'm trying. I'm here. I'm trying as best I can.
Can you get behind the wheel now?
Yes, I think so.
Oh, hurry. Oh,
Don't even know where a hospital is.
keep driving. We'll find something.
What's the matter? What's wrong with it?
Please, hurry.
Oh, something is the matter.
Oh, no. I forgot the...
What did you forget? Oh, let me look. Oh, I don't believe it. The gas. The needle is past empty. You forgot to fill the tank. How could you be so stupid as to forget to fill the tank?
Please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, what are we going to do now?
I don't want to die.
We haven't seen a car go by in the last 10 minutes.
Please, go for help.
Go where? On this road at night?
I can hardly breathe.
Where am I going to go?
I think I remember a filling station. It was just a half mile down the road.
I'm scared.
Help me.
I know. All right, I remember. I saw it too, but it was closed.
It might be. There must be a phone booth.
Oh, it's so dark.
It's less. I know it's less than a half a mile.
It's just that I'm
It's less than a half a mile. You can run a half a mile. It's just a few minutes. But please, I can't talk. Oh, my chest. It hurts.
I don't want to go out there. Don't
If
you
you don't,
understand?
I'll die.
Why did I ever get into this?
Please.
All right. Oh, wait. I hear a car coming. He'll help us. I'll wave him down. He'll help us. Help! Stop, please! Stop!
You have to go, Carlotta. You'll have to go.
On this road. At night? How can I do it? And if you know you have heart trouble, why do you go to bars and try to pick up women? Why don't you stay in your room and rest? What right do you have to endanger yourself? And me? Do you know what you're asking me to do? Terry?
I can't talk.
All right, I'm going. I'm going to start running. And I'll keep running. It's all right, don't look left. Don't look right. Just run. You keep running. Running. There, I see it. The gas station. Oh, why is everything so dark? Is anyone here? Anyone here? Of course not. It's closed. The phone booth. There is a phone booth. Oh, now I need a dime. My purse. Where's my purse? I left it in the car. No, I dropped it. I must have dropped it along the road. Or did I leave it in the car? No. Operator? Oh. Operator, this is an emergency, a matter of life and death. Operator, I'll give you all the money you want later. Please, operator, answer me. Operator! I can't get the operator. I've got you. Answer me! Answer me!
Hey, you'll only break the phone, ma'am, and that's against the law.
You're an officer. A police officer. I didn't hear you come up.
Well, I shouldn't wonder, ma'am. You're so upset. Now, what seems to be the trouble?
Listen to me. A half a mile down the road, a man in a car. He's having a heart attack.
All right, come with me.
I come with you? Where?
Right here, the squad car. Now, you say it's a heart attack?
Yes, he knows it.
All right, don't you worry now. We'll have help for your husband no time at all. There's Parmalee in car 10.
Need an emergency unit right away. There's a cardiac incident half-mile north of Jensen Station on Sunset Highway. Now, you just get inside, ma'am. We'll go back to where your husband's at.
But...
Yes, ma'am? Get inside. We have to get there quick. Now, what's your name?
My name? My name is, Farrell. Rosemary Farrell.
And his name?
And his name is, Terry. Terry.
And where are we bound?
Where were we bound? To Rainbow Point.
I know you're very upset and excited, Miss Farrell, at a time like this, but these are just routine questions.
Questions? Are they going to ask a lot of questions?
Well, when they get him to the hospital, the doctors will want to know all about your husband's medical history and so forth.
Oh. Will there be any other questions?
Like what?
Will it get into the newspapers?
Are you or your husband famous?
Oh, no.
Well, that isn't going to make the front page. Maybe carried on the inside somewhere.
Why?
Well, it has to go down in the police reports. The newspaper fellas check those things out.
The reporters.
If it's a slow day, they give it some space.
So everybody will know about it.
Ah, I see him. Hey, just what you said. Mr. Farrell. Mr. Farrell, you okay? Farrell? Don't try to talk now. Just rest easy. Relax now. Help is on the way.
My name isn't Farrell.
I should have known.
My name
Now, don't talk. Just rest now. Just rest.
My wife. Call my wife.
Sure.
I love my wife.
I know.
If I don't make it, tell her I loved her.
Now, you're going to make it, yeah? You're going to do fine. Everything's under control. Hey, listen, you hear that? There's help's coming now. Everything's going to be okay.
Okay, let's get that stretcher over here. Hi, Parmalee.
Oh, Mickey, you on tonight, huh?
Yeah. Fellas, help me ease him out onto the stretcher. Give me a hand.
All right.
You'll be fine, mister. Just lie back. Don't try to talk. What you do, Parmalee? Just happy to see him off the road?
No. This woman was with him, and she ran down to Jensen's gas station to try to get some help.
Woman, huh? And he's wearing a wedding band. I guess you better be his sister. All right, now, slide it easy into the ambulance.
That woman and me will follow you in the squad car.
Okay, fellas, Harry, let's move.
Okay, lady, let's get started. Lady? Hey! Where'd she go? Lady? Ma'am? Now, look, I know what you're thinking. That there's going to be publicity and they'll find out who you are and you'll have to answer questions and it'll get back to your husband. But you can't hide here. Now, lady, wherever you are, come on out. This is kind of wild country. You got some big cats in those woods, maybe some bear. I'm not trying to scare you, but you have to think clear now. You've lost your head. Come on back, please. For your own good.
For her own good. But how good is that? Our heroine is being tossed on the horns of a dilemma. To accompany the police officer to the hospital means her immediate identification and the unpleasant complications that are bound to ensue. But what is her choice? The desolate wilderness, alone at night? It all goes to prove the truth of the old proverb. Getting into mischief is always easier than getting out. Well, we'll just have to get into the third act. If it's 10:30 in the evening, where would you expect to find Mrs. Carlotta Armiston? or to be more precise, Mrs. James Vernon Armiston, in her rather luxurious home, or in the equally well-appointed home of a friend or relative. Certainly you would not expect to find her crouching behind a tree in the desolate wilderness alongside the lonely Sunset Highway, and less than 50 feet away, a police officer is trying to talk some sense into her.
Ma'am, you better listen to me. You can't stay out here alone at night.
Go away, please. Go away and leave me alone.
Lady, now please think about what you're doing.
I know what I'm doing. All I need is for James to find out. Oh, no, never.
I have to report in. Nobody will be able to come out here to find you now till daylight. That could be too late.
Oh, just go away.
This is the worst thing you could do.
It's the only thing I can do. How can I answer the questions you'll ask? What is your relationship to this man? Relationship? Why were you with him?
Okay, lady, you've been warned.
What's that? I suppose it's a bear. I better get out of here. I better get back to the road. He was right. I can't stay here. Officer! Officer! Would you wait for me? Officer! Officer! He's gone. I should have listened. Oh, that's a car coming. I'll get a lift. No. I better hide. What was that? He said something about big cats. What kind of big cats? I better run. I can't. Why can't I run? Why can't I move? I can't move. I'm so terrified I can't move.
Hey, is that really a human woman standing out here in the road? In the middle of nowhere? Hop in. What's the matter? You want to stand out there all night? My name's Artie. What's yours? You what?
I can't move.
Why not?
I'm so frightened.
What's there to be scared about, huh?
Everything.
Yeah. Oh, it's kind of scary out here at that. Yeah. Well, why don't you get inside?
I told you I can't move.
Hey, maybe I got just the medicine for that, yeah? Here, have some.
What is that?
What's it look like? A bottle, right?
What's inside?
Well, take a swallow.
No. I better not.
Come on. It'll relax you. Go ahead. There. You feel better?
I don't know.
Just you step inside. Yeah? See? You can do it. Now, that wasn't hard, was it? And we're off. And may I have the bottle, please? Thank you.
You're not going to drink any of that now, are you?
Well, what's wrong with now?
Well, you're driving. You shouldn't.
What are you doing out here? All by your lonesome this hour of the night, honey?
It's a long story.
I just love long stories. You know why? Because that's life. Life is a long story.
Please don't take another drink.
Don't worry. I'll leave some for you.
I don't want any.
What?
Oh, look out.
Look out for what?
You took that curve too fast.
That's one thing you don't want to do. Don't tell me how to drive. I was born with a steering wheel in my hands, you know. I can drive with my eyes closed. I can drive fast asleep. What do you think of that?
Please, I must ask you to stop the car.
What?
I would like to get out. Did you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you.
I am asking you to let me out.
Why?
Because Just because...
Because you don't want to drive with a drunk.
Look, I didn't say that.
But you meant it.
Just please let me out. I'm asking you.
No kidding. A good looker like you. What were you doing out there all alone, huh?
Oh.
I mean, this is the middle of no place. Okay? I'll tell you. You were with a guy. Am I right? I'm always right.
Please stop the car.
You're like my wife. No, you're much better looking.
I would like to get out.
You had a fight with a guy, huh? Right? Eh? Now, why did you have a fight with him? Well, I'll tell you again. He made a pass at you, right? But he did it the wrong way. No finesse. Now, honey, you're going to have absolutely no complaints about me.
Please, will you please stop the car?
First, give me a little kiss,
I want to get out.
For sure. But first, give me a kiss.
Take your arm away.
Why?
Because you can't drive with one hand.
Cut it out, baby. Quit putting on an old act.
What act?
A dame like you's been around, I can tell.
You take your arm away.
What would you be doing out here by yourself? Some guy ditched you, that's why.
I just want to get out.
We'll both get out and we'll have a real good time.
You are drunk.
Don't let that bother you.
Let go of me.
Now, you just hold still, sweetie.
Let go.
I said hold still.
Look out! Look out!
Well, hello.
Oh.
Just mind if I come in? I see you got home all right, Miss Armstrong.
How do you know my name?
You have much trouble?
How did you find out who I am?
Well, I know how you got home. You managed to reach that all-night diner 10 miles south of the gas station and got a cab. I described you. That's what Bill Henry, who owns the place, told me.
What do you want?
I just came here to return your purse.
My purse?
It's a bit scorched. I didn't know it was yours at first.
Where did you find it?
Well, where do you think? I noticed you didn't have one when I first saw you at the gas station, and then I drove you back to Mr. Starrett's car.
Starrett. Is that his name?
That was his name.
Oh.
You didn't know him very well, did you?
I didn't know him at all.
Hey, you must have picked up your purse before you went off to hide.
Yes, and then I lost it again.
I'll tell you where I found it. I was driving around looking for you, and I saw a fire in the distance. When I got there, I found a car in flames. The man had evidently driven off the road. I noticed the scorched purse on the road. It's yours.
Yes. He was drunk. And when he hit that tree, I tried to get him out of the car, but he was too big. He was too heavy to move. And then the fire started. There was nothing more I could do.
Yes, I understand.
Am I going to be arrested?
Arrested? What for?
Won't they want to ask me questions?
We have all the answers. Man dies of a heart attack. Another man gets killed because he was driving while drunk. I mean, you didn't really know either of them, so what light could you shed on the subject?
Thank you, officer. Thank you.
Miss Armstrong, I only met you for the first time last night, and I wouldn't swear to it, but I imagine that you've got more gray hairs in your head today.
Yes.
You have a very nice home, Miss Armstrong. And I'm sure you must have a nice husband, too. Well, I better be going. All this was unofficial, so I appreciate it if you never said anything about it.
I won't.
It's been a pleasure. Bye, Miss Armstrong.
Goodbye, officer. Oh. Yes. When is your next flight to Chicago? I'd like to make a reservation. Excuse me, could you tell me where the Explorer's Bar is?
Other end of the lobby, miss.
Thank you. I don't think she's interested, James.
What?
The tall blonde in the booth. You've been giving her the eye for 5 minutes. There's nothing doing there. Take my word for it.
Carlotta.
I think she wants the dark-haired man at the end of the bar. But he's been giving me the eye.
What are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
Carlotta.
All right, I tell you what. Let's neither of us ask each other that question.
Look, I just came down for a nightcap.
Sure.
I guess you caught me.
Why do people come to places like this, James? To find someone, right?
Right.
Have you found anyone?
I think so.
So have I. And I also found something else. The end of the rainbow.
Oh, Carlotta, we have so much to talk about.
We do. But we don't have to talk about it tonight.
They say that no man is a hero to his valet. It is also true that few men are heroes to their wives. Does custom stale? Does familiarity blunt the appreciation? The next time you see an attractive, exciting-looking woman, consider the fact that she may be rather dull and ordinary to her husband. I shall return shortly. We look for mysteries in plays and books, stories and movies, and we never really appreciate the fact that within ourselves are the deepest and most perplexing mysteries of all. Who are we really? Why do we fall in love and out of love? What are the sudden bursts of passion and of emotion that drive us to all sorts of incomprehensible actions? Shall we ever know? It seems that the more we learn about the human psyche, the less we understand. Our cast included Terry Keane, Mandel Kramer, and Bob Caliban. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The great French writer Balzac called life the human comedy. Our own Mark Twain saw it as a human tragedy. What's in a name? There are a great many laughs in a true tragedy and plenty of tears in a genuine comedy. Mark Twain's long suit was irony. And now we have an opportunity to see how he plays that kind of hand in one of the greatest stories of deception ever written.
And there's no doubt about it. You can be wealthy.
Oh, I like that.
Famous.
Famous, too.
Absolutely. And powerful.
Wealthy, famous, powerful.
A force in the world of art.
It sounds wonderful. That's what you're giving me. And in return, what do I have to give you?
Your life.
Our mystery drama, Is He Living or Is He Dead?, was adapted from the Mark Twain classic especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Alexander Scourby. It is unfortunate but true that a great many creative men are killed by poverty. As a matter of fact, the circumstance has been so universal that it has even been made romantic. How many stories, operas, plays are about artists who starve in garrets? Van Gogh, Schubert, Mozart, Rembrandt, Poe, to name but a tiny few, all died of neglect. Must it be ever thus? Mark Twain is about to present another perspective.
I was spending the month of March, 1892, at Mentone on the Riviera, fully enjoying the flooding sunshine, the balmy air, and the brilliant blue sea, without the marring additions of human fuss and display, which one encounters a few miles away at Nice and Monte Carlo. As a rule, the rich do not come here, but now and then a rich man does show up. And I got acquainted with one, partially to disguise him, I shall call him Smith. One morning, we were having breakfast at the Hotel des Anglais, when he exclaimed,
Quick! Cast your eye at that man.
Which man?
The one just going out the door.
Yes?
Do you know who he is?
Why are you so excited, Mr.
Oh, no, do you?
Well, I think so. He spent several days here just before you arrived.
Do you know anything about him?
Well, someone said he's an old, retired, and very rich silk manufacturer from Lyon. Or was it Lille?
Well, what else do you know about him?
Well, I don't know anything about him except...
Except what?
Well, I would assume he must be all alone in the world.
Oh, why?
Why? Well, he looks so sad and dreamy, and he doesn't talk with anyone.
Would you know his name?
Yes, it's Théophile Magnan. Well?
Well, what?
Well, what are you going to tell me?
Tell you?
About the old gentleman.
Oh.
Smith, taking you by and large, you're quite a character. Here, the mere sight of a person sends you into a perfect fit. One might have thought the man was Jack the Ripper, the way you seem to take on about him. And now you simply cannot say, oh, and just haul down the flag. Smith? Smith, are you awake?
Shh, I'm trying to think.
About what?
It's one of Hans Andersen's beautiful little stories.
Well, how did he get into the discussion?
I remember only one part of it.
Do you remember the old man who just left?
Seems a child has a caged bird, which it loves, but thoughtlessly neglects. And the bird pours out its sweet song, unheard and unheeded. You follow this?
Well, yes.
In time, hunger and thirst assail the poor bird. Its song grows feeble and plaintive, and finally ceases, and the bird dies. Well, the child comes by, and you know what happens, don't you?
Well, I would say the child sees the poor dead bird and is smitten to the heart with remorse. And then with bitter tears, the child calls his mates, and they bury the bird with elaborate pomp and the tenderest grief.
Well, then you have read the story.
Oh, it's an old story. The children don't know that they're only aping their elders, who also starve poets to death, and then spend enough on their funerals and monuments to have kept them alive and made them easy and comfortable.
Yeah.
And now, how about the old gentleman?
Twain, can you keep a secret?
No better than you. You look like a man who's bursting to break one.
Well, it's been a secret for many years between me and two others, but I'm going to break the seal now. You know, a long time ago, I was a young artist,
You?
Mm-hmm.
You, Smith, were an artist?
And I wandered around the French countryside, just sketching, you know.
Were you successful?
Oh, bless you, no. I was starving.
Well, how did you live?
A typically American question.
Why not? I'm a typical American.
The answer is I pawned my way across France. One by one, I sold all my belongings till I was reduced to the clothes on my back. And even they started to go one by one. Finally, almost naked and down and out, I found myself in a small Breton village. And there I was taken in and literally saved by a fellow artist named Francois Millet.
Who?
Francois Millet.
Was the great Francois Millet?
Oh, great. He wasn't any greater than I was. He hadn't any fame at all, even in his own village. Oh, the great Francois Millet. Let me tell you about the great Francois Millet. He made me welcome. What a generous, great-hearted fellow he was. I'll never forget that first day.
Smith. Are all Englishmen named Smith?
Sometimes it seems that way.
Now, where can you sleep? Well, sleep anywhere. There are no soft places on the floor, so one is as good as another. Now, for dinner.
I feel badly. I can see there isn't very much, Monsieur Millet.
You cannot call a French painter Monsieur till he's received the Legion of Honor. And I have a better chance of being struck by lightning. You must call me Francois. Now, dinner. All we have are turnips. Unless, of course, Carl can scare up something.
Carl?
Carl Boulanger. He's also a painter, and he lives here, too. Speak of the devil.
How shall we prepare the turnips tonight, Francois?
That tells me everything. Well, how about turnips remoulade?
We have no egg yolks.
I have it, Carl. Sautéed with mushrooms.
We have no butter. I don't trust your judgment when it comes to picking wild mushrooms.
Well, then I suppose we'll have to boil them as usual.
Who is this?
Oh, Smith, an Englishman. Smith, this madcap is Carl Boulanger.
How do you do?
He doesn't look like an Englishman. All Englishmen are supposed to be rich.
Smith is a painter.
Poor devil. Why didn't you arrange to be born in France, and then you would have learned to starve properly?
I can starve as decently as any Frenchman. Oh, what's that?
What?
That canvas against the wall. I just noticed it.
No, that. I call it the Angelus.
It isn't too bad, eh, Smith?
I've never seen anything like it. It's a masterpiece. There's a feeling of oneness with God.
Carl, I have a confession to make.
Yes, Francois?
I was offered 5 francs for it.
When?
Last week. Yes, a week ago, Thursday.
And what happened?
I turned it down.
You turned it down? Francois, 5 francs means a dozen eggs. A pound of butter.
I know, but you see, the man appeared anxious.
Yes?
And so I asked for 8 francs.
And?
He said he would think about it and let me know.
Oh, the kiss of death. Why didn't you take the 5 francs?
You mean you would have Francois sell the Angelus for 5 francs?
Right now, I would sell it for a pork chop.
Oh, sautéed with onions, and without the choke vinaigrette, salad niçoise, and a very dry Bordeaux.
Carl, when will you learn that the proper wine for pork is a light Burgundy? I must educate your palate.
You abscond. What a fantastic pun. Don't you get it, Smith?
No,
The English as a rule, Carl, are rather slow in these matters of humor.
Francois was also my painting teacher, and you see, he has educated both my palate and my palette. You still don't get?
Yeah, it is rather funny.
No, you're right. It is a rather feeble jest. But you see, it passes the time, and then we forget how hungry we are.
And how tired and disappointed and disillusioned.
Oh, come, Carl, one cannot have everything. Look at what we have in this room. Behold these canvases, a feast for the eye, a feast for the mind, a feast for the soul.
And not even a crumb for the stomach.
Be of good cheer, Carl. Perhaps tomorrow something will turn up.
I caught you. Another pun. You get it, Smith? Huh? What will turn up tomorrow will be another turnip for dinner, as usual.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Well, now, gentlemen, the situation is quite serious. We are on the verge of starvation.
As usual.
And we must come up with a solution.
I agree. What do you suggest, Francois?
I don't know. How about you, Smith?
Nothing occurs to me either.
Well, then, let's sleep on it.
Which we did. After having had, of course, a boiled turnip for dinner. The next morning, I was starved, but that was nothing unusual. I decided to take the bull by the horns. I looked at Millet's paintings. How could anyone in his right mind not jump at the chance to buy them? Accordingly, I placed a few under my arm, the Angelus, Man with a Hoe, the Woodcutter, and Death, and I began to knock on doors. Practically every door was slammed in my face. Only one elderly woman deigned to talk to me at all.
What are you selling? I see. That's painting nonsense.
Oh, but, Madame, I assure you...
And have you joined the other two? The scoundrels, the ne'er-do-wells?
Madame, if you please...
The good-for-nothing lazy tramps who refuse to work for a living.
Madame, painting is one of the most difficult of all occupations.
Painting a house, maybe.
Madame, I am here to help you to get rich. You must admit that there are paintings which are worth millions, yes? Now, admit it.
Well...
But here is your golden opportunity. A few pennies invested today will bring fabulous dividends tomorrow.
How do I know?
Because these are the paintings of the great Francois Millet.
The great Francois Millet.
Yes, madame. These paintings will increase 100-fold, 1,000-fold in value, because Francois Millet is a genius.
He is?
There's no doubt about it.
Who says so?
She slammed the door in my face. And at that moment, a great light exploded in my brain. Who says so? I raced home. I couldn't wait to share this flash of sudden insight with my companions.
Hunger creates great divisions, Francois. Continue, Smith.
She and everyone else in this town, they don't make up their own minds. They don't decide things for themselves.
Oh, but that's how people are everywhere.
And so she looks at you, Francois, and at me, and at Carl. How's she to know that the paintings have merit?
It should be obvious.
Of course. The colors, the figures, why, it's all over the canvas.
But unfortunately, no one has told her that as yet.
What do you mean, no one? I've been trying to sell these paintings for months, years. I patiently try to explain.
But who are you?
Who am I? I'm Carl Boulanger, a painter.
No, you're Carl Boulanger, a shiftless good-for-nothing who would prefer to beg for his bread sooner than work for it.
Who has perpetrated this infamous falsehood?
And so am I, and so is Francois.
What he says is true, Carl.
And yet, if someone in authority were to say, Francois Millet, truly a great master. Why, overnight, Francois would be the toast of the town.
Yes, authority. That's what the people look for. No one wants to make up his own mind.
Therefore, Francois, we shall have an authority to authenticate your greatness.
An authority?
Of course. A great Parisian authority.
I know Professor Louis de Courbet.
Who?
He's the most respected professor of art at the university.
No, he won't do, Francois.
But he's the most learned.
We don't want learned people. We want famous people.
Oh.
I have it. Madame Lucerne. She runs the most talked about salon in Paris.
You mean the most notorious?
If she says a painting is great, it'll be hailed as a masterpiece.
Yes, but does she know anything at all about painting?
Probably not.
Well, then how?
Well, the question is, who should go?
You are the smoothest talker, Carl.
No, I nominate Smith to be our envoy.
Me? Why?
Because you're the handsomest.
Oh, but what does that have to do with...
Do you recall the legend of the Golden Fleece?
Oh, yeah.
And the legendary band of ancient Greek heroes who went after it. Whom did they choose as their leader? Not Hercules, the strongest, or Ulysses, the wisest, but Jason, the handsomest. Because they knew it would be necessary to seduce a woman in order to win the prize.
Oh, but no.
You may not have to go that far.
And what if he does? We must all make sacrifices for art.
Yes, and some of us must make heavier sacrifices than others. But, as you can see, there's more to becoming a famous artist than merely painting a great or even a good picture. Sometimes one must play the game of love and even the game of death. However, all that is the affair of the second act, which I shall bring you in just a few moments. We may all have to revise some of our ideas about art before our story is over. At any rate, we're back in the year 1892, and Mark Twain is chatting with a wealthy elderly Englishman in a hotel on the sun-washed shores of the French Riviera.
Now, Smith, what are you telling me? That some 25 or 30 years ago, you and the painter Francois Millet and...
Called Boulanger.
Yes. And yourself were starving artists in a provincial French town?
Exactly.
And that you concocted some mad scheme to get Millet recognized?
Ah, but you haven't heard the scheme yet. You see, if you're a creative artist, people don't know you're good unless somebody who speaks with authority says so.
You get no argument from me on that score, Smith.
Well, they had the idea to send me to the salon of Madame Lucerne in Paris. She was a former mistress of King Louis Napoleon himself.
Which made her an eminent critic, connoisseur, and authority on the art.
Exactly.
Well, how did you propose to gain admission to Madame's salon? You were, after all, ragged, unknown.
Well, I did the only thing any sensible man would do under the circumstances. I broke into her bedroom.
Who is that?
Don't be alarmed, madame. I'm not a burglar.
You are not a burglar?
And please don't pull on that bell cord.
Allow me to give you two reasons why you are a burglar. First, you break into my room.
But, madame...
Second, under your arm, I see some paintings, which you have obviously stolen from my house.
No, madame. I haven't come here to steal paintings, but to present you with some.
Present me?
Yes, madame, because you are the supreme and sublime authority on art.
Ah.
Look at these, madame. Isn't each a masterpiece?
Frankly, monsieur, I wouldn't have the faintest idea. Now, what is this game you wish to play with me?
A game?
All men have one game or another in mind where I am concerned. And since you are not half bad looking...
It is for a friend.
Ah.
The man is a genius. One word from you...
One word from me. How simple you make it all sound.
But it is simple for you. You've turned unknown men into great writers, composers overnight.
Oh, it's not a simple matter. And it doesn't happen overnight. The man must have something.
Francois Millet has everything. He's a genius.
Oh, the woods are filled with genius.
Oh, but surely, just look at these paintings.
Now, I could make a great painter out of you.
Me?
You are the love bandit. You break into the boudoirs of famous ladies, and you leave behind a painting as a memento of the adventure. These you have here are excellent for the purpose. Shall we begin?
No, these paintings are not mine.
Who's to know the difference?
They're the work of Francois Millet.
Must we discuss that tiresome Millet?
No, you see how each painting bears his hallmark, his unique style?
Monsieur, these things are lost on me. I know nothing of art.
Oh, isn't there anything you could do to help Millet?
Oh, sit beside me, and we can talk more comfortably.
Yes. No, surely there's something you could do for him.
Why?
Well, because one day he would be a glory to France.
Oh, monsieur, you're an Englishman.
Yes.
Why should you worry about the glory of France?
Well, the glory of the world.
Oh, well, I see we must decently dispose of Millet. There's only one way I could hope to help him.
Oh, how?
He would have to be dead.
Dead?
I'm sorry, but that's the way it goes with geniuses. Now, where were we?
Dead?
Dead? The woman is crazy.
Gentlemen, the woman is right.
But Smith...
It's a matter of history. She convinced me.
Do you mean Francois is to die?
That is rather
Look,
extreme.
an artist has to be starved and dead before he's acknowledged. It happens so often, we could write a law that says the prices that the public will pay for a man's pictures will only climb after he dies.
But what good does it do the dead artist if others make money on his pictures?
Death lends grandeur to a man. Death makes his name illustrious.
Why?
I don't know, gentlemen. I don't know.
There's no way out, Francois. You simply have to die.
Oh, now look here,
No,
Smith.
let us hear him out first, Carl.
Now take several weeks, better several months to die. And in the meantime, paint. Paint day and night. Enlarge your stock of paintings. Leave behind a ton of work. And Carl and I will make a fortune.
A fortune?
On the works of the late, great Francois Millet.
No, I'll have no part of this.
Wait. What Smith says is not devoid of merit.
Francois.
Look at us. How we live. How far are we from death? How much longer can we starve like this? Freeze. Do without. In a few years, we will be young no longer. And we'll be dead in any event. This way...
This way is madness. I won't let you die to make me rich, Francois.
No, but listen.
And that would be enough out of you too, Smith.
You didn't let me finish. I said Carl and I would make a fortune selling your paintings, Francois, which we would then split 3 ways.
3 ways?
Yes, Carl, 3 ways. You and I and Francois.
Francois?
What did you think I meant for Francois to actually die?
But you say...
No. Why should Francois die? He'll just vanish, change his name, and we'll bury a dummy and cry over it and...
Smith, you are the greatest scoundrel who ever lived.
Thank you.
What a magnificent plan. What do you say, Francois?
Well, would it be proper to play this kind of trick on the world? On the other hand, since the world will have it no other way...
But will it work?
We'll put it to the test.
How?
Carl, you and I will go out and do some painting. You head north and I'll go south. Choose a villa or a business establishment of some sort. Make sure the owner notices you. He'll come over out of curiosity, and the rest will be easy. So I chose a large country house and set up my easel and began to sketch. I saw the proprietor standing on an upper veranda. I paid no attention to him. I knew that sooner or later he'd saunter over.
Hey, that's not bad at all. Yes. I think you captured that pretty well. Hey, you're good, you know that.
Well, thank you, monsieur. Well, I ought to be good. Look who taught me. No, let me see if I have one of his works with me. Oh, here we are, in my satchel. I suppose you recognize that signature down to the right there?
I beg your pardon?
He was my teacher.
Oh.
You mean you don't know the signature of Francois Millet? What have you been spending your life? It's Millet. Francois Millet.
Millet.
Yes.
Of course. What could I have been thinking about? Of course, Millet. I recognize that now.
Millet, the greatest painter in France.
Yes, Millet. This little sketch is genuine, Millet.
Well, how can you fail to see the brushstroke?
Oh, of course. Is it for sale?
For sale? I may not be rich, but I'm not that poor.
You know, I really would like to buy it.
Well, I don't know.
It's a genuine Millet.
No, I'd like to sell it to you because I can see you really do appreciate great art.
I do.
But, well, there's a practical consideration.
Huh?
Yes, I'd be a fool to sell it now.
Why?
Why? You mean you don't know?
No.
Millet is on his deathbed. The doctors say he can't live 3 months.
Oh.
And once he dies, his pictures can't be had for love or money.
Monsieur, I'll give you 800 francs for that little sketch of his, huh?
Oh. You really do love it, don't you?
It's a genuine Millet.
Oh, dear. Oh, I am a fool. All right, take it. 800 francs, Twain. And Millet would have sold it for a bottle of wine. You know, 2 years ago, it sold at auction for 80,000. It's a mad world. Well, when I came home, Carl was dancing for joy.
1,000 francs. Yeah. I sold Francois's picture of the little girl and her mother for 1,000 francs.
Well, your 1,000 franc sale, Carl, and Smith's 800. What a feast we can make this evening.
This evening, Francois, you'll have to get sick.
Sick? Oh, I never felt better in my life.
Tonight, you will take to your bed with the illness that will finally kill you.
All right. After dinner.
You'll have to look pale, wan, weak for all the distinguished visitors. They'll flock here in droves.
Why?
Well, because they'll want to see you die.
He's right, Francois. No one would walk across the street to see an artist who's alive, but they'd travel the length and breadth of Europe to see what dead.
Well, you may as well prepare yourself, Francois. You're about to become an institution. And this place is going to be a shrine.
Oh, you wish to see me?
I see, madame, you've forgotten me.
Which one are you? Oh, Mr. Smith.
I'm sorry to intrude.
Oh, well, I am just listening to Mr. Schumann here. He's a composer. Oh, excuse us, please, for just a moment, Monsieur Schumann. Well, now, Mr. Smith, how have you been? Where have you been keeping yourself?
I wonder, madame, if you remember your promise.
Oh, I never forget a promise.
To help my friend?
Your friend?
Yes, Francois Millet.
Millet. Oh, yes, of course, I recall now. But, Mr. Smith, I also remember telling you there was only one way I could help him. He would have to be dead.
Yes. Well, madame, he's getting there.
Oh, Mr. Smith, we are all getting there.
I know, but he should arrive there in less than a month.
Eh? What are you saying?
Madame, he's on his deathbed.
Oh, this is tragic. Oh, here, sit by me. Now, what is he dying of?
I believe a broken heart.
A broken heart? Wonderful.
Yes, his heart has been broken because the world has failed to recognize his genius.
Oh, this Monsieur Millet, he's on his deathbed, actually?
Actually.
Oh, what a cooperative gentleman. Oh, he certainly deserves to become famous.
I brought you some of his paintings.
Oh, yes, I see. Oh, the unmistakable stamp of genius. His name shall become a household word.
Is that how it's done? Well, it's a way, but is it all that simple? No, not really. We'll encounter a few problems. After all, Francois Millet has to die in a convincing manner and in front of witnesses. Well, that's why we have third acts, isn't it? I shall return in a few moments. Today, our entertainments are dominated by something known as the caper. This is usually an elaborate scheme to swindle something from somebody. Money from a bank, secrets from a spy ring, anything, anywhere, anytime. Like most art forms, this one is hardly new. We're listening to one right now. It was inspired by a short story by Mark Twain. And if the word had existed in Twain's day, he might very well have named this piece the Francois Millet Caper.
I don't understand at all, Smith. Why did you need this Madame Lucerne? After all, you proved you could make money by using Millet's name. Both you and Carl had already sold his pictures.
Yes, that was good enough for the provinces, Twain. But we wanted more than just a little local reputation. We required fame. And for that, you needed Paris. And no creative artist has ever conquered Paris without the help of a woman. Meanwhile, we were having our problems. Millet didn't mind starving when we didn't have a sou. But now that there was some money,
But if I don't eat, I'll die.
Well, that's the idea, Francois.
But since I'm not to die, actually, what difference should it make?
But people come to see you. You can't look healthy and robust on your deathbed.
Smith is right. The reporter from that English journal yesterday did give you several suspicious looks.
Meanwhile, I'm not painting.
You can't have everything.
And at mealtimes, I can't have anything.
Well, your jokes are becoming feeble, at any rate.
I have an idea. Why don't we say I'm too ill to see anyone? In that way, I can eat like an elephant.
And you'll get to weigh as much as an elephant, too. We won't be able to get you into your coffin.
Oh, who's getting into a coffin?
Well, you'll have to be carried out of here when the time comes.
That is something no one has explained to me. How and when do I die, and how and when am I to be buried?
All the details have not yet been worked out. Suddenly, Twain, we were invaded. Everyone wanted to see the great Francois Millet. Carl and I almost wore ourselves out guarding the door. No, I'm sorry, monsieur, the master is too ill to receive anyone. Yes, of course. We will convey your regards. Meanwhile, Millet was painting away, piling up stock, as we called it. And Madame Lucerne was selling them, discreetly, of course, in Paris. The great sale was the Angelus for 2,200 francs. Little did we know that the day was coming when France would struggle to own it, and a stranger would come along and capture it for 500,000 cash. And meanwhile, we were having problems with Millet, or I should say, with his appetite. I don't understand it, Carl. He gets fatter every day.
Well, fatter and healthier looking.
This won't do. Carl, do you allow him to sneak in some food on the sly?
How can you accuse me?
Well, how can he gain weight on tea and toast?
Well, especially tea without sugar and toast without butter.
Wait. Inside, listen. Inside his room. Do you hear what I hear?
Well, I'm not sure.
That has to be the sound of a spoon against a bowl. He's eating.
But how?
Oh, why didn't we think of it? Somebody's smuggling food into him from the outside.
But who?
That has to be the answer. Sneaking food into his room through the window. Now, you sit here. I'll steal around to the back of the house. What are you doing here?
Oh,
It's Madame Mauffrigneur.
Well, I
Explain yourself, Madame.
Well, sir, Francois Millet is a genius, a great genius.
He is? Who says so?
Why, everyone says so. It's a known fact. And when I heard he was dying, I thought perhaps... What do the doctors know? The poor man probably needs a decent meal. Well, no one is allowed into the house. And so
Yes. Well, we can't have any more of this.
Why not?
Because the doctor says food will kill him.
Should it matter? He's dying anyway. And you should see how happy he is with my soup and the roast fowl and the fish.
Madame, he is not a goose to be stuffed for pâté.
You needn't yell at me. I was only doing my Christian duty.
We only want him to die in comfort.
And I want him to die happy. Poor fellow. He starved most of his life. Must he go hungry to his grave?
But he's very ill.
He looks fine to me. Fat and rosy. Perhaps my cooking can save his life. Or do you want him to die?
Well, why would I want him to die? Well, there's nothing to be done. She could prove a great embarrassment, so we let her deliver the food every day, and of course Carl and I were forced to eat it. Meanwhile, the house was besieged. People came from everywhere for the death watch. It was unbelievable.
Read what it says here in the Paris paper. The lamp flickers for Francois Millet, great painter, said to be in his last hours.
Yes, all over the world. Look, in England, the final chapter in the Millet story. In America, look. Curtains for Francois.
I shall die in earnest if I am not fed.
What are you doing here, Francois? Why aren't you in bed? Wasting away.
Look at me. Nothing but skin and bones while you two gorge yourself on Madame Mauffrigneux's heavenly cuisine. It's not fair.
This is the thanks we get for making the man a genius.
Hang being a genius. When can I get a decent meal?
Really, Smith, we should hire a butler.
Francois, back into bed. Quickly.
Just the wing of the chicken?
No.
Not even the neck?
Into your room. Quickly, Francois.
I might as well die and be done with it.
Now, let me see who that is.
Let me in quickly.
Oh, Madame Lucerne, please.
You know the whole world is talking about the great Francois Millet.
Yes, Madame. A tragedy.
The demand for his paintings rises by the hour.
We have plenty, stacks of them, which Madame can take back to Paris and sell.
Oh, no, monsieur. They will sell better after he dies. The poor man. He's at death's door, is he not?
Yes, Madame. Standing on the threshold, as it were.
Oh, may I pay my respect?
Well, Madame, you see...
Mr. Smith, please tell your friend I am so attached to the master that I shall be desolated if I cannot see him at least once before... Oh, I cannot bring myself to say...
Madame, this way, please. Francois, a beautiful lady to see you. Oh, poor Francois, he seems to be in a coma.
Monsieur, he looks remarkably healthy for one who is supposed to be terribly ravaged by illness.
Oh, well, looks are deceptive, you know.
I thought you said he was at death's door.
He is.
Oh, well, timing, you realize, is everything in life, as well as death. This would be an excellent week.
Oh, it would?
Next week, everyone will be talking about a new opera by Wagner, and we expect some stunt or other from Alexandre Dumas the Younger. But this is a very quiet week.
Oh, I see.
Of course, I realize that man goes when he is summoned to the divine presence, and not a minute before.
How true.
However,
yes.
There is always the possibility that one is too busy to hear the summons.
Yes. Well, as you can see, Madame, he is failing before our very eyes.
Oh, poor man. Well, I must return to Paris, where I shall say, of course, that he died in my arms.
How tragic.
Yes. Well, I must hurry back there to speak with all the journalists.
Of course.
I had taken the liberty to order a coffin.
A coffin?
Yes. It should be at your doorstep at any moment.
Oh.
A most splendid final home for a man of such magnificence.
Thank you, Madame.
Well, I felt it was the least I could do. And now, if you will excuse me, I must return.
Of course.
Oh, do you mind if I leave this valise here? It might be too much trouble to carry back.
Of course not, Madame.
I thought I would stay longer, and I had brought a change of costume, but that dress bores me. Why not give it to some deserving charity?
As you wish, Madame. A few hours after she left us, there was another knock on the door. And it was, you guessed it, the coffin. A small coffin. How would Francois ever get into it? Oh, what was I thinking? Francois wouldn't get into the coffin. Carl and I had already prepared a dummy for that purpose. Our basic problem was...
How am I supposed to get out of the house?
Are we ready to make the announcement?
We have a problem. Francois.
Well, I thought you were working on that problem, Smith.
Well...
I could sneak out through the back window.
Oh, the house is surrounded.
Where would you go? Everyone knows you for miles around, especially now. Smith, you should have thought of this before.
I did think of it. I just couldn't come up with any solution.
I can't die until I know where I'm going.
Would we could all say that?
And the best time for it, as that Madame Lucerne said, is this week.
Ah, Madame Lucerne. Why didn't we ask her to propose a way out of this difficulty?
Madame Lucerne, of course. She foresaw the problem, and she's given us a way out.
How?
Hand me her valise.
Well, how can her valise give her...
Here. See? You see this costume? A black dress.
Yes.
Black hat. A veil. These are for the lady in black.
Who is the lady in black?
Oh, a mysterious mourner. A woman who loved you deeply, passionately.
But who is she?
Oh, no one knows. Put on the dress.
Oh, but
come on, hurry, Francois.
Come on, I feel ridiculous.
You'd better start feeling sad. very sad. No, just a few quiet sobs, nothing loud, nothing uncontrolled. Just, let's say, the dignified weeping of a woman of high breeding and great dignity. Eh?
Is that what she's supposed to be?
Oh, well, would our friend Francois choose any other kind of mistress? Oh, by the way, is the coffin sealed?
Coffin is ready.
Fix your veil, Francois. Oh, fine, excellent. Come, my friends. Those of us who loved him best, his pupils and the mysterious woman who loved him, we have an announcement to make to the world. Open the door, Carl. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a most melancholy statement to make.
So you buried Francois Millet, eh, Smith?
Yes, Twain, we buried the dummy in the coffin.
There was a great funeral.
Oh, yes.
And Millet, disguised as the woman, escaped detection.
The world was convinced Millet had died.
What happened to him?
Oh, can you keep a secret?
I can only try.
You remember that elderly gentleman I pointed out to you earlier this morning? That
was Francois Millet?
That was Francois Millet. For once, a great artist was not starved and killed by indifference and neglect and then given the vain and empty pomp of a loud and meaningless funeral. No, we saw to that. Francois Millet has never known and will never know another hungry day.
Who was it that said, "Live well, and that's the best revenge"? Live well. So few artists can manage it in the face of indifference and just plain misunderstanding. And when Mark Twain wrote the story, he did it in the spirit of, "Here's one for our side." Well, we're always on your side. And we'll be back here in just a few moments. Is he living, or is he dead? Well, of course, he's dead today, but was he living back in 1892, the date of the story? Was Mark Twain playing a gentle hoax on all of us? Or was the old practical joker himself the victim of a practical joke? We'll never know. But we do know we'll be here 7 times each week. Our cast included Alexander Scourby, Court Benson, Paul Hecht, and Bryna Rayburn. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Tragedy at its finest. Inevitable, inexorable, and somehow, in the honesty of all but the central villain, ennobling. I'll be back shortly. It would be unfair, of course, to leave our tragedy just as it resolved itself, for only one reason. That sinister, despicable, unforgivable Iago. I'm glad to report that for those of you who might not know in advance, his punishment well fitted the crime. Since Cassio was governor, and in a sense, dictator of Cyprus, it was left to him to dispose of Iago. When all the facts came out, how kind would you have been? Our cast included Arnold Moss, Marion Seldes, Joan Arliss, Court Benson, Ralph Bell, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Psychiatrists have sought the answers to puzzling facets of human behavior for years. Today, we speak freely of phobias, unexplained psychotic experiences,
But in the year 1793, a humane, enlightened physician of the infamous mental institution at La Bicêtre, a hellhole by any description, was brought to trial for daring to treat mental patients like human beings. He himself was called mad for, as the court put it, freeing the beasts from their chains. But as I said, times have changed. The story we're about to tell you about the horrors that took place in a similar institution is true. But it never really could have happened. Not here. Not yet. Not now.
Doctor! Make them stop it, Doctor. That noise, please.
It's just a summer night storm, Miss Agatha. You are safe here in the sanatorium.
Yes. Nothing here can harm me.
That's right. Now, go to sleep. I have to check on the other patients.
Yes, Doctor. There are others here who need watching. The dangerous ones. They hate me. They all hate me.
You must get some sleep. It's getting late.
Yes, you're right, Doctor. For the dangerous ones, it's getting later than you think.
Our mystery drama, Free the Beast, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ralph Goodwin and stars Paul Hecht. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The elderly patients at the formidable isolated Greenbrier Sanitarium have been restless all day. And now that night is closing in and the intensity of the darkening clouds increase, the doctors and nurses double their rounds. The resident psychiatrist, Dr. Paul Thurman, has begun his nightly round of the third floor. Patients on this floor, although completely harmless, do need his personal attention. Most are alone in the world, deserted by friends and family. He pauses a moment outside one of the doors because he hears an unfamiliar voice.
Yes, I have watched them. Each night I have watched, listened.
A strange voice, one he cannot identify, seems to be coming from Miss Agatha's room. But that is not possible. Miss Agatha has been at Briarwood for almost a year and has spoken to no one.
Be calm, little sister. Nothing will harm you. I've always looked after you, and I shall continue to look after you. As long as we both shall live.
Miss Agatha.
Yes, Doctor?
Oh, you're alone. I thought...
Yes, Doctor?
I could have sworn I heard...
Heard what?
Well, I thought... Strange, there's no one here in the room with you, and yet...
Yet what, Doctor?
I distinctly heard a voice. Oh, not your voice, Miss Agatha, but an older voice. A woman 70 or 80.
You must be mistaken, Doctor.
She called you little sister.
I have no sister.
Yes, I know that.
But I do have a puzzle for you.
A puzzle?
Brothers and sisters, I have none. But that woman's mother is my mother's daughter. Who am I?
Miss Agatha...
No, stop. Make them stop, Doctor. That noise.
Just a summer night storm, Miss Agatha. You're safe here.
Yes. Nothing here can harm me.
That's right. Now, lie back. Close your eyes and go to sleep. I must check on the other patients.
Yes, Doctor. They need watching. The dangerous ones. They hate me. They all hate me.
You must get some sleep. It's very late.
Yes.
Doctor. It is very late for the dangerous ones. It's later than you think.
But I tell you, I heard it, Margaret.
But it's hard to believe, Paul. A strange, disembodied voice coming from Miss Agatha's room? And you went into the room and saw nothing?
Nothing but Miss Agatha sitting up in bed. She was terrified of the storm, and the voice was calming her.
It's strange.
I know there was someone or something in there talking to her.
It sounds so illogical. But there's only one door leading to each of those upstairs rooms. The windows are barred and... Darling, are you sure?
Of the voice, yes. But where it vanished to, no.
Could she have been talking to herself?
Well, she never has. Besides, the voice was so different. The entire quality of that voice, it was so much older, raspier. I tell you, Margaret, something strange, something unexplainable took place on that third floor last night.
If I may say so, Doctor, considering you are an accredited psychiatrist, you're acting weird.
The word, darling, is weirdly. I'm not acting weirdly, just cautiously. There is one thing you can do, sweetheart.
What's that?
Let's start by pulling the file on Miss Agatha. See if she has any relatives she hasn't told us about.
Relatives? Miss Agatha? Oh, she doesn't have. I mean, I've gone over her file a number of times since she was admitted. She's an only child.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
That voice, the voice I heard in her room, it called her little sister.
Look, Paul, I know I shouldn't attempt any psychiatric explanations, but you know how lonesome Miss Agatha is, never making friends with the other patients here.
What are you getting at?
Well, it's a theory that's usually applied to children, but considering how far Miss Agatha has regressed, isn't it possible that she's invented a playmate, a protective playmate, an older sister?
That's a good try, but just you concentrate on being beautiful, huh? Let me concentrate on what I heard in that empty room last night.
You still insist there was someone in there?
Someone or something. I know that's, as you say, weird for an accredited psychiatrist to suggest. But go through Miss Agatha's file once more. And if she hasn't got an older sister, well, we'd better start looking for an 80-year-old patient in this institution who can walk through walls. This is a progress report dated the 28th. Patient Miss Agatha Milford, age 37. Patient not adjusting to confinement. Resistance to group therapy aggravated by persecution complex. Oh, yeah, come in. Patient is convinced that members of group are hostile to her.
Sounds like you're reporting on Miss Agatha, right?
Right. I'll be with you in a minute, Margaret. Just let me complete this tape.
I brought her file. Everything I could find on her.
Oh, well, in that case, I'm with you right now.
I dug up everything I could find on her.
Good. I'll do my report again later after we check what you have.
But it's a waste of time, really.
Huh?
I don't have a thing. No brothers, no sisters. She has none.
Brothers and sisters, I have none. But that woman's mother is my mother's daughter.
What?
That's what Miss Agatha said last night. When I heard that strange voice in her room, I asked her if she had a sister. She said no. And then she added, brothers and sisters, I have none, but that woman's mother is my mother's daughter.
Oh, I've heard that riddle before. But isn't it son? I mean, that man's father is my father's son?
Yeah, but not the way she says it.
What does it mean?
I don't know. Right now, I don't know anything for sure. I don't even know if I actually heard that voice coming from Miss Agatha's room.
But you said...
Oh, I heard a voice, all right. It wasn't Miss Agatha. It sounded like it came from her room, but could it have come from somewhere else?
Where? The rooms are 30 feet apart. If it came from the next room, if Mrs. Haverstrom's room...
No. It couldn't have come from Haverstrom's room. My eye passed there. All was quiet. It came from the far end of the hall. I wonder...
What?
Oh, no. Never mind. Let's see that file.
Here you are. Oh, and talking about Mrs. Haverstrom.
Yeah?
Well, she and Miss Agatha got into another one of their brawls this morning.
Oh, no. What about?
Same thing. Miss Agatha still insists that the gold locket Haverstrom wears around her neck is hers. You know, the one with the picture of Haverstrom's father in it.
Yeah, what's this? What's this entry here? It's hardly legible. Look, it's some sort of legal document. It seems to be rain damage. Well, what is it?
Adoption papers.
Adoption papers?
Yeah. 1936 or 39. I can't quite make it out. An adoption agency in Greenville Township. That's just across the county line.
The name on the document is Milford.
Yeah.
And first name looks like it could be Agatha.
Yeah?
You know, I bet if we checked this out, we'd find it's Miss Agatha who was adopted.
But it's funny she never mentioned
Well,
it.
she may not know. Most adopted children are never told. Agency records are confidential. But I think we've come up with a lead.
A lead? When she doesn't know she's adopted and agency records are top secret? What kind of a lead is that?
That's a tough one, I'll admit. But with a little digging, we may find out more about our strange Miss Agatha. Now, what was that about the locket?
The usual. Miss Agatha insists that the locket is hers. And this time she tried to tear it off Mrs. Haverstrom's neck. And, well, Haverstrom swung her cane at her. But fortunately she missed.
That Haverstrom locket?
It could be Agatha's, you know.
Well, I don't see how. Agatha Milford came here less than a year ago. I mean, look at her record. Here's what she brought with her. Just a few personal belongings, items supplied by county hospital. Oh, no jewelry.
I see.
Well, just keep Haverstrom and Miss Agatha separated, will you?
Yes, Doctor. And the voice in the night.
That I intend to check out further.
How?
From now on, I'm not making those spooky nightly rounds alone.
I don't blame you.
Starting tonight, you're going with me. Well, 10 o'clock. Time to make the rounds. Someone covering for you down here?
Yes, one of the matrons.
All right, let's be off, shall we? Just a few more steps to the top. Oh, careful. Careful, the railing here is not too secure.
Railing? This entire third floor is ancient. If you ask me, we ought to close down the whole building. At least this crumbling railing should be replaced. Paul, if you'd only talk to the correction board, they might be... What's that?
I don't know. It's coming from the far end of the hall.
Miss Agatha's room?
Let's see, shall we? Yeah, those are the same sounds I heard last night.
Don't cry, little one. There's no need to cry. I'm here with you always.
The other voice. Did you hear it?
I don't know. I heard the wind.
You are not alone, little sister. You need fear nothing or no one. Do not cry. I will never leave you.
Is it a voice or is it the wind? I can't quite understand the words, and yet...
Listen.
There's nothing to fear, my little sister. No one will harm you. I've always looked after you. I will continue to look after you until death do us part.
It's a weird voice. It's certainly not Miss Agatha's.
Please.
Tell me, little sister, why do you weep? Is it about the locket? Your locket? The one that's been taken from you?
Is the locket. That Haverstrom woman still has it. She tried to kill me. I wish she were dead.
She's talking to herself about that fight she had with Mrs. Haverstrom this morning. What is she talking to herself?
I want it, sister. I want it. That locket is mine. Mother gave it to me. You were there. You remember?
Yes, I remember, little sister. The locket is yours. And you shall have it. I promise. I promise.
Wait. Don't go.
I little sister. I'm,
The voice. Listen, it's fading.
Quick, open the door.
I can't. It's locked.
Keys. Here's the keys.
Sister, please, come back.
Damn it, the keys. I don't have them. Miss Agatha. Miss Agatha, Dr. Thurman, let me in.
No, doctor, go away. I'm asleep. I must rest.
Please, Miss Agatha, Nurse Palmer is with me. I must talk to you. Please. Please let us in.
Well, what have we here? A ghostly, disembodied voice that makes nightly visits to one of the lonely inmates of Greenbrier Sanatorium? Has Miss Agatha invented an older sister to console her in her loneliness? Dr. Thurman seems convinced that the voice he hears is not that of Miss Agatha. But for the moment, he has chosen not to make a hasty decision, convinced that there is more to what is going on than meets the ears. We'll learn more when I return shortly with Act 2. Over 600 years ago, back in the 15th century, two scholarly monks compiled a book of horrors called Malleus Maleficarum, a definitive study of mental illness that proved conclusively that the poor tortured souls chained in the snake pits were not ill, but unwillingly possessed by demons and witches. Two cures were suggested by these enlightened scholars: cleansing fire to be used against witches, and torture on the rack to discourage invading demons. It is recorded that both of these cures worked permanently, but that was yesterday. Morning has come to Briarwood. The strange voice that haunts the third floor still remains a mystery. Dr. Thurman is seated in his office, recording a case history of the frightened, uncommunicative Miss Agatha Milford.
The possibility of schizophrenia exists. Further testing is called for. Oh, yes, come in.
Hey, good morning, Doc. How's it going?
Oh, Connolly, I'm just taping more about that strange experience I've been telling you about. Hang on a minute, I'll shut off this tape recorder.
You know, that's a great way to keep records.
Yeah.
I've been meaning to buy one of those gadgets for the agency. How's our suspect, Miss Agatha, doing?
Oh, please, let's not refer to her as a suspect. She's a patient, one we know very little about. That's why I called you in. Did you have any luck tracing those adoption papers? Is the agency still in existence?
You know, you're lucky, Doc. That adoption agency is still in existence. And I was able to get a look at their file. I got it all right here.
I appreciate the effort you're putting into this.
Well, you're an old friend, Doc. For clients, we do the possible. For friends, the impossible.
Thanks, Connolly. Would you let me see the file?
Now, hold it. This is a favor, right, Doc? So why don't you let me read it to you? Feed you a clue at a time so as I can get more than just one pat on the back for being so clever.
Yeah, sounds like you hit the jackpot.
Yeah, kind of. Now, to understand this complicated dossier, we'll have to start here on page 7 and work our way backwards.
Connolly.
Relax, will you, please? Now, let's see. First, we have the patient's transfer from Greenfield to Briarwood, the newspaper clippings, then the murders.
Murders?
I'm coming to them. Here we are. Milford, Agatha, natural parents.
Natural?
Your hunch was right, Doc. She was adopted.
Then the name of the child on the adoption papers, the name we couldn't read?
Agatha Ann Milford. Adopted daughter of Charles and Henrietta Milford. Her real mother was named Mason. Carrie Lee Mason. She worked as a lab technician at Mercy Hospital. That's where the child was born. A few months before the trial took place.
Trial?
Yeah. It seems Miss Agatha's mother was some sort of nurse's aide at the hospital, took care of terminally ill patients. And she was a very sympathetic woman. Unfortunately, too sympathetic.
What does that mean?
Well, according to these newspaper clippings I dug up at the library, dated September 1939, the supposedly kindly Mrs. Mason was accused and later convicted of the murder of 6 of her patients. She simply turned off the oxygen supply and let nature take its course, which, of course, was inevitable. Only the jury judged it to be murder in the first degree.
Poor woman. Watching those patients suffer day after day. Wasn't the pressure that she was under taken into consideration by the court?
Yeah, but that's just the point. Evidence in the trial showed that she was under no pressure at all before, during, or after the murders. According to her testimony, she just, followed orders.
Orders?
She said a voice told her to do it. It's all here in this newspaper account. It seems our Mrs. Mason heard voices in the night. Voices that calmed her and comforted her in times of trouble. And voices that told her how to comfort others.
Good Lord. Like mother, like daughter.
What?
No, nothing. Go on. What else do you have there? This woman, Mrs. Mason, Miss Agatha's mother, did she have any other children?
Other children?
Yeah, sons, daughters. Particularly daughters. A girl, perhaps, older than Miss Agatha.
Oh, at least not according to the records I've dug up. Mrs. Mason had no other children. Miss Agatha was an only child.
Are you sure? It's important. Could there possibly be a sister, an older sister?
Oh, you mean that voice you've been hearing, huh? I'm sorry, Doc. There's no answer on that. When the Mason woman was sent up for the murders, her child was put up for adoption. Miss Agatha, that is. Her only child. Now, of course, there are skeletons in every closet if you want me to dig deeper.
Yeah, I wish you would.
Well, sure, buddy, I will.
The easy way out is to classify Miss Agatha as a schizophrenic.
You mean that Miss Agatha and her sister may be the same person?
Yeah.
Only you don't really believe that.
No, not after the studies I've made so far. There are reasons too complicated to go into.
Yeah. Well, if I can be of any help...
Thanks, you have been. Oh, by the way, is there a picture of Miss Agatha's father in those clippings?
Yeah, I believe there is. Yeah, here we are.
Right.
Nice-looking guy.
Yeah.
Mustache, long sideburns. Looks like Valentino, huh? Why?
Oh, we've had a little dispute over a gold locket. It belongs to Mrs. Havistrom. Inside the locket is a picture of her father. Miss Agatha claims the locket is hers.
Well, here, take a picture. Compare it. That'll take care of one problem.
I hope so. I've had to lock Miss Agatha in her room. I had a padlock installed last night. At least I know she'll be safe until this petty bickering is over with, and we can try to trace that strange voice we've been hearing.
Well, if you hear 2 voices coming out of there now, you'll know it's just another case of schizophrenia.
Yeah, I hated to have to do it. Miss Agatha is not a violent person. She must have been terrified when Mrs. Havistrom swung that cane at her.
Oh? Sounds to me like you locked up the wrong patient.
Mrs. Havistrom is not violent by nature. Look, there's too much to explain. If you'll let me have that photo, she'll prove once and for all who the owner of that locket is. Oh, excuse me.
Sure.
Dr. Thurman speaking. What? When did it happen? Miss Agatha, where is she? I see. Yeah. I'll be right there. We won't need that photo after all, Connolly. Mrs. Havistrom's dead.
What? Dead?
The 3rd floor railing. It's needed repairs for months. The poor crippled old woman must have leaned against it. She just fell to her death down 3 flights of stairs.
Fell? Look, could she have been pushed?
Look, I'm sorry. I can't discuss this any further. I got to get to the infirmary.
Slow down, Paul. I can't keep up with you.
I'm sorry, Margaret. I'm anxious to check out Miss Agatha's room. I just don't understand how Mrs. Havistrom got out of her room and over to that shaky railing alone. Where was the 3rd floor matron? Huh?
She was called away for a few moments.
I've told you never to leave the 3rd floor
She
unattended.
was only gone for a short while. You heard me tell that to the police.
They're taking the body away. When this gets out, Margaret, I just can't understand what happened. Oh, come on. Let's get to Miss Agatha's room.
All right, Doctor. I'm sure you'll find everything in order. Door locked since last night, as per your instructions. Padlock on, also locked.
I don't think so, Miss...
Connolly, what are you doing up here?
Just a little checking, Doc. What I found isn't too pleasant.
Who is this man?
I'm sorry, Margaret, this is Charles Connolly, a detective.
Detective?
Private detective, a friend of mine. He's been checking into Miss Agatha's background for me.
Whatever for?
I wanted to find out more about her. I told him about the argument she had with Mrs. Haverstrom over that locket.
That Haverstrom woman didn't fall down that flight of stairs by accident.
What are you trying to say, Connolly?
The woman was dragged from her room and tossed through that rotted railing. She was murdered.
What?
Well, I didn't say anything in front of the police. I mean, they accepted it as an accident, but someone carried her to that railing and pushed her over. My guess would be Miss Agatha.
That's impossible. She's been locked in her room since midnight.
Well, that remains to be seen. Where's the room?
At the end of the corridor. Even if she did get out, she couldn't lift a 200-pound arthritic patient like Mrs. Haverstrom.
The woman wasn't lifted. She was dragged along the floor. I found black heel marks leading to the edge of the stairs and the end of the broken railing.
Let's get to her room.
Okay, right with you, Doc.
How could Miss Agatha get out of her room? It was bolted from the outside, reinforced by a security lock. It just doesn't make any sense.
Well, I'm afraid there's just no other answer.
There's got to be another answer.
Huh?
Up ahead. Now, you see that room at the far end of the hall? Huh? Well, that's Miss Agatha's room. And even from here, you can see that the padlock is still on and it's still intact.
Well, I'll be... Yeah, not a mark on it. It looks okay. It's solid, sturdy. Who has the key?
I do. If you gentlemen will step aside,
Well, good morning, Doctor. It's such a beautiful morning, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, it is, Miss Agatha. You slept well, I trust?
Oh, very well, Doctor. I see you've brought some visitors. Nurse Palmer.
Good morning, Miss Agatha.
And a gentleman I don't believe I've met before.
Oh, this is Mr. Connolly, Charles Connolly, an old friend. He just stopped by to say hello, meet some of our new patients.
How nice. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Connolly.
Well, thank you, Miss Agatha.
And may I say you've come to the right place.
I beg your pardon?
Well, I mean, it doesn't look like much from the outside, but it's so pleasant here. Everyone is so nice.
Oh, yeah, is that right?
Mm-hmm. Even Mrs. Haverstrom, she was trouble for a while, but everything is fine now. It's all been taken care of.
It has?
Yes. Doctor, I have a confession to make. That was my sister you heard me talking to in my room. I didn't want to admit it because of sanitarium rules. No visitors after 8 o'clock. But since she won't be coming back anymore, I can admit that she's been here. Because everything is all right again.
What do you mean, everything is all right again?
Well, look, Doctor. Look what I have around my neck.
Good Lord. Mrs. Haverstrom's locket.
Despite evidence to the contrary, Dr. Thurman still insists that his initial psychological diagnosis of Miss Agatha was correct. Convinced that this frail, frightened woman could not possibly be involved in anything as horrible as murder. Let's hope Paul Thurman is right. Because if he is not, he could be dead wrong. We'll learn more when I return shortly with Act 3. The strange death of Mrs. Haverstrom at the Briarwood Mental Institution could, by those untrained in psychiatric research, be simply diagnosed as madness. Wasn't it Lewis Carroll's observation in Alice in Wonderland that went something like this? "How do you know I'm mad?" Alice remarked. "You must be," said the cat, "or you would not be here." A simple solution to our mystery, I must admit. But not for those of us who have been expertly trained in madness and murder. We need more time to contemplate, consider, to separate the half-lies from the truths. Listen.
And since the death of Mrs. Havistrom, continued attempts made by staff members to remove the golden locket from Miss Agatha's throat have made the patient exceedingly hostile. She has become suspicious of all who enter her room and is now refusing food unless served by the one staff member she trusts, Nurse Palmer. Oh, yes, come in. All attempts to gain access to gold locket have failed.
Until this morning, Paul. Look, the locket.
Yes. How did you get it?
She held it a little too tightly this morning. The clasp broke, and I told her I'd have it repaired and bring it right back.
As simple as that?
Where is the picture of the father that Mr. Conley gave you? I want to compare it with the one Mrs. Havistrom showed me. I've been trying to open that clasp, but it seems to be jammed.
Oh, here, give it to me. Let me do that. You'll find the newspaper clipping in that desk drawer, the one on the left.
I'll get the picture.
Okay.
You work on that clasp. Were these the clippings?
Yeah. This clasp seems to be bent. I'll get it in a minute. Do you remember what the man in the locket looked like? Was he young, old?
Young man, about 30.
Oh, that sounds about right. The man in the newspaper clipping was about 30.
Sort of plain looking, slightly balding.
Plain looking? Baldy?
What's wrong?
A mustache? Long sideburns?
No. Mrs. Havistrom's father was clean-shaven. Heavy features. It was a tintype. I guess it must have been taken in the early 20s.
Well, it's not the same man.
It's not?
Nope. Here, give me the clippings. I'll show you. See, there. That's Miss Agatha's father. There, young, dashing, handsome. Looks a lot like Valentino, huh?
Oh, we darned all this trouble for nothing.
Yeah. I finally got this locket open. There, you see. Oh, no.
What's the matter? Paul, what is it?
The photo in the locket. It's neither the man you described nor the man in the clipping. It's a photo of a woman. An old woman in her 80s who looks exactly like Miss Agatha.
And so I rushed right over to your office, Mr. Conley. I brought the locket with me. And inside you'll find the picture of that strange woman that we found when we opened it.
Could I see that locket, Miss Palmer?
All right, but I have to bring it right back. Miss Agatha found out I showed it to Dr. Thurman. She's very upset. She says she told her night visitor, you know, the avenging sister, about Dr. Thurman refusing to return her locket.
Which means he's next on our list. Or somebody's list. Can I look at that locket, please?
Oh, yes, of course. Here.
Thank you.
The clasp is still jammed, so I left it open, you see. Mm-hmm. Now, that's the photo that we found inside the locket. It looks exactly like Miss Agatha, only 30 years older.
Yeah. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? And you have no idea how this photo got in here, hmm?
No. I mean, we still have no idea how Miss Agatha got the locket in the first place. The last time I saw it, Mrs. Havistrom was wearing it.
Yeah, I know.
And when Mrs. Havistrom fell through the railing to her death, down that flight of stairs, Miss Agatha was locked in her room.
How many keys are there to that padlock?
You still insist Miss Agatha had something to do with Mrs. Havistrom's death. But in order to do that, she'd have had to have help from the outside. An accomplice at the sanitarium.
How many keys, Miss Palmer?
2. Mine and Dr. Thurman's. Oh. Since Dr. Thurman is an old friend of yours, I suppose that puts me in the category of being a prime suspect.
No, I didn't say that. You did.
But you didn't say I'm not. If anyone had the opportunity to assist Miss Agatha in this, what you call, madness, I did.
Yeah, Miss Palmer, I've thought of that. I mean, You turned the third floor over to a matron that night, right? Then sent her on some sort of errand.
What do you mean, some sort of errand? We have a diabetic patient under our care, Mr. Conley. I sent the matron to give that patient an insulin shot.
Was the patient on the third floor?
No. No, she's in Ward 1 on the main floor.
Then that would leave the third floor unsupervised, huh? And it would give you time enough to accomplish whatever you wished. Unobserved.
I resent this.
Time enough maybe to smother Mrs. Haverstrom with a pillow, drag her to the top of the stairs, and toss her to her death through the rotted railing?
Is that an accusation?
No, Miss Palmer. It's just a theory.
All right. And how do you explain the locket that we found around Miss Agatha's neck?
Well, you have a key to her room. You could have slipped in, placed the locket around her neck while she slept.
And the photo, Mr. Conley? I assume you have an answer on that, too. Where would I have gotten a photo of an old woman who looks exactly like Miss Agatha?
From one of the newspaper clippings I left with Dr. Thurman. The Carrie Lee Mason file. A duplicate of the one I keep here in my desk drawer. Would you like to see the clipping, Miss Palmer? A recent clipping?
Mr. Conley, I've been patient until now.
Here's what Carrie Lee Mason looks like today.
The same photo. It's exactly the same as the one in the locket.
Oh, not quite, Miss Palmer. You see, the prison guards have been cut away to make the photo fit in the locket frame. Easily enough done with, a pair of surgical scissors.
I've had enough.
I haven't. Now, I've checked out this sister theory Paul Thurman keeps insisting on, and so far I've come up with nothing. My partner Ross is out on it right now.
You've had less than 48 hours.
He's going to come up with nothing, Miss Palmer. The prison is in Greenville. He's there now checking their records, and it's a waste of time.
If you don't find any record of an older sister, then there has to be some other answer. Because I'm not it.
Oh?
You forget. The night Dr. Thurman heard that strange voice coming from Miss Agatha's room, that second night, when I went with him to check it out, I was standing right alongside of him, outside the room.
Yeah, that's true.
Right, if you can explain how it's possible for a person to be in two places at the same time.
Oh, that's very simple, Miss Palmer. The voice Dr. Thurman heard could have been on tape.
Tape?
Yeah. You do make it a practice to record patient histories on tape, do you not, Miss Palmer? I heard Dr. Thurman making such a recording when I stopped by his office. Who transcribes those recordings, Miss Palmer?
I do.
Excuse me. I won't be a minute. Hello? Connolly? Oh, it's you, Ross. What? Well, what new development on the Mason file? You just found out what? Yeah, I'll meet you at the sanitarium. And then notify the police. Nurse Palmer will be with me. We're leaving right now. Bye.
What was all that about?
There's no time to explain now. How fast is that car of yours?
It's not mine. It's Dr. Thurman's. It's a sports car. It can do 100 if you open it up.
Well, baby, we're going to open it up. We got to get back to that sanitarium, and let's hope we make it in time.
Conley, please slow down.
Just hang on, Ben.
Hang on. I've been hanging on for dear life. If anything happens to this car, I'll never hear the end of it from Dr. Thurman.
I'm not worried about the car, Miss Palmer. I'm worried about Paul Thurman.
Dr. Thurman, why? Look, you never told me what...
There's a turn up ahead. Hang on.
I was saying... You never told me what your partner Ross told you.
Well, you'll know in a few minutes. I only hope Ross got to the police with the information he gave me over the phone. We're going to need a patrol car to back us up.
We've got one. Following us. And at this speed, we'll probably pick up 3 more.
Good. All right, there's the driveway to the sanitarium. Right up ahead.
It's blocked by 2 police cars.
Hang on, I'm going to stop.
What's going on up there?
Look farther up beyond the service road.
fire engine. Look at the smoke. Oh, my God. Briar was on fire.
Come on.
That building is a death trap. I've got to help the patient.
Wait. Your patients are all right. They've all been evacuated. Look, over there in the clearing, the matron's got them out.
God. I don't see Paul. Dr. Sanders.
Probably still in there. That's why Ross called.
Oh, I'm so confused.
Ross was calling from the prison. Mrs. Mason wasn't there. She'd been showing signs of violent behavior and was transferred to a hospital for psychiatric testing. Well, that was a few days ago, just before you started hearing that strange voice coming from Miss Agatha's room.
You don't think
It's the only answer to all this. Madness. Security at the hospital is not like security at the prison. Ross checked. They've been looking for her since Friday. I think she's here.
Here. But how would she find out?
I don't know, but somehow she did. Just look at the pattern, Miss Palmer. Patients warned, evacuated in time, everyone out, safe, but Paul Thurman. Now remember, Mrs. Mason considered herself a humanitarian. I believe she set that blaze to destroy Briarwood and the man who kept her daughter prisoner there. Hey,
he's right, Margaret. I saw her. I saw the face in the locket. She burst into my office, smashed everything she could get her hands on. Within moments, everything was ablaze.
Paul, are you all right?
Yeah. I managed to get out somehow after I released Miss Agatha from her locked room. That poor crazed woman is still in there. Last time I saw her, she was clawing her way up the blazing staircase, calling out, "Where are you, little sister? Don't be afraid. Mother is here."
The place is an inferno. We've got to get her out of there.
Too late. The walls are starting to go. Oh, she's still in there. She's a goner.
Nothing could escape such devastation.
At least the others are safe.
Are you sure they all got out?
Yeah. Everyone but Mrs. Mason.
I don't understand. What made her do it? You know about these things, Paul. What brought that woman here? What drove her to such total destruction?
She couldn't help herself, Margaret. Intellectually, she may not have known whether Miss Agatha was her daughter or her sister. But emotionally, instinctively, she knew. She was driven by one of the strongest forces in nature. Love, Margaret. Love.
This is E.G. Marshall, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I am sure there are very few people within the sound of my voice to whom the name Scrooge does not conjure up an instant picture. Our Scrooge is one James Dudley Hill, and it so happens that Charles Dickens' description fits him to a T. Tight-fisted, squeezing, scraping, clutching, covetous old sinner, secretive and self-contained and solitary as an oyster. And yet this man had a great sense of humor. Who else would play a joke that wouldn't pay off until after he was dead?
James, your grandfather was a gold prospector. This $1 million estate, what did it bring him? Loneliness. So I, his son, am selling everything in it, all the treasures. When I'm gone, you, son, can have Castle Hill and do with it what you like.
Be realistic, Father. How could I ever afford the taxes for one day?
Because I shall leave you a fortune. But it won't come to you easily. You'll have to find it.
Our mystery drama, The Midas of Castle Hill, based on a story by Robert Barr, was adapted especially for the Mystery Theater by James Agate Jr. and stars Norman Rose. I'll be back shortly with Act One. In Northern California, a small mountain looms out of the sea. It is joined to the mainland by a causeway built during the gold rush by the most famous prospector of them all, James Hill, who found enough gold nuggets to make himself a millionaire several times over. But he was a crazy old bird, faithful to one wife who bore him one son. That son, James Dudley Hill, was as stingy as his father was spendthrift. He too died, leaving one son, James Hill III, who at this moment is on the telephone.
Hello, is this Monsieur Eugène Valmont, the famous French detective?
Yes, this is Belmont.
My name is James Hill III. I heard you were here in California for an international conference of police chiefs, and I wondered how long you were planning on remaining.
The conference is over tomorrow, and of course I return to Paris.
Monsieur Valmont, do you ever undertake any private detective work?
Sometimes, if the case is of interest.
May I come to see you, perhaps, to discuss the matter?
What does it concern, Mr. Hill?
Well, I have inherited the family property of Castle Hill, and
No, you do not understand me. I do not wish details. Is it a case of mysterious death, insanity, a disappearance of a loved one, a cryptic note, missing money?
Monsieur Valmont, I think it may be all of those.
Vraiment? Then I shall be pleased to listen to your problem.
Well, I would like to bring you here, if I may.
The scene of the mystery, huh? I am free the days after tomorrow morning, Mr. Hill. I shall expect you at the Alexandra Hotel at 10 o'clock sharp.
Oh, fine. I'll pick you up at 10. Welcome to Castle Hill, Monsieur Valmont.
What magnificence. Do not tell me that you live on this vast estate alone.
I'm quite alone, except for one servant and his dog.
But why?
Well, actually, I've only begun to live here. You see, my father left no will, and...
Allow me to interrupt, please. Let us begin at the beginning. How big is the entire mansion?
75 rooms.
Did you always live here?
No, only as a boy. Then I grew up, married, and went out to work on my own for a lawn and gardening service. It's outdoor work, suits me fine.
I see. You are the only son.
The only child. A 40-year-old child.
And you have inherited this enormous white elephant. But you have no money to keep it. You have quarreled with your wife, and she threatens to leave you and has recently disappeared. And you believe that there is some money somewhere which you would like me to find.
I was told you were a genius at deductive reasoning, Monsieur Valmont, but to see you in action, well, it's staggering.
What did you inherit besides this extraordinary monument to the tax collector?
Nothing. There's no money, no bank account, no securities. Except for the library, this is a vacant building. Afterwards, I'll take you around Castle Hill.
A castle on a hill. Yes, it's well named.
But after my mother, Gloria Castle. It's a 13th century English castle, which great-grandfather Hill had brought all the way to California, stone by stone. You see, in those days, people used to look down on a gold prospector as having no culture. It was my father who filled these 25 acres with more culture than any king or European prince ever had.
But it was your mother who influenced him to do so.
Well, how do you know that?
Continue, please.
Father was peculiar, but I loved him in spite of it. Or perhaps loved him for it. You know, I can remember one Christmas, Father telling me...
James, money and peace of mind don't go together. My father, your grandfather, died an unhappy man. He poured millions into Castle Hill, and what did it bring him? Loneliness. Your grandfather used to say finding gold gave him the only happiness he knew. Exploring, locating, digging, the act of discovery gave him happiness. I had happiness once. Until your mother died, I had love. Now that she's gone, I shall dispose of everything in this house, all the statuary on the grounds. Let others who go to museums enjoy them.
You're going to sell everything, Father?
Every single thing. I've been accused of being miserly, rich, and crazy, and thought of as a nutty Midas. Well, maybe I have been. When I'm gone, son, you'll have Castle Hill, and you can do what you like with it.
Well, be realistic, Father. How could I afford the taxes for one single day? I'd be ruined.
You'll have something. I'll leave you something. But it won't come to you easily. You'll have to hunt for it.
Leave me something? But what do you mean?
I'll be frank with you. I'm disappointed in you, my only son. I took my father's fortune, invested it in banks and railroads, and tripled it. You, James, how old are you now?
35.
Yes, you're 35. In 35 years, you haven't shown any of the Hill gumption. You scraped through school. Now I hear you're thinking of getting married. At your age?
Well, is there something wrong with that?
There's something wrong with being a nobody. So I'm going to have my own little joke.
Father, if you give me money now, you can have the pleasure of seeing me enjoy it and knowing I'll have enough to take good care of Castle Hill.
Give you? You've been on an allowance since you were 5 years old. How much do you make in that garden place you work in?
Not enough, I'm afraid.
Because you're not worth more. Well, maybe after I'm gone, you'll start showing a little initiative. Carrot at the end of a stick. That's the way your grandfather got the mules to move across mountains back in the gold rush days. There isn't going to be any will. If you're smart enough, you'll inherit. If you're not, well, then I guess the state of California is going to get a nice, big present. On your way out, tell Browning I'm ready for my whiskey.
That's what he said, Monsieur Valmont. If I'm smart enough, I'll inherit. And that was the last time I saw my father alive.
Well, disappointment can make a man do strange things.
What do you mean?
It is quite obvious that this house, its valuable furnishings, the grounds, all had no more meaning for your father when your mother died. That was why he wanted to be rid of everything, not to punish you.
He never told me that, but, you may be right.
Sorrows are very private. Perhaps he did not tell you because he did not think you would understand. Who is this Browning?
Oh, I guess you could call him the family's most faithful servant. Came here as a boy. He was brought up in this house by the cook, but she's dead now.
How old is your Browning?
Oh, I'd say about 50. 10 years older than I. Now that my father's dead, I told him he'd better get himself another position.
And he said no. He would stay on, oui?
Yes, he said he'd remain on. He had a little money. It didn't matter to him that I couldn't pay him.
Yeah. Well, I would like to meet him, this family retainer.
No sooner said than done.
Well, that is quite a bell to summon the servants.
Yes, my father's idea. So no matter where on the grounds they might be, they'd hear him. He had an elaborate system of rings for the gardener, the chauffeur, butler, and so on.
May I tie it?
Oh, certainly, Monsieur Valmont. Just give the bell pull a good tug.
Beautiful tone. Well, where is your man?
How stupid of me. I just remembered. Browning hasn't been well for some weeks, ever since my father died, in fact. Refuses a doctor, spends a good bit of time in his room. Just his dog to keep him company.
Well, never mind. I will see him later.
No. I insist. Let me go have a look myself.
Monsieur Valmont! Monsieur Valmont, come here, quickly!
What is it? What is wrong? Mon Dieu, qu'est-ce qui était arrivé?
I found him in the hall here, like this, lying on the floor.
The man is bleeding.
Look, he's coming to. Browning, what happened?
Mr. Hill, do you have some bandages?
Yes, I'll go see. I'll be right back.
Here, my handkerchief to hold back the blood. Do not move.
They hit me and ran.
They? 2 people?
I'm not sure. I think so. I was coming out of the kitchen and I heard someone, and before I could turn around, they hit me.
Well, all I could find was some alcohol and some adhesive plaster in this cotton.
Well, you see that cut over his right eye is most serious. We must stop the blood right away.
Okay, Browning, now this may hurt. I must wash the cut with this alcohol. Now, hold still.
No, wait, stop. Let me smell that. This is not alcohol, mon ami.
Well, are you sure it was in the medicine cabinet?
Well, it may be oxalic acid, but it is definitely not alcohol. Just place the cotton over his eye. Yes. So, gently. Gently. Browning, you hold it over your eye. I wish to have a look around. Look. Here. Just as I thought. What the police like to call a blunt instrument. A hammer. Yes, blood on it. They must have dropped it when they ran.
Well, I hope I didn't do anything wrong with what I thought was alcohol. What did you say it was? Oxalic acid?
Yes, it is used to remove spots or to clean brass. But subcutaneously, it is quite poisonous.
I should never have forgiven myself.
Oh, he is not well. You'd better telephone an ambulance.
Oh, yes, I'll get on to them right away.
I should also notify the police, Mr. Hill.
Why would anyone wish to attack me? Me?
The very question I was going to ask you, Mr. Browning. You know of no one who would have anything to gain by getting you out of the way?
I have nothing of any value.
And you are certain that it was 2 men?
Quite, sir.
Can you describe them?
No, I'm afraid not. My back was turned.
Too bad. No description, no motive, but at least we have what may be the weapon.
Inspector, the ambulance and the police will be here any moment.
Monsieur James Hill, good morning. Welcome to your own police station. Inspector, this is Mr. Hill.
I picked up Browning from the hospital this morning and took him back to Castle Hill.
This is Inspector Graves I told you about on the telephone. He has made me feel very much at home in his California police state.
State police, Inspector.
Yes.
It's an honor to have Eugene Valmont in our little neck of the woods.
Mr. Hill, we have identified the fingerprints on the hammer.
Oh? You know who it was who hit Browning?
Browning himself.
What?
We ran the fingerprints through the computer, Mr. Hill. Nothing, no record. Then Mr. Valmont suggested we run them through the motor vehicle records. Well, sure enough, they turned up Elisha Browning, Castle Hill, driver's license number 066416666.
That is point 1. Point 2. Before leaving yesterday, I went outside and made a careful survey of the grounds. No footprints, no loose pebbles, no flowers crushed, no sign of anyone having run away.
The point being that there was no one. Your man, Browning, hit himself, Mr. Hill.
Well, that's incredible.
Browning tells us he did not see who attacked him because his back was turned. Only that it was 2 persons. But the wound on his head was in front, over his right eye. So either he was facing his assailant or he is lying and hit himself with the hammer, which means that there were no attackers.
You may well ask, what has this case so far got to do with a Scrooge or miserliness? Come now, since when have we divulged all the evidence or clues by the end of Act 1? Never. There is more to come, more to know, and more to be surprised about. Ask anyone who has followed the adventures of that French detective extraordinaire, Eugène Valmont. I shall return shortly with Act 2. Deceit, the bard tells us, springs from unreasoning fear. If indeed Elisha Browning, servant and longtime friend of James Dudley Hill, tried to deceive Eugène Valmont and James III into thinking he had been attacked, why did he do it? What was he afraid of? Surely there must be more to this than meets the eye, as you faithful followers of Mystery Theater all know.
But why? One doesn't hit oneself over the head and draw blood so badly you have to be taken to the hospital for stitches for no reason.
Well, one day your Mr. Browning will tell us himself.
I think we'd better have your butler in here for questioning.
I would rather pursue this case without, how you say, tipping off this Browning. May I?
It's your case.
After all, if a man hits himself on the head with a hammer, that is not against the law, no?
No, but
if he wishes to pretend he has been attacked by two assailants, that is also not against the law, no?
No.
What we must discover, then, is the why, or as we say in Paris at the Sûreté, the who. Who profits from the crime?
But, Inspector, there has been no crime.
Perhaps yes, perhaps no.
Hello.
Is this the Alexandra Motel? I asked for Monsieur Valmont's room.
Oui, c'est moi, Valmont, ici. This is Valmont.
Oh, this is James Hill. I thought I'd be hearing from you.
Well, I've been very busy sightseeing in your California.
But aren't you interested in my case?
Well, that depends.
Monsieur Valmont, look, can I come by your hotel and we can talk?
I'm going to your land of the Marines to see the training of SEALs.
What?
And I'm leaving in practically a few minutes.
Oh, to Marine Land to see the trained SEAL, sure.
You have been there?
Well, let me pick you up and take you. I'll be there in 15 minutes.
Fantastic. Look at those animals, how they balance a ball and swim with it.
Monsieur Valmont, may I have your attention for just one moment?
Oh, but of course.
Now, I did ask you if this case would interest you. You remember?
My dear Hill, you spoke of a missing wife, a missing money, missing will, missing brains. But what I have seen so far is not of too much interest to Valmont. But these wonderful aquatical acrobats are of great interest. Mr. Hill, a man hits himself on the head. He is not a criminal. He is weak in the head.
But Browning insists
Insists? I tell you that he was not attacked by two men. And if he did not hit himself, then it was by someone he knows.
So how my father disposed of millions in cash somehow does not interest you?
Me? No. You, yes. I understand. You wish Valmont to help you find it. Of course, there is money somewhere, maybe even inside your Castle Hill.
Do you believe that?
Your father sells everything. Furniture, painting, securities, n'est-ce pas? It must be somewhere. One does not burn money.
But I've looked everywhere. Monsieur Valmont, if there are millions, I'll share them with you equally. Now, is that fair?
It's very generous.
Do you ever take a case on speculation?
Speculation?
Yeah, what I mean is, do you accept a case on a contingent fee? In other words, monsieur, no results, no pay.
I am afraid I could not accept such an offer. When I take on a case, it is 24 hours in the day, all of my time and attention. I try for success, but I cannot order it à la carte. In the meanwhile, one must live, and that is why I must charge for my time. Mr. Hill, earlier you spoke of some communication from your late father.
Yes, I found it when I was trying to put his books in order in his library. I have it with me. Please, read it.
Very well. Let me see. My dear firstborn, you will find your fortune between a couple of sheets in the library. Your father, James Dudley Hill. That's not what I would call a legal will.
Oh, it doesn't have to be. I'm the only heir.
But you have no money to pay me for my assistance.
And right now, no wife either.
Well, the trouble is, Valmont is a romantic. Perhaps I could make an exception and spend one day at Castle Hill.
Just one day?
Just one day. And then I will decide. So, this is the library. Huh. What did your father do? Read newspapers on the floor?
This is just the way we found it. We searched here for days on end.
Just a moment. We?
Yes, Browning and I.
I want to talk to him later. Now, Mr. Hill...
Monsieur Valmont, why don't you call me James? Would you?
Yes, James. James, was your father a religious man?
I wouldn't say so. I can't remember him ever going to church.
Do you know, I knew of a case where an heir expected a large sum of money, and his bequest was the family Bible, which he threw into the fire. He was that angry. Afterwards, he found out he had destroyed thousands of pounds of English banknotes.
Good Lord.
The object being to induce the legatee to read the good book or suffer through the neglect of it.
Well, we haven't left one book unopened. As soon as I read that my fortune would be between a couple of sheets, well, you can imagine.
And Browning, did he know?
Well, if he did, I never told him. All I said was that it was important, and whatever piece of paper he found anywhere, to be sure to let me see it.
The man is no idiot. Browning may well have discovered what you were looking for when you were not here, and he may not have told you.
Oh, I can't believe that. He's lived at Castle Hill for 40 years, served my father for 30. My father was very fond of him.
But left him no money.
Well, that's true, he didn't, but we treated him like a son.
Évidemment. Left him nothing, like his son. James, I am frankly suspicious of this man. Would you mind now showing me to his room?
Come in.
Yes, Mr. Browning. Do you feel well enough to receive a visitor?
Oh, come in, sir. Come in. Excuse me for not getting up.
Oh, that's perfectly all right, Browning. You remember Monsieur Valmont? He has a few questions.
If you do not mind, James, I would like to talk to Browning alone.
Of course.
Tell me, how does your head feel today?
It's felt better. Please, sit down.
Thank you. Oh, is that your dog, Mr. Browning?
Yes, that's Punch. He never leaves my side. You are the famous Eugene Valmont, the French detective, am I right?
I am Valmont, yes.
I've been thinking about when I was clubbed. It, wasn't by two people.
Raymond, really? Not two?
No. I heard something. I was reading an old newspaper. When I turned, there he was, one man. It all happened so quickly, I was stunned, blinded. I imagined there were two.
Interesting. That hammer you were hit with, do you have occasion yourself to use such a hammer?
Well, lately, quite a lot. Master James instructed me to open every wooden box I could find in the cellar. Most of them just contained rubbish, old bills. All over the house, we have all sorts of tools, and they're everywhere. You'll find nails and saws in a bathtub, and hammers in the kitchen. Master James' father did everything himself with his hands. He didn't believe in electricians, plumbers, carpenters. He was a very handy man. Have you seen the master bedroom?
No, I have not. What would I find there?
The master turned it into a workshop, an iron foundry.
A foundry? What is that?
Why, if an iron gate needed fixing, he'd melt up the iron and bang out a new hinge for it or something. Oh, he was absolutely mad at the end, mad as a hatter. Imagine keeping tools in the kitchen.
That hammer that you were hit with, Browning, did you know it only had your fingerprints on it?
Well, I shouldn't wonder. The person who hit me was wearing gloves.
You saw that?
That's the last thing I did see.
Why didn't you tell me before?
Well, you didn't ask me.
Yes. I do not suppose that you noticed what kind of gloves they were.
Yeah, I did. Green gloves, like gardening gloves. We have a pair in the kitchen. Mr. Valmont, sir, am I being suspected of something?
At this moment, only of not telling all the truth.
Did you find out anything, Monsieur Valmont?
He does not remember very much, but he still insists that he was attacked.
Well, did you tell him that his were the only fingerprints on the hammer?
He explained his assailant wore gloves. Nor was it two men. Now he says it was one man.
Oh. Well, did he recognize him?
No, but he may, in time. Browning spoke of your father's bedroom, an iron foundry. Have you searched there?
No, it's a foundry, all right. There's an oven for heating metal, a forge, an anvil.
Wait just a moment. An anvil in the bedroom. Please show it to me.
There she is. Father made a blacksmith's shop out of this room. The forge is built into that fireplace. He made it for himself with Browning's help.
Why, there is even, how you say, a bellows.
With all that money, he was extremely stingy. If a garden tool was broken, do you think he'd go buy a new one? Never. He'd take it up here, start a fire going, and before you knew it, he'd beaten out a piece of iron on the anvil and mended whatever it was. A broken shovel or spade, rake, anything. Hated things new. You know, there's not a single book in the library that isn't at least 50 years old. Never bought a new book as long as I've known him.
The only thing that makes it a bedroom is that small cot in the corner. Very strange man indeed. Now, what time is it? Yes, 3 o'clock. Inspector Graves has promised to drive me to the Orange Groves this afternoon, so if you would be good enough to take me back to my hotel...
But what about the search for my inheritance?
Haven't made up my mind yet. Allow me to think about it, James. Hello. Hello, Mrs. Velmore. Who? Mr. Browning downstairs in the lobby to see me? Well, certainly send him up. By the way, what time is it? 8 o'clock. Good. Send me my breakfast as well. And do tell Mr. Browning to come up. Well, this is very early in the morning, Browning. What brings you here?
Mr. Velmar, I have no one to turn to but you.
Turn to? What do you mean?
My life is in danger. I'm sure of it.
Ah, at last.
Someone is trying to kill me.
Good. Jeopardy. Now the case begins to interest me.
Why is Valmont so pleased that someone would wish to kill Elisha Browning? Why has James Hill's father gone to such lengths to hide an inheritance? Is there a fortune? If you have deduced the answers, you can pat yourself on the back because those are the same clues available to the Parisian detective. Remember, you may see the evidence clearly and yet not recognize it. Check in and see how right you are when I return shortly with Act 3. Suspicions, wrote Sir Francis Bacon some 300 years ago. Suspicions amongst thoughts are like bats among birds. They ever fly by twilight. There is not a character you have met from Castle Hill who has not acted suspiciously or been suspected. And have you also noticed that for some reason, known only to himself, the great detective Eugène Valmont appears to play a waiting game? For whom has he set the trap and waits? Let's find out.
How is the wound on your head, Browning? Does it still trouble you?
Not as much as what I am about to tell you, Mr. Valmont.
Please proceed.
You're aware, sir, that my former master, Mr. James Dudley Hill, was an eccentric man. I was brought up in his household from the time I was a child. I never knew my parents, but I always regarded the cook as my aunt.
Then you knew James when he was a little boy?
As a baby. I was 10 years old, and I knew Mrs. Hill, an artistic, lovely lady. It was a sad day when she died.
And James, did you get along with him?
We had nothing in common. He was the only son, and I was the butler. But let me talk about the present.
Valmont is listening.
It is today 1 month since the master died and since James returned to Castle Hill. And that was the very first day I did not feel well.
I do not believe I understand you.
Well, right after the funeral, I became so ill I could hardly stand. Master James was very considerate, permitting me to stay in bed, sending for his own doctor, bringing me my food and medicine himself. And then I recovered and helped him look for something he told me his father had hidden in the library. Then, one day, I found some old English newspapers. That was the day I was attacked, the day you arrived, Monsieur Valmont.
Go on.
Then, yesterday, back from the hospital, I suddenly felt quite ill again. And Master James brought me a little supper. He had made me an omelette, something light, toast and tea, and wished me well, and he left my room. As I sat up in bed, the omelette fell to the floor. Well, you know what dogs are, and my Punch started to eat it, and suddenly it gave a little groan and lay down. I couldn't do anything with him. I called Master James. He didn't know what to make of it, so I got up and drove Punch to the veterinarians. Punch had been poisoned.
And so you concluded the poison had been meant for you?
Yes, I did. And all my peculiar sicknesses these past weeks, I knew that...
I know what you know. You do not have to say any more.
What shall I do, Mr. Valmont?
Well, you will return to Castle Hill as if you suspected nothing.
But I cannot believe what I suspect.
Then do not believe it.
Is that all you can tell me?
I would not eat any food unless I prepared it myself.
Why did he try to poison me?
I, too, have a question. For you. You knew it was James Hill who hit you with that hammer. Why did you try to protect him and tell me that some stranger had attacked you?
You knew?
Of course. What am I, a fool? It was as plain as the bandage on your head. But why did you not say something?
I was afraid he had taken leave of his senses, sir, as I often thought had happened to his father. I thought it was in the blood, that he had gone mad.
James Hill wanted something.
What do I have that is so important to him?
Oh, so threatening. When you were searching with James, what exactly did you find?
Nothing but rubbish. Old bills. The master never threw away a bill.
Ah. And where are these old bills?
Well, they're probably still where I put them, in a barrel in the cellar. We filled several barrels with useless old papers.
Then nothing has been thrown out?
No, not by me, sir.
Parfait. Now, I want you to show me the way to the cellar and then return to your room. Lock the door if you feel it is necessary. When I have made my examination, I shall ask you to join Mr. Hill and myself in the library.
I'll be there, Mr. Valmont.
Gentlemen, forgive my appearance, but I have been several hours in the cellars, and there is much dirt and unclean dust. Now, I have found several scraps of paper which I hope will lead us on the road to clearing up this mystery.
But, Monsieur Valmont, this was to be a private transaction between you and me. It doesn't concern Browning. Now, why is he here with us in the library?
Mr. Hill, James, believe me, by having you both here, I shall not violate any confidences. Now, I have discovered 3 bills in my search among all that trash you had discarded in the cellars. I hope what I have here in my hand will help us.
I still don't see why we have to have Browning here.
James, you asked me to solve this mystery. Valmont does it his way, and Valmont insists on that way. Good. Now, here's a bill dated 4 years ago with the letterhead Samson & Sons Booksellers. I happen to know they sell only technical books, handicrafts, do-it-yourself. Unfortunately, the name of the book bought is obscured. Has either of you come across a new book on these library shelves?
Not that I know of, sir.
A new book? Certainly not.
Then I shall contact Sampson's and have them check the invoice number. All right. Here is a second bill for which I need your assistance. 27 rolls of an expensive wallpaper, plus, here attached, another 27 rolls of very cheap wallpaper.
Mr. Hill told me he intended to paper the entire house.
Alone? Himself?
Oh, yes, indeed, sir. He was quite a handyman. It took him over a year to finish papering this library, but he kept at it.
Well, now, will you look at this? I've just pulled a corner of the wallpaper back from the door. Huh. Scandalous. I remember now. There's the most exquisite wood paneling underneath.
Then there is this bill, also for paper. 10,000 sheets. Delannoy and Compagnie, Paris. Does either of you have any idea why Mr. Hill, Sr., would import special paper from France? James?
Not the slightest.
Well, I do remember the paper arriving, sir. Large packages about 6 inches in width. Heavy it was. But Mr. Hill took it into the library, and I never saw it again.
I don't see how this has anything to do with what you came here to do, Monsieur Valmont.
Inspector Graves, I tell you what I find peculiar about this case. Nowhere have I been able to find any information in the newspaper files about James Dudley Hill as a young man. The first news story I find, well, he is 30 years old and he marries Miss Georgia Castle.
Well, just because someone's the son of a famous gold prospector, that's not newsworthy even in those days. Besides, I remember reading James's father was brought up in England. He didn't come back to the USA till he was about 30.
Lived in England, eh? Well, that might explain it.
Why are you so interested in James's father when he was a young man?
To reject or verify a theory of mine.
Graves, what is it?
Car smash up on Castle Hill Road, Inspector. One of those hurt is James Hill III.
Well, you don't mean it. I'm on my way. Let's go, Valmont. Look at that. One car hanging over the side of the road, held back by one wheel. The other, 20 feet down over the cliff, stopped by a tree.
Both people are on stretchers over here.
Can you see who that is they're loading into the ambulance?
What? It is James Hill.
Who's the other one?
It is Browning. Browning, can you hear me? It is Eugène Valmont.
Yeah. Valmont. How did you get here?
I came with the police.
He came after me. I found... Look in my glove compartment. I was driving into town to come and see you. I know now why he...
Valmont, the boys want to get him to the hospital. Can you talk to him later?
Just a moment, please. Browning, what happened?
He came after me. Master James. I tried to get out of his way. He followed me down the hill. Right here, this curve. He forced me off the road, over the cliff.
Oh, please, do not say any more. You will be well taken care of. Inspector, this is the library. Now, watch me. I take my knife to this place by the door where the wallpaper is a little pulled from the wall, and I pull so. Voila. One piece which I hand to you, Inspector.
Good Lord, it's heavy as lead.
Not lead, Inspector. Gold. Do you see that anvil and the pile of bricks? That was a furnace. We took it apart. James Dudley Hill sold all of his possessions and purchased gold. In the furnace, he melted down the gold bars, then beat it into almost gold leaf on the anvil. Then hid it between 2 layers of wallpaper.
How did you ever find out?
I had 3 clues. A book on metallurgy, which he must have bought to learn how it was done. The 2 kinds of wallpaper, and also a bill for a special kind of French paper, very heavy, of great strength, which is used only to make gold leaf on.
You mean this whole room is papered in solid gold? That James Hill's going to inherit millions.
I'm afraid not. I want to show you this newspaper. Oh, careful, it is very old. I found it in Browning's car.
The London Times, 19... Well, it's more than 50 years old.
Here, let me show you the column. You see? An announcement of the death of Mrs. James Dudley Hill, former Betty Browning, musical comedy performer, died today in the birth of her son.
Well, old Hill was married before he came back to California.
The son will be taken care of by the Sisters of Mercy at St. Barnabas. Mr. Hill left England and returned to his native California.
Betty Browning. Elisha Browning. He was given his mother's maiden name.
And was brought up to believe he was no more than a butler.
Well, what do you suppose he knows about this?
It is not what he knows, but who he is. He will inherit everything.
Well, what did James's father have against him that he would leave him nothing?
He never approved of his second son. But having hidden away the first, he concocted this joke.
And James?
I am quite certain that when he was searching for his inheritance, he must have found Browning's birth certificate. And if he could not locate the money, he had to do away with Browning.
Well, that winds it up. Belmont, you've done us a big favor.
I have also a favor. Before I go home, would you show me how they grow California wine? It is something all Frenchmen would like to know, but they do not dare to ask.
So the private post-mortem joke of James Dudley Hill was that money would bring out the worst in those with the least character. A strange man who would deny his eldest son in life and favor him in death. Is it possible, then, that somewhere in the other world, the Midas of Castle Hill has had his last laugh? I shall return shortly. Midas was the mythical king who wished that everything he touched might turn to gold. But when his food and drink became gold, he begged this power be taken from him. No, great wealth does not equal great happiness. We started out with Dickens, and so we shall end. If only James Dudley Hill could have seen things differently, as did old Scrooge at the end, and, as Dickens tells us, opened his heart and laughed. No longer was gold his whole life. Laughter and love were quite enough for him. Our cast included Norman Rose, Russell Horton, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
WFAA, Dallas Fort Worth.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. If we know anything at all, it's the fact that we probably don't know anything. In medicine, yesterday's cure can become today's killer. In life, yesterday's villain can become today's hero. What can you depend on? Whom can you trust? Yourself? Who are you? What are you? Follow these questions to their logical conclusion, and you may get the shock of your life.
Would you please tell the court, what do you do for a living?
I'm unemployed.
And what is your profession, your trade? Isn't it a fact that you live by picking up lonesome middle-aged women, take them home, and then rob them?
No, that's
You're
a lie.
also able to blackmail them.
No, it's not true.
Unfortunately, in this case, Mrs. Wilson's husband came home unexpectedly.
No.
And you had to kill him.
Now, look, I'm being framed. Can't you see that, Your Honor? I'm being framed.
The state rests.
Our mystery drama, Lovers and Killers, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan.
and stars Robert Dryden. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Way back in 1876, people started enjoying two things that have gone hand in hand ever since. Major League Baseball and Beechwood aged Budweiser. And just as Abner Doubleday's invention became our national pastime, so did Adolphus Busch's brilliant golden creation become the king of beers. And together, they gave us two of the most famous phrases in the history of sports. Play ball and cold bud here. Anheuser-Busch, headquarters, St. Louis, Missouri.
Want to do yourself a favor? Get to the Singer Super Summer Sale before it ends on Saturday, where you can buy fabulous sewing machines at super savings. And then start sewing the best wardrobe ever. Right now, for just $88, you can own an incredible Singer zigzag machine with front drop-in bobbin and snap-on presser foot. This reliable, precision-built machine is only one of the super buys now at Singer. The Singer Super Summer Sale, where super sale means super savings.
Somewhere a teenage girl in a school for the retarded doesn't remember what her parents look like. And somewhere a great-grandmother in a nursing home doesn't even bother to celebrate her 85th birthday. Now, multiply these people by many millions and you've become aware of the problem. And the problem is loneliness. Let me tell you about a new public service program called Voiceogram. The heart of the program is an exchange of tape-recorded messages between the patients and their families and friends. Actor Cliff Robertson and Harold Russell, chairman of the President's Committee for the Handicapped, and myself are lending their support on a nationwide basis. But to make it work, we need sympathetic volunteers who will visit patients and talk to them while their words are taped for their loved ones to hear and respond. Just give a little bit of your time and a lot of caring, and just write to Voiceogram. Box 127, Coscob, Connecticut, 06807.
Nothing, said Benjamin Franklin, is certain but death and taxes. Of all the founding fathers, he was the wisest. But he should have known better. It's all very well to nod wisely, take a philosophical pull at one's pipe, and to compare truth to a quicksilver that can never quite be grasped. But there are, unfortunately, basic truths and complete certainties which have to be arrived at, especially if you are required to decide the question of life or death.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have heard the charge. You will now retire to consider your verdict.
As foreman, it's my suggestion we begin by taking a vote and see how we stand. Now, to just write down on a piece of paper, innocent or guilty, and pass them up here. Now, let's see. I've got 3 innocents, 3 guilties, 6 don't knows. Well, I guess we got to talk about it. We'll go in order. I'm juror number 1, but I'm foreman, so we'll start with juror number 2. That's you, Mr. Miller. What would you like to say?
What would I like to say? I'd like to say goodbye. That's what I'd like to say. Goodbye, farewell, adios, so long. What am I doing here? Where do I come off being on a jury? Who needed this? I'm a chump. That's what I am.
Mr. Miller, what do you think?
I pass. So the vote's 3-3, 6 undecided. I'll wait to see which way it goes. Do I vote guilty? The guy can get life. Maybe the chair. And suppose he's innocent. What if I vote innocent? He goes free. And what if he really is guilty? I
don't need this. Vicky, I just don't need this.
Yes, you do, David.
I need this like I need a case of jaundice.
Oh.
Vicky, I don't want any part of jury duty.
Why not?
I don't have the time. I'm going to get out of it.
David, it's your duty as a citizen.
Oh, hold it. I'll put on a record of the Star-Spangled Banner.
David, listen.
Hello, Chuck. Yeah. Listen, Chuck, do me a favor. You got all the connections in the world, and I got a summons for jury duty. Now, how do I kill it?
David.
What? What do you mean it can't be fixed? Everything can be... All right. Okay, look, you'll have me in tears. Yeah, sure. Bye. He says I've got to get out of it myself.
David, tell me why.
Oh, for crying out loud. Do I have to explain it to you? This court where I have to report, they try murder cases. I could get stuck for weeks, months.
Look, David, I'm going to say this once. Each of us is something more than what he does for a living. Each of us is part of something that's more important than any of us. Part of a society. And we have to pay our dues to that society.
Hey, word for word, the second act curtain speech you did in Lovers and Killers.
Oh.
Honey, you can still get that dark, rich quality in your voice. Come on back. Do a play.
I won't say another word.
Vicky, I just can't spare the time.
You can get out of it, all right? When they question you, you can say you've been influenced one way or another. 100 things. You can get out of it.
And, baby, I will.
Oh, but please, David, don't. Oh, honey, there's things that all of us simply have to do. Or nothing will matter anymore.
David Michael Miller, El Chumpo. That's me. On account of her, I played it straight. 20 years an actor's actor. Now I have a chance to make a fortune, something brand new, a singing act, a booking in Las Vegas. And where am I? In a jury room. I ask you, is that fair?
Why don't we all take a break and relax over a cup of coffee? Dave Miller?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I'd like to talk to you on the QT. Dave, last vote was 6-5, one undecided. That's you.
I know.
Now, you can decide here and now how long this trial's going to run.
Me?
Yeah. It's a funny thing. It's all psychological. You know what I mean?
No.
Well, if you make it 7-5, we'll have a majority. And more important, a majority philosophy. See what I mean? A couple of the fives could have gone either way. Now, when they see a wind blowing steady in one direction, we could be 8-4, 9-3, even 10-2 by supper time. Tomorrow morning, we could wind it up. You see?
Yeah.
Now, on the other hand, you make it 6-6. You could establish a deadlock philosophy. People get hardened in their attitudes, and we can be here forever. You want that to happen?
No.
The first thing you got to realize, you got to move off the undecided.
Yeah, I realize that.
You got to get off the fence, you know. Now, the defendant, is he guilty or innocent? What do you really think?
What do I really think? I don't know what I think.
Well, you go through that transcript again. You got to make up your mind. Maybe it can be changed later, but you got to come to some decision.
Okay, I'll try to figure it out somehow. Maybe if I go through it all over again.
Tell the court your full name.
Richard Frederick Lenz.
You're a police officer attached to the North Precinct?
Yes, sir, I am.
And can you tell us where you were at 11 p.m. on the night of the 24th?
Yes, sir. I was driving a squad car on regular patrol. I received a radio message to proceed immediately to 81 Brentwood Lane. There was a report of a fight in progress.
How far were you from that address when the message arrived?
Less than 2 minutes. I pulled up, got out of the car, and I heard a shot.
No!
police officer. Open the door. It's the police. Open the door.
The back way. He's running out the back way.
You there. Halt. Stop. That's a warning. Now freeze.
That's it. Just keep your hands up high and don't move.
And who was that man?
The defendant there.
Howard Ingleside?
Yes, sir.
And he had the gun.
Look, I admit I had the gun. I was so confused. I didn't realize.
Mr. Ingleside, I must ask you to remain silent.
Your Honor, I never denied I had the gun.
You will have your turn. Continue, Mr. District Attorney.
What did you do then, officer?
I brought him back inside the house. The victim, Mr. Wilson, was lying on the floor, dead. And Mrs. Wilson, she must have fainted because she was on the floor, too.
And that's exactly what happened?
Yes, sir. That's what you'll find in my report.
Well, thank you, Officer Lance. The people called Mrs. Mara Wilson. Mrs. Wilson, what happened the night of the 24th?
Oh, please, I find it so hard to talk.
Yes, we realize that, Mrs. Wilson. We know it's difficult, but it's necessary. We shall be as brief as possible. The night of the 24th.
That night of the 24th. That night I was alone in the house, and I wasn't accustomed. Well, you see, Gerald, my husband, my late husband, he'd never leave me alone because I'm frightened. I can't help it. I'm a person whom everything frightens. I've always been that way. Maybe it's a sickness, but I just have to live with it. Well, I was sitting in the living room, reading, and I thought I thought my heart would stop. I was so frightened. It was a noise, but I thought I'd have to scream or call for the police, but suddenly the phone rang. Hello?
Myra?
Oh, Gerald. Oh, Gerald, darling.
Myra, what is it?
There's someone in the house.
Myra, are you sure? Are you sure it's not your imagination?
Oh, I don't know.
Now, don't be frightened.
I'll try.
Look, this was an extremely important meeting.
Oh, I understand.
And it's just winding up. I'll be through here in a little while. Darling, you're just going to have to learn to cope.
Yes.
Why don't you listen to some music?
Yes, dear.
Really, there's nothing to be afraid of.
Yes, Gerald.
Goodbye, darling. I'll be home before you know it.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Gerald's right. He's right. I've just simply got to get up. Who's there? Who's there? Who? There's no one here. It's the roof. It's the wind. Who are you?
Shut up.
Who are you?
Get away from that phone.
Please. Who are you? What do you want? Don't hurt me.
Shut up. Look, let's turn this on. Play some music. There you are now. Just relax.
Please. We have no money in the house. I have my purse here. Here's $20. Just take it. I don't have any jewels or anything.
Just shut up, please.
Do you want silver? We have silver. We have a sterling silver service for 8, and it's hardly ever been used. Take it.
I don't want your silver.
Oh, then what do you want?
Wait. I want you to come over here, huh? No. Baby?
No, you don't want me. You would want me. I'm a middle-aged woman.
I said come here.
No. Oh, don't kill me. Please.
I don't want to kill you, baby.
I'll die of shame.
Will you calm down?
Please.
Relax.
My husband, he's on his way home. He carries a gun. He'll kill you.
Nothing to be scared of.
If he finds you here, he'll kill you. So get away. Please, get away.
You shut up.
Let go of her.
Gerald. He's going to...
I'll kill him.
Look out, Gerald. Be careful.
Stop that gun, buddy. Drop it. Help me, Myra. Help me. Now we'll see who killed... Oh! I'm...
Open up! Open up! It's a police officer!
You and I screamed, and that's all I know.
But she is lying. That's not how it happened. Your Honor, I didn't break into the house.
You will have your turn on the stand.
Your Honor, she picked me up in a bar near where they live.
Order!
Yes, indeed. Order. And what order of proceedings are taking place here? Do you see where this is going? Well, that's why we have courts of law and trials and testimony to establish the truth. Truth. Keep that concept uppermost, and I shall return shortly with Act 2.
I love a good mystery, don't you? And one of the best I've read is The Black Tower by P.D. James. This is no mild English country house mystery. Oh, no, my friend, not this book. The Black Tower is a mystery chiller of the first rank. Commander Adam Dalgleish of Scotland Yard arrives at a prim nursing home on the English coast, only to find it has become a labyrinth of inhuman terror, lurid poison pen letters, and murder. A saintly man of God slain by an act of satanic evil, and the secret lies hidden in the strange, isolated building known as the Black Tower. Excitement builds page by page until Adam Dalgleish comes to the terrifying dramatic climax. With him, you will discover that the murderer is... in the last few chapters of the book, of course. Read it. The Black Tower, available in paperback from Popular Library.
Hey, folks, now's the time to start building that backyard swimming pool you've always wanted. Have you ever heard that line before? Well, this is Gene King for the Council of Better Business Bureaus, and if you want a swimming pool and feel you can afford it, fine. But don't forget that you have to be extremely careful in making this purchase, just as you're careful in buying a new car. Be sure to deal with a reputable contractor or dealer. And before you sign on the dotted line, think about how much you want to spend and what other accessories, such as slides, you might want. And speaking of swimming pool slides, effective in mid-July of this year, the Consumer Product Safety Commission has issued a mandatory safety standard for their manufacture and construction. Slide manufacturers must establish certain requirements for the materials used, provide the buyer with illustrated instructions and warning signs, and recommend minimum water depths. If you're looking at slides right now, make sure the one you buy is safe for use in your own backyard.
Justice, it is said, is truth in action. Well, we're in the right place. We're in a court of law where a man is being tried for murder. And we're seeing it all through the eyes of juror number 2, Mr. David Michael Miller. The problem is, although he's looking very hard, he can't be sure of what he's seeing.
Miss Wilson, prior to the time the defendant broke into your home, had you ever seen him before?
Him? That man?
Yes, Miss Wilson, that man seated at the table. The defendant, Howard Ingleside.
No, I never saw him before in my life.
Thank you, Mrs. Wilson. We can all appreciate how difficult this must be. I have no further questions.
Dave Miller?
Yeah.
Dave, I think it's time we had another vote, but,
What?
Well, I've been sounding out the others. It's still 6-5, so unless you're willing to move off dead center, there's no use.
Mr. Foreman, I just started reading this transcript again, and, well, why don't you have everyone read it through again?
All right, Dave. Nobody's pushing you at this time.
Why don't I vote one way or the other? Everybody's looking at me, waiting for me. If I vote, no matter how, I can break this jam. We can be out of here in a day, 2 days tops. Why don't I vote? Because I don't know how to vote. I just went over her story again. Let me go over his story again.
I just happened to stop in at this bar. It was kind of crowded, you know. And I saw her. That is, I saw a girl sitting all the way over at the end of the bar. She gave me the eye, so I moved in. When I got close up, I saw maybe she wasn't such a girl, but good looking enough. The kind that's out for a little fun, you know. So I said, hi.
Hi yourself.
What do you say to a little drink?
Hello, little drink.
Ooh. You know all the answers.
You know all the questions.
Come in here often?
First time.
First time for me, too. Bartender, same way again. What's your name?
Myra.
Miss Myra or Mrs.?
Ms.
Call me Howard.
Howard. Myra and Howard. That would be a new combo. We've had John and Mary and George and Martha, and now Howard and Myra.
It's got a kind of a ring to it.
What do you do, Howard?
Nothing.
Oh, I see you go to bars and pick up lonely, middle-aged ladies.
Beats going on welfare. Besides, you don't look so middle-aged.
You know what Ben Franklin said, always make love to an older woman. She'll be so grateful.
Did Ben Franklin say that?
Oh, could have been H.L. Mencken or Voltaire. Have you ever read anything by Voltaire?
No.
Ever read anything by anybody?
Not an awful lot.
Oh, good-looking fella like you. You should have gone to college. You might have gone far.
Oh, I did go to college. I went there to play football.
Oh, and were you a hero?
Didn't get the chance. See, I broke a leg. It was never the same afterwards.
Oh, and then what did you do?
Hitch in the Marines.
And after that?
I took this job. Picking up lonely middle-aged ladies in saloons.
What do you think of this place?
It's crowded.
Noisy.
I think the guy cuts the booze.
We deserve better.
What'd you have in mind?
Come with me. How's this?
Whoa, nice layout.
You like classical music?
Whatever turns you on, baby.
Hey, drink up.
You, live here alone?
Mm-mm. Friend husband.
Ooh, and where is friend husband this evening?
Portland.
Maine or Oregon?
He told me, but I forgot.
Well, they're both about the same distance from here.
Well, here's to Portland.
And here's to us.
Come over here.
Meet me halfway.
Let's take it from there.
And, friend husband?
Not due till Friday night.
That's 3 days from now.
Or maybe Saturday. I forget which.
I just hate to have him walk in, you know?
You could break friend husband in half.
That's not the point.
Oh, but it is the point. Oh, yes, indeed. It's very much the point. You see, what I'm stuck with is Melvin W. Milquetoast. I was very young when I married friend husband.
Honey, I can see a crying Jack coming on.
I was in college, and he was rich. Very rich.
Yeah, baby, why don't we just leave him in Portland?
My mama said to me, dear, you'll have everything your heart desires. Money, clothes, beautiful house, servants.
Yeah, servants. Incidentally, where are the servants?
Maid's night out. She and I both take Thursdays off. I don't know where she goes. And I can tell you, she doesn't know where I go.
Well, bottoms up.
You know who I am?
Mm-hmm.
I'm Myra Wilson. I'm Mrs. Gerald Prescott Wilson. I am the president of the United League. I am secretary of the Willard County Poetry Society. You know I write poetry?
Is that a fact?
I am very active in every imaginable community project. And do you know why?
Why?
It's his fault. No, it's not his fault. He can't help himself. It's my mother's fault. My mother convinced me to marry him, and after I did, I said to her, Mom, there's There's no excitement with him.
Yeah, I know
and
what you
Mama
mean.
Said, she said that sort of thing isn't really very important. Oh. I need a drink.
Hey, baby, you may have had enough.
Howard, please believe me.
I believe you, baby.
No, you don't. I haven't told you anything yet.
You've told me everything. Friend, husband isn't exciting, so what can you do for excitement? You have to take it where you find it, right?
But I'm not like other women who sit around in a bar.
Oh, of course not.
Don't make fun of me, Howard. Why did he marry me if he wasn't interested? If he didn't care about that?
Well, baby, why did you stay with him?
Oh, that's a good question. But what else is there for me to do? Get a job. But at what? You know what it is to be my age and unmarried? No, at least this way I'm Mrs. Somebody. Howard.
Hmm?
Howard, could you love me?
Honey, I can give you references. Satisfaction guarantee.
Oh, no, I mean love me, Howard. I don't mean just tonight. Oh, Howard, I need somebody. I need somebody so badly.
Sure, baby, sure.
Hold me in your arms.
Of course.
Am I attractive?
Oh, baby, you're beautiful.
Am I desirable?
You don't have to say anything. You don't have to say another word.
Howard, let me confess something to you.
Later,
This
baby.
is the first time I ever...
It doesn't matter.
Oh, it matters. I've gone to bars, you know, every Thursday night, and I'd sit there. But this is the first time I ever brought anyone home.
Sure, I understand that.
Howard Oak, love me. Love me.
What the devil is this?
Jerry. Jerry.
Hey, ain't you supposed to be in Portland?
Gerald, this is,
This is you. This is up to your old tricks.
Well, folks, three's a crowd.
Decided not to go to the convention.
Yeah, see you folks around.
Oh, no, Howard, don't go.
Don't go.
You'll kill me.
Well, sure, but I can't really...
Please, Howard, don't
Young
go.
man, I don't know who you are, and it doesn't make any difference. I have nothing against you. You could have been anyone. It isn't your fault. I don't even blame you.
That's pretty broad-minded.
I must ask you to leave.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Well, good night.
Please, don't let him kill me.
He's not going to kill you. No,
He
you'll
will.
be
He
okay.
said he would. He said the next time.
The next time? What? You mean he's come home unexpected from Portland before?
Young men, leave this house at
No,
once.
please, Howard, help me.
If you want to watch this.
Watch
me shoot my wife.
In that drawer, he keeps a gun. Gerald,
Hey,
please.
well, young man, look, mister, hey, one of those things can go off and kill people, you know?
Of course.
Don't, Howard, I don't want to die.
Look, mister,
Stay here.
we ought to talk it over.
What?
Right?
Talk what over? She's trash, and you know it.
But still,
Don't, Gerald, please, don't.
You deserve it.
I'll never do it again.
Oh, I've heard that before.
Never.
I'm sorry. No, I'm not. I'm glad. I'm finally doing what has to be done.
Gerald, you'll be so proud of me.
There's a law, my dear Myra, against adultery. A law. And how many times have you broken it?
Well, as far as that goes, Jerry, you know, there's a law against murder.
Keep out of this.
Please,
Mister, you're not going to
listen
kill
him,
her.
Jerry, please.
Young man, you don't know what she's done.
It doesn't matter what she's done. You've never killed anybody. You don't know what it is.
That's enough.
Listen to him.
You'll have nightmares all your life. I don't care.
I'll change. I promise you. You'll see we'll have a wonderful life together. I'll be someone absolutely different.
It's too late,
please,
Myra.
Jerry,
This guy is crazy. He's
Stand back.
Will you put down that gun?
Don't make me kill you, too.
Put it down.
Don't kill him. Don't kill him.
Open up.
You killed him. You killed him. My husband's been murdered.
Open the door. Well, what do you mean? I didn't murder anybody.
Murderer.
Listen, I had to do this to save your life.
Murderer.
Well, I am getting out of here.
The back way. He's running out the back way.
Well, we've heard the last scene told 3 times. Once by the police officer, once by Myra Wilson, and now by Howard Ingleside. Everyone who has seen it differently. How did you see it? Someone is telling the truth. But who? I'll be back with Act 3 in just a few moments.
When you say but, you've said a lot of things nobody else can say. When you say but, you say you care enough to only want the king of fears. When you say Budweiser, you've said it all.
Anheuser-Busch, headquarters, St. Louis, Missouri.
I got bronchial asthma, but I got a road to rip up, too. So I take Broncaid tablets. They help keep my occasional asthma attacks away for hours. I took Primatine tablets, and they work. But then I heard about Broncaid. Broncaid's got something extra to help me get rid of congestion. Primatine hasn't got that. Broncaid helps me breathe easy for hours. It works almost as hard as I do.
Broncaid tablets do more to let you breathe easier. Use only as directed.
Wheels are ever spinning, shining spokes are catching sun. There are people seeking nature, seeking health and seeking fun.
Last year, over 15 million new bicycles were sold in the United States, and over 70 million are now in use. Studies show that the leading causes of bicycle accidents are loss of control, mechanical and structural problems, and the entanglement of foreign objects in the wheels. So, make sure your bicycle meets the new safety standard.
So cycle of America, a craftsman of being told. There's a life that is riding on every bike that's sold.
For more information, write Bicycles, Washington, D.C. 20207, the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission.
You know the ancient story of the blind men and the elephant? Well, this is not an elephant. It's a murder case. And the people are considering the facts in evidence. And all of them can see. But what are they looking at? Where is the truth? What is the truth? Can truth even exist?
And so, Mr. Ingleside, you'd have this court believe that you picked Mrs. Wilson up in a bar and she invited you to her home.
That's what happened.
The bartender testified that he cannot remember seeing you or Mrs. Wilson that night.
Well, look, the place was jammed. I'm not a regular. How could he remember me?
Well, then really all we have is your own word. Your word against Mrs. Wilson.
Oh, my word's as good as hers.
Is it? I wonder. That's for the jury to decide.
Dave, you finished rereading all the testimony?
I guess so.
You ready to vote?
No.
Well, then you better be ready to argue.
Argue. There were those who said innocent and those who said guilty. But I couldn't say anything. So I had everybody on my back.
Who are you going to believe? A woman who's respectable, who doesn't have so much as a whisper of scandal about her?
I didn't say she was lying.
Let me finish. A woman who plays around. You don't keep it quiet. Somebody knows there's talk. There has to be. Now, nobody can prove Mrs. Wilson was ever anything than an honest, decent person. But on the other hand, who's a man? A bum.
Well, now, just hold on. Who says he's a bum?
He does. He admits to preying on women.
Well, he's not preying on women. He's only offering a certain service women are willing to pay for.
And that doesn't make him a bum.
Well, even if it does, that's not what he's being tried
now,
for.
Let me tell you what happened. He's broke. He was prowling around this wealthy neighborhood. He saw a chance to steal something. So he managed to get into the house. But when he saw her, she aroused...
But how do you know? Were you there?
Nobody was there. We got the evidence.
What evidence? Here you have a sex-starved lady?
Just because he says so?
That's how the arguments went. He said, she said. There were 12 of us in that room. 11 had already decided one way or the other. But I could tell no one was really married to his decision. Somehow, everyone had turned to me. I was the undecided one. For some reason, they believed that when I would finally make up my mind, that would be the right decision. What was I doing here, anyhow? I told Vicky, I told her, damn it, I don't know enough to be on a jury.
David, what do you have to know?
Well, something about law and rules of evidence, that sort of stuff.
No, the lawyers worry about that. The lawyers and the judge. You only have to decide who's telling the truth.
But I'm not qualified to do that.
Oh, you're as qualified as anybody else.
Vicky, I still say I ought to get out of this thing.
All right, go ahead. But I warn you, David, don't you ever complain to me about anything for the rest of your life about justice, the courts, politics, the government.
Okay, don't make a production out of it.
It is a production. The most important production we have.
I said I would do it. And I did. What do I do now? There was a lot of legal gobbledygook, motions, objections, opinions, rulings. Well, that was all for the lawyers. Vicky was right. All we had to do was decide who was telling the truth. And I couldn't do anything. When I listened to Myra Wilson, I believed her.
I was alone in the house, and I thought I heard a... Who are you?
Shut up.
Don't hurt me.
Calm down.
Do you want silver? We have silver.
Come over here.
No, you don't want me. Why would you want me? I'm a middle-aged woman. Don't kill me.
I don't want to kill you.
I'll die of shame. Let me go.
And when I listened to Howard Ingleside, I believed him.
What's your name?
Myra.
Call me Howard.
Howard. Myra and Howard. That would be a new combo. John and Mary. George and Martha. Now, Myra and Howard.
It's got a kind of a ring to it.
What do you do, Howard?
Nothing.
You go to bars and pick up lonely middle-aged ladies?
Beats going on relief.
Always make love to an older woman. She'll be so grateful.
And just as I'd start believing him, I'd see her face again on the stand. The terror, as she described.
Let me go. Let me go.
Calm down.
Please. My husband, he's on his way home. He carries a gun.
Take it easy.
If he finds you here, he'll kill you.
Now, hold still.
No.
And just as I thought she had me, I remembered the look on his face, the tone in his voice.
Where's friend husband?
Portland.
Maine or Oregon?
They're both the same distance from here.
I'd hate to have friend husband walk in, you know.
You could break friend husband in half. I'm married to Melvin W. Milktoast. Oh, Howard, could you love me?
Satisfaction guaranteed.
Love me, Howard. Love me.
And that's how it went. Back and forth, back and forth. In a crazy kind of way, I knew something like this could very likely happen. I'd even mentioned it to Vicky. It was my last shot before leaving home that day. Vicky, let me tell you why I don't want to be on a jury. Really.
Really? All right, darling. Tell me really.
It's because I'm a sucker.
You can be called many things, but certainly not sucker.
No, what I mean is, I'm a sucker for a good performance. You know me. I sit in a theater and someone up on that stage...
You won't be in a theater. You'll be in a courtroom.
Well, it's the same thing. I never listen to what they're saying, only to how they say it.
David, you know as well as I do. The performance has to have truth, or else it just doesn't work.
Ah, you can believe that.
I do.
Well, we disagree.
Maybe. But if you believed it, it would open up new horizons to your acting career.
Now, look, let's not get off into that.
Oh, darling, it's part of the same thing. How extremely qualified you are to be a juror.
What makes me qualified?
Look, let me put it on your terms. You just said a courtroom is like a theater, right? All right, now let's assume that's true. Then the trial is a play. The judge, the lawyers, the witnesses, the accuser, the accused, all of them are actors. Oh, honey, trust your instinct.
What instinct?
Your theatrical instinct. No one has a better one. Who has your ability to examine a play and spot the flaws? Huh?
No, wait a minute. You make it sound too pat.
Every word spoken at that trial will be recorded. It'll be on a transcript. Transcript. The second part of that word is script. When the performances confuse you, look at the script. Analyze the script. Oh, come on, darling. Nobody's ever fooled you.
You know something? You're going to sell me yet.
David, do it. You need it for a selfish reason.
Yeah?
Yes. Here's now. Well, you've lived in the world of artificial drama. Get some new experiences and get them firsthand. Take a part in a real play.
Wow, when you get wound up.
Oh, you'll thank me, David. You'll see.
But it was not a real play. That is, a real play on the stage. Because a real play on the stage is a work of art. And you know all about art. You yourself told me every great work of art has a tiny flaw. Something to contrast with that perfection. Something that lets you grasp it. It isn't here, Vicky. It isn't here. Sure, I know my theater inside out. All theater begins as a mystery, and every play still has a mystery at the heart of it. When you see a good murder play in the theater, the playwright gives you clues. If you watch it carefully, this beautiful piece of tapestry, you can spot the scene, where and how it was all put together. But here, there is no flaw, no seam. There are 12 of us, and none of us can find it.
That's not true, Dave. We have people here who've made up their minds. You're the only undecided.
Made up their minds on the basis of what?
The evidence.
What evidence? The same evidence has called for 2 different conclusions.
Dave, we have to come to a conclusion. What is it? Are you scared to take a position?
I've been through this transcript.
Oh, well, I know.
Not just once.
Yeah, you can say that again.
There are thousands and thousands of words here. But you know what it all rests on? The last 3 lines of dialogue, when the district attorney wound up his cross-examination of Howard Ingleside. It was his word against Mrs. Wilson's.
That's what it comes down to. That's what everything comes down to. So, how are you going to vote, Dave? You'll swing this jury.
How? If everybody already believes...
Because your belief is stronger.
Why? How do you know?
I can feel it.
You're crazy.
Dave, there's really no evidence. In most murder cases, unless witnesses actually have seen the fellow do it, it all becomes a matter of who tells the better story. Oh, sure, the rest of us, all 11 of us, have decided for or against. You know why?
No. You tell me.
Because of our prejudices. Who we are, how we think, what we would like to be true.
And what do you really think, Mr. Foreman?
I think Howard's telling the truth.
Why?
Maybe I don't care for the look in Mrs. Wilson's eye. Maybe because my son was in the Marines. Maybe because... Well, I wish I were his age again. Picking up women.
And that's why he's innocent?
For me. You know why he's guilty for Mrs. Perkins?
I heard what she said. Mrs. Wilson's spotless reputation.
Did you watch her face during the trial? She kept looking at the defendant with... it was fear. Maybe disgust in her eyes. What was she thinking of? Dave, get us out of here. We believe you. We trust you. We don't know either. We need a leader.
You're the leader.
I'm just a foreman. You're the leader. We trust you.
Why?
It beats me, Dave. But we need your vote. Decide. One way or another.
Suppose I say he's guilty. Suppose I believe it.
We could accept that.
And what if later it should turn out he was innocent?
If that's what's bothering you, vote to acquit him.
No. That'd mean I voted for it because I was scared.
Well, then let's find him guilty.
Oh, what a way to administer justice.
Dave, is there a better way?
The truth is, I just don't know.
You want this thing to end in a hung jury. They'll only have to do it again.
Okay, that's the way out.
In other words, you don't have the guts.
It isn't that.
You have a war record. You went. Maybe you didn't like the idea of it, but you went. You did what you had to do.
But it's not the same thing.
Right now, deep down, way down in your heart, You know what you believe, don't you? Well, Dave, people have to stand up and be counted.
Yeah. You have to stand up and be counted.
Okay. And that's all we need. You want me to call for the vote? Dave?
Yeah. You can call for a vote.
And they voted. And by the end of the day, they were unanimous. And they returned to the courtroom with their verdict. And what was the verdict? Well, what was your verdict? You know everything they knew. You were the rest of the jury. How did you vote? Whichever way, be sure to vote for me, for I shall return shortly.
True Value hardware stores have a strong sense of values, and their Summer Value Days circular proves it. Hi, Pat Summerall here to tell you about it. Inside this 12-page circular, you'll find more than 300 remarkable values on the summertime tools and equipment you need most. For example, a Lawn Chief 21-inch 4-horsepower rotary mower with rust-proof alloy metal deck and a grass catcher is just $139.99. A Structo 24-inch barbecue grill with adjustable height and folding legs is just $9.99. And a Johnny Apple Peeler for peeling, slicing, and coring apples in seconds is just $9.88. True Value Hardware Store's Summer Value Days circular also features True Test Woodsman solid color latex stain for just $6.99 a gallon. And a 5-piece True Test roller painting set for just $3.76. See these and over 300 other values in the Summer Value Days circular. If you don't receive your copy, just ask for one at participating True Value hardware stores.
To the man who bought the Skyhawk, to the girl in the Century, we're glad you like your Buicks, glad you set your spirit free. And to the family from Ohio, to the folks up in St. Paul, nice to see you join us, nice to see you all.
Free spirits all over the country are getting into Buicks. But here's a little extra incentive. If you buy a new 1976 Buick Skyhawk now, we'll give you either an automatic transmission or a 5-speed manual transmission at no extra charge, as long as supplies last. At manufacturer-suggested retail prices, that can mean a husky $244 savings, which can buy a lot of groceries, Charlie. Well, maybe not a lot of groceries.
It's nice to see you join us. We're glad it came to be. Nice to see you join us. Glad your spirit's free.
One person, and only one person, knew the truth. And he was Gerald Wilson. But he was dead. Therefore, we will never really know, will we? But think of so many of the great trials and vital matters of public dispute during the recent past. Is everyone satisfied with the endings? Don't most of us keep asking, did he or didn't he? Was she or wasn't she? Maybe the truth is like quicksilver, elusive, mysterious, impossible to hold. Our cast included Robert Dryden, Russell Horton, Marion Seldes, E.V. Juster, and Robert Maxwell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value hardware stores.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Everybody's doing it. Doing what? Celebrating our country's bicentennial birthday, of course. What's that got to do with keeping your teeth clean? Plenty, that's what. We're celebrating the 200th year since we declared our independence as a nation. I hear you, man, but I don't track you. Well, figure it out yourself. One of the best ways to do this is to declare your independence from dental disease. I track you now, Sid.
That's right. Dental disease can be a big pain, and who needs that? I'm Dr. John Tabak, president of the American Society of Dentistry for Children. And ASDC is asking children everywhere throughout this wonderful land of ours to say Happy Birthday, USA, by brushing and flossing the plaque from their teeth. Plaque can lead to dental disease, and a happy, healthy nation must be free from that, too.
WFAA, Dallas, Fort Worth.
CBS News. A group of California students and teachers missing for more than a day in a boat off New Guinea are now reported safe, victims of bad navigation. I'm David Jackson reporting on the CBS Radio Network. The group from Pepperdine University in Los Angeles and their 5-man crew had been on an oceanographic cruise between two small islands off the New Guinea coast. They left the island of Wewak on schedule, but failed to show up at their destination, Buvulu, a tiny atoll rising only 6 feet above sea level. After a 24-hour search, they turned up. Simon Keeble, a spokesman for the New Guinea government, explains.
We started a search for her and didn't find her. But then at noon today, she turned up coming into Wewak, spotted by an aircraft sent out this morning. What had happened, it seems, is she couldn't find the island, and so came back. The group leader said that everybody was quite all right. They were having a rest for the night and would be going out again tomorrow. I think you can put it safely down to the bad navigation. But as I say, she's going out again tomorrow. You never know, it might open again.
And we'll have more after this.
This is John Cameron Swayze with the 2020 Eye Drops Report. Item, consumers are demanding more of the products they purchase these days, especially health products. Among other things, they look for a solid guarantee. Item, 2020 Eye Drops are the only eye drops to guarantee complete satisfaction, or your money will be refunded by simply returning the bottle. And if that's news to you, this is John Cameron Swayze reminding you to read the label and try 2020 Eye Drops, the guaranteed solution.
Nobody needs to tell you about the economic problems we're having. But we can offer you the information that may help you understand and possibly do something about them. I'm Ray Brady for Today in Business, heard every Monday through Friday on the CBS Radio Network. In recent broadcasts, I've talked about natural gas prices, the American meat supply, given financial forecasts, and discussed proposals to change the way used cars are sold. Listen to Today in Business weekdays on the CBS Radio Network.
CBS newsman Richard Wagner quotes a source close to John Connally as saying Connally will place the name of President Ford in nomination at the Republican National Convention. Wagner is traveling with Connally in Michigan and reports Connally was not available for immediate comment. Vice President Nelson Rockefeller and Senator Barry Goldwater are also reported to have been asked to give nominating speeches for Mr. Ford in Kansas City. Their responses have not yet been disclosed. Connally's name frequently comes up as a possible running mate with President Ford. From the White House Thursday came word that Mr. Ford won't be pressured into an early announcement of his choice of a vice presidential candidate. That announcement, the White House says, will come in Kansas City after the presidential nomination. Ronald Reagan carried his campaign to the Northeast Thursday, he and Richard Schweiker in New York and New Jersey, claiming to have picked up 6 more delegates to the GOP convention. Minnesota State Republican Party is apparently looking for skeletons in Walter Mondale's closet. Rich Holter of CBS affiliate WCCO reports from Minneapolis.
Democratic vice presidential nominee Senator Walter Mondale has labeled as absolutely ludicrous the request that he explained a so-called flower fund kept in his office from 1960 to 1964 when Mondale served as Minnesota Attorney General. The request for the explanation of the fund came in a registered letter from Minnesota GOP State Chairman Chuck Slocum, who asked Mondale to explain whether the fund was reported as taxable income, whether state employees were asked to contribute between $50 and $200 to the fund when they were being reviewed for salary increases, and whether a similar fund currently exists in Mondale's Senate office. In a statement issued by a Washington aide, Mondale said the alleged flower fund was simply, in his words, a voluntary kitty, into which he and his friends chipped in money to pay for flowers, for weddings, funerals, birthdays, and the like, and to pay for going-away parties for office employees. Mondale's one-paragraph response ends with these words: "That's all it was, nothing more." And the Minnesota Democrat adds, if that's the best the Republicans can do for an issue in this campaign, they must really be hurting. Rich Holter for CBS News, Minneapolis.
Now this.
If you're looking for a dependable laxative the whole family can use, may I recommend Nature's Remedy tablets? Nature's Remedy is a product of the Lewis Howe Company, who also manufactures Tums for the tummy. Nature's Remedy is an all-vegetable compound and comes in 3 convenient tablet forms: Nature's Remedy Regular, Nature's Remedy Candy-Coated, Nature's Remedy Juniors, and is, by the way, without mineral and phenol derivatives. Because of its pleasant and thorough action, Nature's Remedy has been recognized by literally thousands upon thousands of satisfied users as an ideal relief for occasional constipation. Since 1890, generations of satisfied customers have learned from experience just how good Nature's Remedy really is. It's a dependable laxative which, again, the whole family can use. Nature's Remedy people say, having made and sold the product for over 85 years, we feel justified in being proud of our product, and we believe it has helped millions of people. Nature's Remedy, an all-vegetable, all-family laxative for the relief of occasional constipation. Buy Nature's Remedy, and remember, NR tonight, tomorrow all right. Take only as directed.
Friday, researchers will have a new crop of cultures to look at, and they hope to be closer to finding the cause of the Philadelphia mystery disease. So far, no real leads, but scientists have nearly ruled out influenza as a cause. So far, 23 people have died from the illness. David Jackson, CBS News.
Good morning. It's 106 at WFAA Dallas-Fort Worth, and in Texas headline news, a former inmate of a Texas prison has disputed the claims of prison officials that inmates were given enough time, materials, and help to prepare appeals of their cases. Donald Kirby of Grand Prairie also said yesterday here in Dallas he was subjected to mind games designed to help him from pursuing his own appeal. Ernest, General Counselor of the Texas Department of Corrections and Director W.J. Estelle, preceded Kirby in testifying in what may be landmark prisoners' rights suits. Bob Bullock, the state comptroller, has joined ranks with Common Cause in criticizing Governor Dolph Briscoe's proposal to rechannel $825 million from the General Revenue Fund to the State Highway Fund. Bullock claimed yesterday the plan would cripple the budget surplus. Presently, the state has $2.6 billion surplus. Common Cause, the so-called People's Lobby, also attacked the plan yesterday, saying that the highway lobby had done a number on the governor. Authorities in Fort Worth say they have found 5 guns in the car trunk of T. Cullen Davis. The Fort Worth millionaire is accused of killing his 12-year-old stepdaughter and the alleged lover of his estranged wife Tuesday night. Yesterday, Fort Worth police said they doubted whether any of the 5 guns is the murder weapon because the bullet wounds were all made with a small caliber weapon. However, the weapons recovered from the trunk of Davis' car were larger caliber. 2 empty railroad cars derailed of a San Antonio overpass and tumbled into the street below yesterday, crushing to death a San Antonio man tentatively identified as Roy Broussard. A second car narrowly missed the failing railroad cars. A second candidate has joined the race for the Texas Supreme Court, Houston attorney Tony Lawrence yesterday said he will challenge nominee Donald Yarborough as an independent write-in candidate in the November election. Yarborough has 16 lawsuits pending against him. He was nominated in the bench in the May Democratic primary and is without Republican opposition this fall. Lawrence is an insurance law specialist with no judicial experience. In sports last night, Bert Blyleven yielded 6 hits in notching his 3rd straight victory and 4th shutout of the season tonight, last night in Arlington as they triumphed to a 1-0 decision over the California Angels. The game's lone run came in the 2nd inning after Jeff Burrows led off the Rangers with a looper into mid-center field. California center fielder Dan Briggs and shortstop Dave Chalk both approached the ball, then halted, and it fell between them with Burrows winding up with a double. He advanced on a sacrifice and came on home with a sacrifice fly by Lenny Randle. Blyleven, now 9-12, was never in serious trouble and did not give an extra base hit. California had 2 men on in the 5th inning before Jerry Remy grounded to Blyleven for the easy out. The Angels' Gary Gross, 6-13, limited the Rangers to only 5 hits and struck out 4 and walked only 1. Other than Burrow's double, he only gave up 1 extra base hit. Dallas-Fort Worth weather mostly fair today and tomorrow, with a high today near 100. Overnight low should be around 72. Daytime highs on Saturday of 95. Clear in the Metroplex right now, 81 downtown Dallas, 84 at DFW, and 84 in Fort Worth. For Jim Thomas, I'm Dan Bell, and that's WFAA Texas Headline News.
The most music on 57 WFAA. Jim Thomas.
Send a self-addressed envelope to the same address, WFAA Communications Center, Dallas 75202. Until next week when I come in with a new tongue, I hope. Pleasant dreams and have a good week. This is Tommy McLean. Good night. God bless all.
Proceeding slowly in Portugal, but the early trend is holding up, threatening to end the dominance of the Socialist Party. I'm Mike Stanley reporting on the CBS radio network. In the first early returns from the first election of the Democratic Parliament in Portugal in 50 years, there was a hint that a fresh political breeze might be blowing through the land. Further vote counting is only served to confirm that early inkling. About 30% of the votes now have been counted, and the rural backlash, taking votes from the ruling socialists and giving them to two right-of-center parties, points to no party establishing a clear-cut majority. The presumption is that the socialists, still getting more support than any other single party, though certainly not a majority, will be obliged to seek a coalition with another party in order to form the next government. President Francisco de Costa Gomes said Sunday night that political division embodies a threat of civil war. The big Democratic delegate winner in Minnesota is home state favorite Hubert Humphrey. He garnered 23 delegates to the Democratic National Convention in 5 Democratic Farmer Labor conventions. The senator made a whirlwind tour of the state to speak to the weekend conventions. He's reported to have won additional pledges from 3 of 5 uncommitted delegates who said they would back him if he declares his candidacy. Some sources close to Humphrey indicate if Jimmy Carter is blocked from winning in Pennsylvania, Humphrey most likely will make a move to get under the wire with an entry in the New Jersey primary. In the first half of Minnesota's Republican Party conventions, President Ford picked up 9 delegates, Ronald Reagan got 1, while 2 others were uncommitted. Minnesota Independent Republicans Chairman Chuck Slocum sees no divisiveness in the GOP contest.
Ronald Reagan has already had a significant impact on issues, I think, focusing attention on national, international security issues, I think on the development of the platform, and I think as well on the selection of the running mate for President Ford if he is renominated. And I think those are justifications. The important one from my perspective is that Ronald Reagan's campaign has brought out people that heretofore have not been active in the party organization. And our charge, of course, is to see them constructively involved in campaigns, while maybe not at the national level, at campaigns at the local level in the states.
Henry Jackson is in the last stages of a hard-fought Democratic primary contest in Pennsylvania against Jimmy Carter, Morris Udall, and George Wallace. But he's finding time to keep alive his running dispute with Vice President Rockefeller. He rapped Rockefeller for implying 2 Jackson staff members have past communist connections, but Rockefeller denied making any such charge. Speaking Sunday before a largely Jewish audience in Harrisburg, Jackson lashed out at Rockefeller's reported criticism of the senator's proposed amendment designed to permit Jews and other minorities to leave Russia more freely.
I wonder about the coincidence of the vice president being against the Jackson Amendment on immigration. Well, I know that Chase Manhattan and the Rockefellers have pretty good connection with the Arab world in oil. And I'm not saying anything in particular, but I wonder sometimes about their stand on some of these issues.
Senator Jackson. Actor Walter Matthau is listed in satisfactory condition after undergoing heart surgery. Doctors say they performed a bypass procedure on Matthau and described the operation as a success. It was elective rather than emergency surgery. The 52-year-old Matthau is reported in satisfactory condition at Daniel Freeman Hospital in Inglewood, California. I'll have more CBS News following this message.
This is John Cameron Swayze with the 2020 Eye Drops Report. Item, consumers are demanding more of the products they purchase these days, especially health products. Among other things, they look for a solid guarantee. Item, 2020 eye drops are the only eye drops to guarantee complete satisfaction, or your money will be refunded by simply returning the bottle. And if that's news to you, this is John Cameron Swayze reminding you to read the label and try 2020 eye drops, the guaranteed solution.
For more than 2 years now, people have been trying to get you to slow down to 55 miles an hour, down to the speed limit. They told you that slowing down will save millions of gallons of gasoline. They told you that slowing down saves thousands of lives. The 55-mile-an-hour speed limit can do a lot of positive things. And because I'm a police officer, it's my job to make sure it gets a chance to work. Not just because it's a good idea, but because it's the law.
A public service of this station, the U.S. Department of Transportation, and the Advertising Council.
A classified State Department document, according to the Associated Press, says aluminum screens recently installed at the U.S. Embassy in Moscow are 90% effective in blocking massive microwave radiation. The document, prepared for presentation to embassy employees in closed briefings, reportedly omits any assumptions as to the reason for the microwave bombardment of the embassy by the Soviets. CBS News has learned that many top-level State Department officials are convinced the Russian intention is to impair the health of embassy personnel. Official denials to the contrary. It's been learned that U.S. Ambassador Walter Stossel has developed pernicious anemia. In extreme cases, pernicious anemia can lead to sudden personality changes. U.S. officials believe the ambassador's illness stems from the radiation, the level of which was so great that at one point, several months ago, Stossel avoided the embassy, working out of his residence. His cover story for that unusual routine, that he was suffering from the flu. Mike Stanley, CBS News.
My friends, it is easy. So easy to turn travel into trouble when you return from a trip abroad. Trouble. When the inspector looks into your eyes, do you flinch? When he or she looks into your luggage, does the inspector say, aha? Trouble. Well, you got trouble. Because, my friends, certain foods, plants, and animal products are restricted or prohibited from entry into the U.S. of A. So avoid trouble. Travel. Before you travel to a foreign land, write for a free booklet, Traveler's Tips. And that starts with T, and it rhymes with P, and that stands for potted plants, which are prohibited. Write to Traveler's Tips, U.S. Department of Agriculture, Washington, D.C., 20250. You got it?
Traveler's Tips, USDA, Washington, D.C., 20250.
Ah, you got it.
Got it. WFAA, Dallas, Fort Worth.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The most magnificent of all Shakespeare's tragedies is the great love story that involves the two largest empires of their day, Egypt and Rome, and two of the most unforgettable characters in history, Mark Antony and the enigmatic, mysterious, unbridled feminine sex symbol of all time, Egypt's queen, Cleopatra.
Antony, forgive my fearful sails. I never thought that you would follow.
Cleopatra, you know full well my heart was to your rudder tied, and by its strings you would tow me after you. Now all is lost, and it is you who have betrayed me. Triple-tongued deceiver, my heart from now on only wars with you.
Our mystery drama, The Serpent of the Nile, was adapted from William Shakespeare's Antony and Cleopatra, especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin, and stars Lois Nettleton and Kevin McCarthy. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Allied Van Lines. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
You know, I just thought of something.
Yeah, what's that?
Well, over 250,000 people have already bought 1976 Buicks.
Yeah.
That's a lot of people.
Yeah.
Well, if you got all those people together, they probably disagree on nearly everything. Religion, politics, sports. I mean, people disagree on all that stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yet all those people, over 250,000 of them, agree on Buicks. I think that's really socially significant, don't you?
No.
Buick, dedicated to the free spirit in just about everyone.
The Constitution of the United States of America. A new idea that established the legal framework upon which all our laws are based. Where a free nation created executive, legislative, and judicial systems with checks and balances to ensure freedom. But on Law Day, May 1st, maybe the most important thing to remember about our Constitution is how it begins. It begins, we the people. A public service message on behalf of the American Bar Association and the bar associations in your state.
Hi, I'm Flip Wilson, TV luminary, whatever that means.
And I'm Johnny Bench, baseball superstar, according to the bubblegum cards.
And I'm Geraldine Jones,
You can call me anything you want, sugar. I love ball players.
Did you ever go with one?
My boyfriend Killer told me he was a catcher with the Dodger organization.
Was he?
Well, I went to Dodger Stadium, and Killer was catching all right, selling beer and catching nickels and dimes.
What did you do?
I threw him a high inside knuckle ball across the lips. I teach that turkey to lie to Geraldine.
Geraldine, I heard you're a crusade chairperson for the American Cancer Society.
Well, you heard right, honey. My fellow workers made me office chairperson because of my charm and powers of persuasion.
Well, you don't have to persuade much to get help in the fight against cancer.
No, mostly I make sure all those people who say they gave at the office actually give at the office.
If you haven't already given at the office, send a check to your American Cancer Society. We want to wipe out cancer in your lifetime.
If you're feeling generous, folks, don't fight the feeling. And that goes for you too, John.
With the death of Julius Caesar, the Roman Empire was ruled by a triumvirate. Caesar's nephew, Octavian, a soldier statesman named Lepidus, and the famous Mark Antony. It was a time of turmoil for Rome, with the triumvirate threatened by Pompey, a former ruler. And it was at this climactic time that Antony, just as his hero Caesar some years earlier had, met and fell completely under the spell of the dusky, seductive, immortal queen of Egypt, Cleopatra. While the empire of Rome tottered, Mark Antony stayed on in Alexandria, bewitched, counting the world well lost for love.
Well, Anthony, if it is love, tell me how much.
Oh, it's a poor love that has to be counted coin by coin.
I'll set a price on me. See if it adds up to that.
Then you will have to dream on a treasure not yet found under heaven. What now, Enobarbus?
News, my lord, from Rome.
Not now. Or, if you must, the gist. No more.
No, you must hear it all, Anthony. Perhaps your wife, Fulvia, is angry. Or that boy of 20 who shares your throne has issued some imperial command that you must needs obey.
What's that, love?
Maybe you are ordered home by him.
Ordered?
Octavian is a Caesar, and your blood is in homage bound to that last name. And you know, when shrill-tongued Fulvia crooks her finger like a schoolboy, you blush and run to obey. The news...
A moment. Now, hear me, Cleopatra. Let Rome fall and drown in the Tiber, and the empire tumble after. Here is my space. Kingdoms are clay. The nobleness of life is to do thus. Come here. To hold each other thus, when two such as us have met, I bind my promise. I will stand against the world with you, not as Antony, but as us. Two hearts as one, inseparable.
Oh, what a lovely lie.
No.
Oh, come. Why did you marry Fulvia without loving her? You'll make me seem the fool I am not. Antony is Antony himself.
But moved only by Cleopatra. Now, for the love of love in her soft hours, I have no time for state affairs. Later, Enobarbus.
At your command, my lord.
Come, my queen. Tonight, you and I shall wander through the streets together, mingling with the people as any two others, just you and I together, as if we were of them, and held no high estate. This was as you wanted it.
If my beloved desires. But if that is what you wish, I need a little time to prepare myself.
My Lord Antony.
Enobarbus, what now, when I am preparing for the evening's revels?
The news from Rome and home, which I have fed on.
Well, then you digest it. Save it for tomorrow, for I fear it will not please me much.
Yes and no.
What does that mean?
Neither of us knows, my lord, until you have the reports.
Well, speak then. Wars and more wars.
Your wife Fulvia's armies took the field against your brother Lucius.
And?
The war was broken off in friendly agreement.
Well?
What worse? There must be something to follow.
My Lord Antony, your wife is dead.
Fulvia?
Yes.
Fulvia? How? Where? When? What sickness?
It is all set down in this missive.
Let me see. Oh, God. I made it thus. In contempt, I put her from me with other pleasures beckoning. Now, as always, when something's lost, we wish it back again 100-fold. She's good now, being gone. Too late. And what other harms my idleness might hatch. All right, so be it. I must break off from my enchanting queen. It's time to be away.
Why so, Mark Antony?
Say Fulvia died for love of me.
You being absent? Why, if so, then, good my lord, soldiers would kill all our women, if to suffer our departure is their death.
What?
Under a compelling situation, let women die. But let them not die for nothing. Fulvia is beyond your help. Cleopatra, if you leave her, dies upon the instant. I have seen her die 100 times at only your displeasure.
I wish to the gods I'd never seen her. Not only Fulvia's death, but Pompey has seized control of the sea. Octavian is no match for him, a beardless boy. And the public, fickle as always, inclines toward a winner. If I do hope to keep my place under the sun, I must away and do what needs be done.
Charmian, have you seen my lord?
No, madam. I thought he was with you.
Some time ago. We were together, and he was much disposed to mirth. But on the sudden, a Roman thought struck him.
A Roman thought?
This is his other self. Stern, unrelenting. Then I must be a woman and win him back by my own magic of opposites. See where he is, who's with him, what he does.
Yes, madam.
But remember, I did not send you.
I will remember.
If you find him sad, say I am dancing. If in mirth, report that I have suddenly taken sick.
Most beloved mistress and queen.
What now?
Forgive your loving servant, but...
Well, go on.
Well, since you love him so dearly, is yours the best method to beg his love in return?
What would you have me do?
Well, give him his way in everything. Cross him in nothing.
Oh, silly Charmian. You teach like a fool. That's the way to lose him.
Don't tempt him too far, please, little mistress. Oh, but here comes your master, light and gay.
Then I am sick and sullen.
My dearest Cleopatra, I must have a few words with you alone.
Your pardon, sire. Charmian.
Yes, madam.
Help me away. I am faint enough to fall. So sudden and so violent. I cannot listen now.
My beloved queen.
Please, not too near me.
What's the matter, my sweet?
I know, by the look in your eye, there is news from your wife. Well, you may go. I only wish she had never let you come. How could I have hoped to have you for my own, when in swearing love for me, Fulvia could claim you false to your Roman gods and name them angry? So, farewell, Antony. When you first wooed and won my love, that was the time for words. No thought of leaving then. Eternity was in our lips and our eyes. It still lies there, or should, unless the greatest soldier in the world is turned the greatest liar.
Cleopatra, listen. Italy is rent by civil war. Pompey is at the gates of Rome, and in my absence has won the people's hearts from Octavian and Lepidus, with whom I share the rule. My country calls for my service, which I have never denied her, and what is more, and which should assure you in your heart of me, my wife is dead.
Though age from folly could not give me freedom, it does from childishness. Fulvia dead?
You may read in these letters where and when. And let us quarrel no more. Let me tell you what I intend to do, if you agree. For by the fire that burns eternal in that lamp above the Nile, I go forth from you, my heart's ease only as your soldier and your servant, making peace or war at your command.
Now, lover, turn aside and weep for Fulvia. Then say goodbye to me, and say the tears belong to Egypt.
So, Lepidus, we and Antony are to meet again. Advices flying before him tell us he soon will return to Rome. Not a moment too soon.
We need his presence in the field.
It still represents what once it was.
Your pardon, Octavian.
Oh, do not believe that I believe the tide of rumor. That once proud Antony now fishes, drinks, and wastes the lamps of evening in oriental revel. Rome is a republic, and the people must be served. How do you think they think of our fellow guardian of the state?
I cannot believe rumors, nor that sudden evils darken all Mark Antony's goodness.
Lepidus, you are too indulgent. Let us grant it not amiss to tumble on the gypsy's bed, but to resist the drums which have so long called him from his sport with Cleopatra is to be as young and untried as all who run me down for my lack of years.
You are right, Octavian. It is good he will return.
And what is better that we persuade him that he is home to stay?
Charmian?
Yes, mistress.
Bring me a potion of mandragora or poppy.
Why?
So I can sleep away the whole gap of time while my Antony is away.
You think of him too much.
Oh, Charmian. Where do you think he is now? Standing or sitting? Walking or on his horse? Oh, happy horse to bear his weight. Or murmuring, where is my serpent of the Nile? His name for me. How goes it with my brave Mark Antony?
What can I say? He is on the seas. His letters will come.
So I shall hope. But now I swear, whoever is born on any day I fail to send my messages to my love will die a beggar. Did I, my Charmian, ever love my Caesar so?
Brave Caesar, valiant Caesar.
Be choked if you can speak of him so fondly. Say brave Antony, valiant Antony.
Forgive me, I was just remembering.
My salad days, when I was green in judgment, cold in blood. Get me ink and paper. Antony shall have each and every day a special letter, or I'll unpeople Egypt.
Welcome to Rome, Antony.
Thank you, Octavian.
Sit.
Sit? In this tone of command?
Now, take me not wrong, Antony. But I wrote to you in Alexandria without reply.
Your message came when I was not there and occupied in some affairs. Is that all?
No, Antony. You have broken the oath we swore between us.
Softly, Octavian.
Now, let him speak, Lepidus. How?
To lend me arms and aid when I required them. Both you denied.
Well, neglected, rather. As nearly as I may, I'll play the penitent. Fulvia, to have me out of Egypt made wars here, and for my ignorance, I ask your pardon.
There. That's nobly spoken to me, Octavian.
I would hope. And further hope to put aside all misunderstanding from now on.
Then let me hasten to suggest the means.
How?
Octavian has a sister on his mother's side, Octavia. Since you are now a widower, to hold you brothers, Antony, why not take Octavia for your wife?
Let me have your hand, Octavian. And from this hour, let us rule together, true brothers.
Here is my hand. A sister I bequeath you. Let her live to join our kingdoms and our hearts.
Then, happily, amen.
Charmian, give me some music and moody food for me that trades in love.
Cleopatra, my queen, be not so. It is not the end.
Or the beginning. Only that dread snake's coil that shuffles in between. Oh, why is there no word of him?
Oh, here comes a messenger now.
If his news be bad, he shall be whipped with wire and stewed in brine. Oh, the gods help me. Admit him, and may the gods help him. If he brings me good news, then he may have half my kingdom. If not, then may all Egypt melt into the Nile and all my people with him.
A soldier and a conqueror who is a lamb within the arms of one woman. A woman who is a tiger burning bright, but melts before the presence of the man she loves. Two empires in their hands, rocked to and fro by the tempestuous love and their realization of their trusts. Where do they go from here? I shall return shortly with Act Two.
Moving on with the Allied spirit, going to a brand new town. You're leaving the past miles behind you. With Allied van lines, you're homeward bound. Hello, tomorrow, I'm on my way. I know you're gonna bring a brighter day. I got the Allied spirit, and it feels like I'm going home.
At Allied Van Lines, we take a special pride in our work. We treat every move as if it were our first, even though we move more families every year than anybody else. That's because we know there's a little bit of you and your family in everything we move. It's that kind of pride that's made us the world's #1 mover. We call it the Allied Spirit. And when it moves you, you know you're going home.
Hello, tomorrow, I'm on my way. I know you're gonna bring a brighter day. I've got the Allied spirit, and it feels like I'm going home.
A Nightline, you're on the air.
About the caller who talks to her plants?
Yes?
She should plant her garden at the library.
Uh-huh.
Learning Swahili will not help her grow an African violet.
That's good advice.
And the caller who's looking for a new job?
Oh, yeah.
She should go to the library for job information.
The library?
She should have never lost her old one.
Well, I agree.
You just don't take off work for Robert Redford's birthday.
No.
I mean, that isn't a national holiday.
You're right.
The library could have told her that.
Absolutely.
And finally, the caller who botched up his vacation?
Oh, yes.
Always plan a trip at the library first.
That was a shame.
I mean, he should have been suspicious of any travel ad that reads 8 days and only 4 nights.
Oh, you're right, yes.
You know, the library has some great news services for everyone, from general information and referral to concerts and puppet shows.
Well, thank you for calling, Nightline.
No, I have a problem.
Oh.
You see, I'm at the library right now.
At 3 a.m.?
Well, they said it was closing time, but I started tracing my family tree, and I forgot to look at the clock.
The library. Come see what's new, besides books.
If there's a locksmith listening, I'd really
Sure.
appreciate
We'll see what we can do.
it.
A public service message from the American Library Association.
Cleopatra waits in Alexandria, eager for and yet afraid of the news the messenger brings of her Antony.
Here's the messenger from Rome, Your Majesty.
Antony is dead. If you say so, villain, you kill your mistress. But if you tell me he is well and free, there is gold and my hand to kiss, this blue-veined hand that kings have taken and trembling kissed.
First, madam, he is well.
Oh, then here is gold and more gold. But if that isn't true, I'll have each gold coin melted and poured molten down your lying throat.
Good madam, hear me. He is well.
Well said.
And Octavian and he are greater friends than ever.
You'll have a fortune from me.
But yet...
I do not like, but yet. Speak out, man. All the good and bad together. You say he's friends with Octavian. You say he's free.
I did not say free, madam.
You said he was not a slave.
Well, not slave to him, but to his sister, Octavia.
How? What does that mean?
It means that he is married to Octavia.
May the pestilence strike you down as I do.
Patience, madam.
I'll have your eyes out, unhair your head, unless you say it is not so. And you may have a province, half my kingdom.
My royal queen, I would that I could, but he is married.
Rogue! You have lived too long.
Madam, put aside the dagger. The man is innocent, Majesty.
Some innocents are caught when lightning strikes. Come here, sir. Though it be honest, it is never good to bring bad news.
I tried to do my duty.
And so you have. You say he's married? Come, I cannot hate you more than I do if you say yes again.
He is married.
The gods confound you. To Octavia?
Yes.
The merchandise you have brought me is too dear for me. Get out. Out of my sight. Out before I have you boiled in oil.
Your Majesty, patience.
In praising Antony, Charmian, I have many times dispraised Octavian.
Many times.
I am bitterly paid for it now. Go to the fellow, Charmian. Ask about Octavia, her looks, her age, what she is like. And let him not leave out the color of her hair. And wait, how tall she is. Pity me, Charmian. And first, lead me to my chamber where a queen can weep alone.
Our hostage exchanged, now we may talk before we fight.
For Antony, Lepidus, and myself, brave Pompey, we will hope that words may serve us better than conflict. Too much of youth would perish if we came to battle.
I cannot deny that truth.
Then speak to us openly of how you treat our offers tendered to you.
That I shall have Sicily and Sardinia, and in return will rid the sea of pirates and send certain measures of wheat to Rome.
That's our offer.
Does it not seem fair?
I might have hesitated had not Antony returned, but now I'm disposed to take your offer.
Then well met here.
Let us have the agreements drawn up and signed so that I may feast you aboard my galleys.
The feast should be mine.
Oh, mark you, I shall yet enjoy your fine Egyptian cookery. I have heard that Julius grew fat with feasting there.
You hear a good deal.
I have my informants.
And so have I. I trust your information is as sound as mine.
Why, if it's gossip, my Lord Pompey, I'm your man. And allow my captain and his companions to withdraw and write the terms of the treaty.
Good idea, Enobarbus. Well spoken. Antony, Lepidus, shall we go apart for this purpose?
I know you now. How are you, soldier?
Well?
I hadn't thought of you as politician, Enobarbus.
Say rather, peacemaker. My Captain Antony is sensitive in some areas.
The Egyptian. But I thought that passed. Is he not married now to Octavia?
Yes.
Well, then he is firmly knit to her brother Octavian. Cleopatra is only a memory.
I will be blunt, sir, for many reasons. I am a soldier and must face the odds. I doubt that knot can hold.
For what reason?
Mark Antony will be off to his Egyptian dish again, and I would be the last to blame him. And I would hazard a guess, this time will she let him go so easily.
It's not only that, Octavia. Many things are excusable, and trifles do not anger me. But your brother, without consulting me, has opened war with Pompey, made his will and read it to the public, speaking in derogation of me. I've given him my best, and gotten in return nothing more than a smile that does not go behind the teeth.
My lord, don't believe all rumors. For my sake, who stand between you, praying for you and loving you both. If you must believe, don't take it so to heart.
Gentle Octavia, you may have to make a choice. If I lose my honor, I lose myself. But if you will be a go-between, then you must make it now. For I am making preparation for such a war as shall destroy your brother.
No. Give me this chance to reconcile you.
Go to him if you will. And when you decide where the fault lies, make your choice. For I tell you, our faults can never be so equal that your love can equally move with them. You must choose your own company and go where your heart has a mind to.
Here, then, Lepidus, is the latest news of Antony. In Alexandria, where he has returned, he has had, in the marketplace, himself and Cleopatra enthroned in chairs of gold.
In the public eye.
In a common showplace.
Let Rome be so informed.
The people know it. The whole world, I think. Except my poor sister, who has just returned. Here she comes.
Hail, brother. And my lord Lepidus.
All hail, fair Octavia.
That I should ever have to call you castaway.
You have not called me so, nor have you cause. My good Lord Mark Antony, hearing you prepared for war, told me, and I begged his pardon to return.
Which I am sure he granted easily, since you stood between his lust and him.
Do not be unfair to him, Octavian, till I make my plea.
Unfair? Where is your good lord now?
Why, in Athens?
No, my sister. Cleopatra has crooked her finger again, and he has run back to her in Egypt.
Oh, no. Not only that, dear madam, but he has raised an army from Libya, Thrace, Arabia, Mede, Laconia, and countless other kings to move against us.
Oh, God, how wretched I am to have my heart torn in two between the ones I love the best.
Your letters held us back till we were sure that you were wronged and ourselves in danger. You are abused beyond all belief. And to do you justice, the high gods will make of us their ministers.
Welcome to Rome, madam. Every Roman heart welcomes you.
Save only the adulterous Antony, on whom we'll have full revenge for you and the Republic.
Enobarbus, why do you object to my presence at the camp? I think only of Antony.
If you thought upon my lord alone, you would not be here to take from his heart, take from his brain. He is already traduced in Rome, where it is said that Cleopatra and her maids manage this war.
Sink Rome. May the tongues of those who speak against us rot to the roots. I bear a charge in this war. As leader of my kingdom, though I am not a man, I will not be left behind.
There now, I'll say no more. Here comes the emperor.
How in the gods could Octavian have cut the Ionian Sea so fast, eh, Enobarbus? Have you heard of this, my sweet?
Quickness is never more admired than by the negligent.
A good rebuke, my love. So, I will take your advice and meet him by sea.
Why?
Because he dares us to it.
So have you dared him to single combat. What does not suit his advantage, he shakes off, as you should.
I have 60 ships to help by sea.
But our ships are poorly manned by muleteers, reapers, anything we could impress for crews.
We'll fight by sea.
You throw away the advantage we have by land. Don't risk your battle-tested troops to rotten planks and foreign shells.
We'll fight at sea, and then if we fail, we can do it by land.
Lepidus?
Yes, Octavian.
Remember, do not strike by land. Hold your positions and do not provoke battle till we have done at sea. You know our plan. Our fortune lies upon this jump.
Octavian's fortune and Rome's, but also Cleopatra's and Mark Antony's. For the colossal blunder of committing himself to a sea battle he cannot win instead of a land war that he could, spells the end for Antony and Cleopatra. I'll be back shortly with Act 3.
If you went into a Buick dealer's between now and April 30th, do you know what would happen? Well, if you ordered one of 4 cars with a list of specially selected options, you'd get a vinyl top at no extra charge. Like that Skylark over in the corner. Order one with sport mirrors, a rally tilt steering wheel, body side stripes, and vinyl buckets, and Buick pops for the top. To find out about other cars, talk to your Buick dealer. He knows all that stuff.
Buick, dedicated to the free spirit in just about everyone.
Hi, this is Tony Marvin for the National Leukemia Association. Please remember this name, Project Research. Join me and get on a winning team, because it's only through research that a breakthrough can be made. Throw your knockout punch against leukemia. Send your tax-deductible donation today to Project Research, care of the National Leukemia Association, Box 3039, Garden City, New York. Our thanks to you for Project Research.
You know, traditionally, credit has been a man's realm. But today, as more women become part of the workforce, they are realizing the need to establish their own credit identity. And this is Gene King of the Council of Better Business Bureaus with a few tips for women who wish to establish a credit rating. First of all, open a checking and or savings account in your own name, even if you already have a joint account with your husband. Apply for and use at least 2 credit cards. Open a charge account in your own name at a local store and establish a line of credit at your bank. According to the Equal Credit Opportunity Act, applicants for credit must be judged on their own merits. And if you feel you've been unjustly denied credit, talk to the credit agency or the lending institution, and you just go there and find out why. And if you're not satisfied with their explanation, contact the regional office of the Federal Trade Commission.
From the the shore, with the rear guard of the once great land army that Antony might have led in a triumphant march on Rome, Enobarbus watches in dismay as his worst fears are more than realized. For as the two great armadas meet in action, suddenly the Egyptian fleet turns in flight and abandons Antony and his pitifully few and overcrowded ships to the overwhelming might of the enemy.
Oh, gods, I can look at it no longer. All 60 of the Egyptian ships turned rudder and in flight. What happened, messenger?
Cleopatra, in the midst of the fight, before the tide of battle was yet known, had her admiral hoist her sails and take flight.
I saw that. But the rest?
When once the queen's ship turned, the others followed. Then, Antony, like a doting mallard, claps on his sea wings to follow.
Breaking off action at the height of battle, for shame. Manhood and honor violated.
6 kings and their legions are already left to yield to Octavian.
As well they might. But I'll still follow the cause of wounded Antony, though reason sits with the wind against it.
Sweet Antony, forgive my fearful sails. I little thought you would have followed.
Egypt, you know full well my heart was to your rudder tied, and by its strings would you tow me after you. Now all is lost, and it is you who have betrayed me, sold me to this novice, triple-tongued deceiver. My heart from now on only wars with you, and when I am revenged upon your charm, then all is over.
Oh, Charmian, all is over. I have lost my love. Antony still lives. But Cleopatra does not. No longer in his heart. And in his shame and rage, his may be the hand that slays me rather than Octavian's conquering sword. For all is gone. My country, my hope, my love. Oh, help me, Charmian, help me. My Lord would never do you hurt. And if he did, he never would forgive himself. I must flee, Charmian. But where? The tomb. The tomb. The monument and sepulchre that long ago was built to house you on your royal journey out of this world. Sad is the day that it must come so soon. You're right. I'll go to the monument this minute, where you will join me. But first, go to him and tell him I have slain myself. Say that the last word I spoke was Antony. I will, Your Majesty. And Charmian? Yes, my queen. Remember every word, so you can tell me how he takes my death.
My captain, the wind is heavy.
I wish my heart were not. I made these wars for Egypt, and the queen whose heart I thought I had, for she had mine. But she cut cards with Octavian and false played all my glory into an enemy's triumph. No, Enobarbus, no, it's not worth tears. All that is left me is to end myself.
My Lord Antony.
What, her serving woman? Away, mistress. Your vile queen has robbed me of my sword.
No, my lord. My mistress loved you, and all her fortunes were wrapped up in you.
Away, I said, away. She's betrayed me and shall die for it.
Death can be bought only once, and already by her own hand she has paid for it. The last she said was, Antony, most noble Antony. Dead.
Cleopatra dead. Huh. Oh. Unarm, Enobarbus. The long day's task is done, and I must sleep. Leave us, mistress, and count the fact that you take your life with you a richer reward than you deserve. I will overtake you, Cleopatra, and weep for my pardon. So it must be, for all life is torture. Since the torch is out, why lay it down and look for rest? I come, my queen. Oh, stay for me, and hand in hand, where souls walk on some flower-strewn strand, we'll count the world well lost. Enobarbus.
What do you want of me, Antony?
I've lived in such dishonor these last hours that the gods detest my baseness. I, that with my sword courted the world and owned the seas, condemn myself for lacking even the courage of a woman. My mind less noble than hers, who has already said by her death to Octavian, you are no conqueror. I am the conqueror of myself. You are sworn as my lieutenant, Enobarbus.
Don't ask me.
When the time has come that I have failed my command and my honor...
No, Antony, I beg you.
Upon my command, you will then kill me. Draw your sword. The time is here.
My captain, pardon me, and do not ask me.
You won't wound me. It is Octavian you defeat. With a wound, I must be cured. I command you, draw your sword.
Then turn your back on me. I cannot look you in the face.
So, there.
My sword is drawn. My captain and my emperor, before I strike this bloody stroke, farewell.
Farewell, old friend and comrade.
Farewell, great chief.
Oh, no. Falling on your own sword.
So did I escape the sorrow of Antony's death.
3 times as noble as I. Oh, you teach me, valiant Enobarbus, what I should have done, and you could not. My queen and you, by your brave instruction, have taught me well. Now I will be a bridegroom in my death and run to it as to a lover's bed. Enobarbus, your master dies your pupil, as I learned from you.
I have done the work ill. Guard! Oh! Lord Antony! What has happened?
I pray you, make an end of what I have begun.
What, my lord?
Have you a sword? Then draw it, and strike me till I die.
Oh, most absolute lord, I cannot. My mistress Cleopatra sent me to you.
Cleopatra sent you when?
Oh, this moment, lord.
Who are you? Oh, yes, Diomed, the messenger who always passed between us. But Cleopatra, where is she?
Oh, in her tomb. But not dead. She is locked within the monument because she feared you suspected her of being in league with Octavian. And for that reason, that in your rage you would kill her.
And so I would have.
Well, of a sudden, the queen realized that her death might in turn cause yours and sent me post-haste to bring you the truth. And now I've arrived too late.
Too late. Good Diomed, save only to say a last farewell. Call my guard and have them bear me to the monument and my love.
Gently put him down. Oh, Antony.
Peace, love.
Now leave us all. Save you, Charmian. Stand aside a little. Yes, Your Majesty.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Do not warn me. It is not Octavian's valor that's defeated me, but Antony's which has triumphed over itself.
And so it should be. That none but Antony should conquer Antony.
I'm dying, Egypt. Dying. Only here I will hold off grim death a little while, till I can lay the last of 1,000 kisses on your lips.
And welcome. Die where you have lived. If my lips only had the breath of life, I'd kiss and kiss and kiss again till I'd worn them out.
Spare lament. Waste no sorrow at the miserable state in which I die. Remember me in better fortune when I lived the greatest prince of the world, and that now I do not basely die. I am a Roman, by a Roman, valiantly vanquished. My spirit is going. I can no more, my queen. In your arms. I am dying. Egypt. Dying.
noblest of men. How can you die? Have you no care or thought of me? How can I live in this dull world without your sun to make it bright? No. Oh, look. Charmian. The crown of the earth has melted. The garland of war is withered. And the soldier's sword is fallen. The lamp is spent.
Royal
It's
Egypt.
Out.
Empress.
Peace, girl. We'll bury him. And then I'll do what's brave and make death proud to take me too. His spirit is now cold. I have no friend but resolution. And the briefest end. So, Charmian, have you brought that dread serpent of the Nile?
Hidden in this basket of figs, so that I could smuggle it past the Roman guard that holds you prisoner here.
Have a care with that pretty worm. He pains not, but his bite is death. Hand him to me.
Your Majesty.
Hush. Now, give me my robe. Put on my crown. I have immortal longings in me. I seem to hear Antony call. I see him rouse himself to praise my noble act. Husband, I come. My courage will prove title to that name. I am fire and air. My other elements I leave to baser life. So, have you done?
My queen is all attired.
Come then. Take the last warmth of my lips. Farewell, kind Charmian. Now, be tender, asp. With your sharp fangs, this intricate knot of life, untie. Poor, venomous fool. Be angry and be quick.
Dissolve thick clouds and rain, that I may say the gods themselves are weeping.
Hush. Do you not see the baby at my breast that suckles the nurse to sleep? As sweet as balm, as soft as air, as gentle. Oh, Antony, I am come home.
Octavian, entering the tomb later, gazing on her, says, "She looks like sleep. She shall be buried with her Anthony. No grave on earth shall hold in it a pair so famous." And so the curtain falls.
Well, your big TV debate will be on the air in 30 seconds, Senator.
Fine, Hank, fine.
Don't worry, sir. You're the incumbent, and you'll eat 'em up.
Right.
Oh, there's your opponent now.
20 seconds, gentlemen.
Hank, what's my opponent carrying under his arm there?
It's a Time magazine.
Oh, no. It's probably this week's. I haven't even read it.
Easy, sir.
Hank will be on top of everything. World affairs, law, economics, the movie reviews. I'll sound like a dodo out there.
10 seconds,
He'll be bright. He'll be witty and
Senator, don't put your thumb in your mouth.
Unless he only had time to look at Time magazine's cover. Oh, no.
Stand by, please.
Hank, I don't even know who's on Time's cover this week.
Sir.
Can you see who's on Time's cover?
No, I can't.
What if they ask me who's on Time's cover? What am I going to say?
And now, the candidates debate. On the left, we have the incumbent, Senator
Ethel Merman. No, she was on the cover of something else.
Senator...
Alice Cooper or Abe Dean?
Senator, all we want...
I know what you want. Is it a picture of a shark?
Just the name.
The shark didn't have a name. Give me a hint. Rover, Senator, Blackie.
Time makes everything more interesting.
including you.
This completes our week's cycle of Shakespearean tragedies. I hope you've enjoyed them. He was a master storyteller as well as a great poet. William Shakespeare is someone entitled to the profoundest respect, but he also has the right to be listened to with understanding and enjoyment. All liberties taken with the original scripts were merely to illuminate the characters and clarify the plots. After all, this week was the 412th anniversary of his birthday, and manners, language, and the way of the world have changed quite a bit. But beneath the veneer, men and women haven't. I hope Mr. William Shakespeare has had full chance to make himself understood. Our cast included Kevin McCarthy, Lois Nettleton, Carol Teitel, Robert Dryden, Russell Horton, and Paul Hecht. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
What about the police?
Yeah, the police. They said they didn't know what I was talking about.
Well?
Frank, that's what's funny. I'm not allowed to talk to the cashier, and nobody else in the bank, including the security guard, would even speak to me. And the police, they just smiled and told me to run along. What goes on out there?
It's a tight little community, that's what goes on. And no hard-nosed reporter's going to loosen it up.
I don't believe it. I'll find somebody who'll spill the beans.
Yeah, in your face.
Why do you keep saying things like that?
Because, dummy, if you become an annoyance to the three elders who run the place, you just might join those two hold-up guys your heart bleeds for.
You're scared. Aren't you, Frank?
For your sake. Yeah.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Time Magazine. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Baby, everybody's doing it. Doing what? Celebrating our country's bicentennial birthday, of course. What's that got to do with keeping your teeth clean? Plenty, that's what. We're celebrating the 200th year since we declared our independence as a nation. I hear you, man, but I don't track you. Well, figure it out yourself. One of the best ways to do this is to declare your independence from dental disease.
I track you now, Sid. That's right. Dental disease can be a big pain, and who needs that? I'm Dr. John Tabak, president of the American Society of Dentistry for Children. And ASDC is asking children everywhere throughout this wonderful land of ours to say Happy Birthday, USA, by brushing and flossing the plaque from their teeth. Plaque can lead to dental disease, and a happy, healthy nation must be free from that, too.
WFAA, Dallas, Fort Worth.
CBS News, down to the wire campaigning in Pennsylvania for Tuesday's primary. I'm Rita Sands reporting on the CBS Radio Network.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. presider over our excursions into the world of the macabre. Beyond the world as we see it, there are other worlds, certainly. The dark world of the mind, of the spirit, and probably distant worlds and life on planets throughout the universe. It is such a world that we will visit because of a strange discovery by a psychiatrist named Philip Sargent, 40 years old, and thought to be as normal as you and I, except for what happened to him. Sargent's friend, Paul Dennison, looks in disbelief at him.
I'm sorry, Phil. It makes no sense.
What would convince you that it's true?
Proof. I'm an astrophysicist, so my mind isn't closed to the mysteries in space, but you're speaking of the intangible.
Intrastar isn't intangible. It's a small planet in the middle galaxy. It exists. I've been there. It is ruled by an immortal named Lord Z, who is in charge of the redistribution of souls.
Phil, I've had astronomers search for Intrastar. It's a fiction. It exists only in your mind.
Our mystery story, Voyage to Intrastar, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor and stars Norman Rose. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
A better way to sleep, the Perfect Sleeper by Serta. Every perfect sleeper, from the Signature One to the Avanti with Pillow Soft Top, gives you firmness that feels good. Firm, deep support for your back and luxurious comfort on top for you. See your Serta dealer soon. It's a good feeling to sleep the night away on a Perfect Sleeper by Serta. Be a perfect sleeper, buy a perfect sleeper by Serta. It's a good
Ready to start your do-it-yourself project, Grossman's can help. With over 82 years of know-how, Grossman's offers everything you need to repair, remodel, or protect your home with savings like these.
Grossman's has a large selection of paneling to fit your taste and budget. Fix up now with paneling and everything you need to do it right at a special price like pewter paneling, only $3.99 a panel. A $12 saving on a 12 by 12 room. Shop Grossman's for super savings.
When you do it, we can help at Grossman.
Items available at Grossman's Boston area stores.
And so it seems we travel on this occasion to an unknown planet, Intrastar, in the middle galaxy, discovered, or so he says, by a psychiatrist named Philip Sargent. Far-fetched? You don't believe in the possibility of a science fiction experience? Then how do you explain away UFOs? Or those black holes infinite miles away at the edge of the universe? Both are facts. Their explanations are not. Therein lies mystery, the kind we explore. One person who rejects such talk as foolishness is Dr. Sargent's housekeeper, Mrs. Buckley. Concerned about him, she speaks to Paul Dennison.
I hope you don't mind me taking the liberty, Mr. Dennison, but you're...
What liberty, Mrs. Buckley?
Oh, busting on you like this. It's about the doctor.
Well, is something the matter? Has anything happened to him?
Oh, no, sir. I mean... Oh, yes, sir.
Please, sit down.
Oh, just for a minute. I told him I'd be out for an hour.
If you don't mind, please tell me why you've come to see me. What are you worried about?
Well, I think there's something wrong in his top story, as they used to say.
Why? I saw him a few days ago, and he seemed normal to me.
I dare say. But it's at night he begins to be funny.
Funny? In what way?
Well, it's about Mrs. Sargent that was, poor dear.
Oh, yes, that was tragic.
Oh, her being killed in that accident, and he loved her so. That shook him up so bad. I think his mind is wandering.
He talks about Mrs. Sargent?
He visits her.
Well, now, Mrs. Buckley...
I'm not lying. That's what he says.
Well, she's still in his thoughts, of course. Always will be. That's all he meant by visiting with her. I wouldn't worry. Dr. Sargent's had a shocking experience, and he's overworked.
He brought me her special recipe for a lemon icebox cake.
I don't know what you're talking about, Mrs. Buckley. He what?
He did. He told me one morning just how to make it. And he said his wife told him how she used to make it. The cake was his special favorite. You have to use fresh lemons and then...
Please. Dr. Sargent gave you the recipe after learning it from his wife?
Yes, sir. That's what he said. Tell Mrs. Buckley to buy fresh lemons and heavy cream, and then
Thank you. I understand why you'd be upset.
Well, it's given me the creeps, Mr. Dennison.
Let me be sure of this, Mrs. Buckley. Dr. Sargent told you that he visits his dead wife?
That's right. Any time he feels like it. When he's asleep, that is.
Dr. Sargent's a brilliant psychiatrist. I'll see him and decide if he needs medical attention.
Oh, you won't say I've been here.
No.
I don't lie. And I don't like sneaking behind a person's back. So
Understood. Good night.
How was the cake, Paul?
Oh, great. Mrs. Buckley's some cook.
This is Helen's recipe. Lemon icebox.
Oh. Well, Mrs. Buckley followed it beautifully.
She's never tried it before. I brought her the recipe.
You did?
Helen went over it with me several times. Of course, we couldn't write it down.
Pardon me?
I said that...
I heard what you said, Phil. Now explain what you meant.
Well, you won't believe me.
Try me. I'm not without imagination.
When I sleep, I dream. And when I dream, I find myself with Helen.
Well, that sounds normal. And in one of those dreams, you remembered Helen telling you how she made this kind of cake?
No, I was never in the kitchen. I don't think that I could fry an egg. The kitchen secrets were Helen's. It was in a dream state on Intrastar that she told me to tell Mrs. Buckley how to make this kind of cake. And Mrs. Buckley did. Paul, I made a discovery of unimagined importance.
Tell me about it.
Man is flesh, blood, and soul. All right?
We'll assume it. Soul is a little vague.
Well, mind is soul. You will admit that the mind is man's unique organ, that with it we open imagined worlds through dreams.
Yes. Go on.
Well, what I've discovered, perhaps because of my intense preoccupation with Helen, is that a dream is an actual experience of the soul outside one's body.
You lost me.
All right, let me give you an example. You fall asleep and dream of murdering someone. What I maintain is that the soul in the mind becomes a disembodied murderer, not of another real person, but of that person's subconscious. The soul set free in a dream commits murder. It seems to be on another person. Actually, the murder committed affects only the victim's subconscious. Understand?
No. That sounds like gobbledygook. You're saying that in a dream, the soul leaves the body and plays out a murder or whatever else is dreamed? Me and a movie star, me running for a touchdown?
Yes, that's right. And what you experience in a dream affects the person about whom you dream. The man you want to murder becomes more wary. The movie star more vain. That's how character is built. And that is why, in a negative way, I learn so much about my patients from their dreams.
That's an interesting theory. Crazy, of course.
I said that you wouldn't believe me. Now, I will visit Helen tonight. Paul, have you any idea where she is?
Well, her soul, if there is such a thing, is one of two places, I expect.
Helen is a freed soul in her ghostly body on Intrastar, a small planet in the middle galaxy.
Oh, boy. Anything else?
Lord Z rules it, and a Prince Baltus assists him.
Doing what?
Redistributing souls to the unborn. Paul, do you realize what this means?
Yes, I think it means you're really in need of a rest.
It means that immortality and reincarnation are facts. You are immortal. So am I.
Ah, that's nice to hear. I'm also mortal and sleepy, and I'd better say good night.
You don't accept anything that I've said, huh?
I'm afraid not, old friend. To me, to put it bluntly, you sound kind of crazy.
What would satisfy you that I am as normal as I ever was?
A theory is a theory until it's proved. You can't do that. I'll bet the astronomers where I work can't even find this Intrastar of yours. And if they did, you still couldn't prove that it's the gathering place of souls awaiting redistribution. A ghost is intangible. If it can't pick up anything, how could it bring something to Earth to prove your theory?
Yes, that point has bothered me, too.
Dream on. But don't take any of this seriously, Phil. No one else could.
My darling Helen.
Phil, I'm so happy to see you. How was the cake? Did Mrs. Buckley make one for you?
They think I'm crazy, Mrs. Buckley and Paul.
Well, you expected that, didn't you?
Well, yes. How are you, darling?
For a soul in limbo, happy enough, and curious about what will happen to it when I'm assigned to someone unborn. Of course, there are distractions on Infrastar. I float around as we all do, meeting one another.
What do you talk about?
What we were on Earth, what we did, the persons we loved, what might happen to us next.
Now, this is a beautiful place.
The light doesn't vary. It's always dim and soft. Still, this little planet supports vegetation, and the rock formations are unusual. I remember studying botany and geology, but I can't identify anything here.
Have you made any friends?
I've been singled out by Prince Bartos, who, I must say, overdoes his affection for me.
Oh?
Don't be jealous, darling. I'm just a shade. Bartos likes me because in 600 B.C., he fell in love with a beautiful Greek woman, descended to Earth, and lived with her until Zeus found him out. End of Bartos on Olympus. He was consigned to Intrastar.
And you remind him of that Greek beauty?
So he says.
A long time. 2,500 years. Helen, no one believes me. I've discovered that immortality is a fact, and no one will believe me.
Oh, be content with the discovery, Phil. There's no way to prove it.
Yes, I know. That's what Paul said. But there has to be a way. If I could take something back to Earth with me.
Your soul is with me, but not your body, darling.
I know that.
May I intrude, my dear Helen?
You have, Prince Baltos.
Hello, Prince.
Your widowed husband sounds disgruntled. You should be pleasant to me, Dr. Sargent. Don't forget, you will arrive one day on Intrastar for the reassignment of your soul. Like a number of remarkable men before you, you have discovered that man's soul is immortal. They could not prove it, nor will you.
I'm not so sure.
I am. The secret of immortality is all that binds the human race together. Remove the secret, and there'd be anarchy on Earth. Be content to know that you know the truth. And now, don't you think you've overstayed your visit? It's 5 o'clock in the morning.
Go back, Phil.
What is it that disturbs your conscious mind, Doctor? A dog barking.
Where am I?
Dr. Sargent has discovered that immortality is a fact, and that after death, human souls ascend to Intrastar in the middle galaxy. Can he prove it? He will try, as we will find out in Act 2.
Laxatives work in different ways. That's why you should know about X-Lax pills. Overnight, X-Lax pills gently stimulate your system's own natural rhythm, your own natural rhythm, and that makes all the difference. So try X-Lax pills for gentle overnight relief. X-Lax pills for occasional use only as directed.
Now you can soften hard, calloused skin without painful cutting or scraping. Apply stainless Dermasoft cream to your feet as directed. Insist on Dermasoft cream.
Here's your big chance to save a small fortune. Now through April 14th, JCPenney diamonds are on sale for 20% off. A magnificent selection of diamond rings for men and women, diamond earrings, pendants, and pins, all with the brilliance and clarity you find only in fine diamonds. And all at 20% off. Now through April 14th.
What in the world happened in April? Brought to you by your local Navy recruiter. April is Admissions Day for Maryland, admitted in 1788 as our 7th state, and Louisiana, admitted in 1812 as our 18th state. George Washington was sworn in as our first president in April of 1789, and the first U.S. Congress began regular sessions at Federal Hall, New York City. In April of 1860, the first Pony Express run was made from Missouri to California in 10 days. The motto, "In God We Trust," was first stamped on all U.S. coins in April of 1864. The Navy's first submarine, the USS Holland, was commissioned in April of 1900. Navy Commander Robert E. Peary and Matthew Henson reached the North Pole in April of 1909. What in the World Happened in April is brought to you by your local Navy recruiter, who will answer your questions about Navy opportunity. Or in the continental United States, call 800-841-8000, toll free. In Georgia, 800-342-5855. Navy. It's not just a job, it's an adventure.
This tale of the macabre has taken us to Intrastar, a planet in the middle galaxy, because an unusual man, psychiatrist Philip Sargent, has discovered that in the dream state, his soul travels disembodied to the star where the souls of the dead await distribution into the unborn. Fantastic? Perhaps. But there are no limits to what the mind can foresee. It is man's unique attribute. Away from Earth, you can be sure that there are other minds. One of them is that of Lord Z, the ruler of Intrastar.
May I remind you, Prince Baltos, what happened before? Or why you were consigned to me here?
I was passionately in love with her, Lord Z.
But you are an immortal.
I was born of a human, and I had human feelings.
And you still have them. But, my dear Baltos, your feeling for Helen Sargent is not a feeling for a human being, but for her waiting soul. A soul waiting for us to place in someone unborn. How could you possess a shade?
I love Helen, and I'd like to do something to please her.
Well, then make a careful selection of the unborn in whom her immortal soul will be placed.
What would please her most would be something I could do for her husband, Dr. Sargent.
He'll join us here one day. Do the same for him.
He wants to prove that immortality is a fact.
That cannot be allowed.
But even if he does prove it, no one will believe him.
I agree with you. But it's a risk that is forbidden to all of us. Humans already have a good idea that there is such a thing as immortality. The body is a temporary shell which houses the soul. If life and death become unimportant, civilization would degenerate into anarchy. That cannot be allowed. I urge you not to do anything foolish, Baltos.
Good breakfast, Mrs. Buckley.
Starts the day right, my old father used to say. Let me have your cups. Got to keep the machinery oiled. He always ate a hearty breakfast. Made us eat one, too.
Have a cup yourself, Mrs. Buckley.
With you?
Why not? I'd like to talk with you. Helen sent you her love. Dear, did I startle you?
Oh, if you're going to talk like that, Doctor,
In your way, you love Mrs. Sargent as much as I did. And still do. Nothing wrong with that, is there?
She couldn't send me her love. No way.
Ah, but she did. You see, I was with her last night.
Oh, Doctor, please. Don't you know how you sound? What if anybody heard you?
I'm sorry I upset you, Mrs. Buckley.
You just mustn't talk to me that way, Doctor. Like you were possessed of the devil. He speaks in many tongues, you know.
So does God. Well, we won't talk about Helen anymore, but really she did send you her love.
Well, that's very nice, I'm sure. I don't want to go into how she sent it.
Through me. From Intrastar.
May the Lord protect you and drive such crazy notions from your head. Oh, please, don't talk to me any more about those visits and that planet you say you visit. You know that's just plain crazy.
Now, who... Oh, yes, it might be Dennison.
Hi.
Paul. Come in.
Hey?
I've got a fire going in my study. Come on in.
It's nippy out there. Phil, I've had astronomers at all our stations and the space station itself trying to track down that planet, Intrastar. There is no such planet.
Paul, Intrastar exists.
Do you realize the implication of what you've said?
Yes. In spite of scientific proof to the contrary, I insist that Intrastar does exist.
And the implication of that?
That I've cracked up, huh?
Exactly. Cracked up. Or about to. Well, you know what gossip is. Mrs. Buckley listens to your dreams about Helen. She speaks to her daughter. The talk becomes exaggerated. It spreads to me, to my wife, and so on. And then it becomes an accepted fact. Dr. Sargent has gone over the edge.
Yes, and that's too bad. Paul, I'm still normal.
You don't know that. I wish you'd consult a doctor for his opinion. Well, that's presumptuous.
It's out of the question. I am a doctor. I know myself.
You're wrong. But I'm willing to live with it. Others may not be.
Mrs. Buckley?
She meant it when she said she might have to leave. That'd be a loss. Then there are your friends and your patients. The opinion is growing, Phil, that you have become abnormal.
Paul, my discovery is a fact.
It is not. It's a fiction like Intrastar. So are your visits with Helen's soul. Just think of what that last sentence sounds like. Your visits with Helen's soul. Visits, Phil? Doesn't that sound schizophrenic? Now, be honest with me.
Well, yes, it does.
Well, then?
I'll say no more. The discovery I've made, I'll keep to myself.
Just forget it.
Oh, no. No, Paul, I can't forget it. It's a reality. But I'll say no more until I can prove it.
My dear Helen.
Why, Prince Bartos, how nice of you to pay me a visit.
The last time Dr. Sargent visited you, I said that from his tone he sounded disgruntled. Remember?
Very well. He was always jealous of anyone who looked my way twice.
You mean everyone? That, of course, includes me.
Oh, how can you have any feeling for me when I'm just a disembodied soul?
Odd as it may seem, I can. I have a rather clever plan in mind.
Oh?
One day, that fine soul of yours will be placed in someone unborn. I'll see to it that it is placed in a human who will grow up in a striking body. She will be a stunning woman.
Oh, that's nice to know.
I will come to Earth and marry you.
And what if I don't love you?
You will.
Meaning that you can explain love?
Well, no. But I'll be myself and an immortal. And I'll look as I do now. You don't find me repugnant?
Oh, no. I think you're most attractive. That's seeing you as Helen Sargent. When I'm someone else, I don't know what I'll think.
I'll face that question when I come to it in 20 years or so. Now, would you look on me more favorably if I did you a service now?
Oh, if you could help Phil, Dr. Sargent, I'd be very grateful.
That's just what I propose to do. I mentioned the idea to Lord Z, who forbids it. But I really am an immortal. So what could he do to me?
Oh, I'd have no idea, Prince Baltos.
Your husband, a man and a mind that I respect a great deal, faces a dilemma. He knows that immortality is a fact. Without my help, he can't prove it. I will give him my help.
You're defying Lord Z.
He's an indulgent old gentleman. He'll forgive me.
Lay the king on his side, Phil. There's no way you can win. I have one move, and my pawn becomes a queen.
Oh, yes. Stupid of me to lose my knight.
It's a good chess game, otherwise. And you did win the first game.
Yes, but you won, too. Losing at chess is a dreadful experience. It proves you're stupider than your opponent. I find that hard to accept.
Expecting someone?
No. Well, Mrs. Buckley will see who it is.
Oh, it's late. I'd better be running along.
Oh, excuse me for interrupting.
Yes, who is it?
Well, there's a Mr. Ballas or Blathos or something like that who says you know him. And could he come in and see you?
Who?
Lotus? Oh, I don't know. A nice-looking man, about your age.
Baltos.
Now, that sounds right. Baltos. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, show him in.
Oh, yes, sir. It's pretty late to be calling.
I'll leave.
Oh, no, you won't, Paul. Paul, do you know who Baltos is?
Good evening, Dr. Sargent.
Good evening, Prince. Paul, this is Prince Baltos from Intrastar, Paul Dennison.
Good Lord.
How do you do, Mr. Dennison?
Sit down, Paul. Well, Prince, this is an unexpected pleasure.
I am here because of Helen.
She hasn't been reassigned.
No, not yet. Soon, perhaps. How different all this is from Greece before the birth of Christ. Marvelous. Mankind has improved his condition on earth.
You, sir, claim to be a Prince Baltos from Intrastar?
I do not claim it. I am. And Intrastar is a fact.
Not to my astronomers.
Well, that means nothing. They are finite. Only their souls are infinite. And a few of them, in a disembodied state, have visited my planet. Dr. Sargent is one of those rare souls. You have told Mr. Dennison.
Yes, everything.
And he thinks you're a lunatic.
That's right.
You sit there and tell me you're from another planet.
And I'm a god.
And that Intrastar... Well, tell me more.
Lord Z is the ruler. I am his aide. Intrastar is the gathering place, a way station, if you will, for all the human souls. They arrive there after death for redistribution in the unborn.
Reincarnation is a fact?
Yes.
I don't believe it.
Why should you? After all, as a scientist, you must have proof. I will furnish that tomorrow night. Shall we say the same time?
Will you really?
I promised Helen I would. What would satisfy you, Mr. Dennison? A plant not found on Earth? A kind of rock unknown in this world?
You'll excuse me, Phil.
No, wait just a moment. Please answer the prince.
Prince? A god from a fictitious planet named Intrastar, the gathering place for departed souls. For all I know, Prince Baltos is one of your patients. Well, have your fun. I'm going home. You're both as nutty as a fruitcake.
And this is a detached man of science?
Well, a really big idea is hard to comprehend, Prince.
Mankind's condition has improved on Earth, but his mind is still a victim of archetypes and superstition. Why? Because of fear of the unknown.
I no longer have that fear.
Of course not. You know the truth. Shall I proceed with tomorrow night's visit?
Yes, please do. If it will not place you in danger.
There's a risk, but not a serious one.
I'm grateful to you, Prince Baltos. And Dennison will be here, I assure you.
Yes. He and your housekeeper are the ones that need convincing. Until tomorrow, then, I will say good night. Do not visit Intrastar tonight. Lord Z is very inquisitive.
Mrs. Buckley, do you know who my visitor was? Prince Baltos, a god.
You're talking foolish again, Doctor.
It's the truth.
Can I bring you a cup of tea?
Yes, that sounds like a good idea, but I'm keeping you up very late, Mrs. Buckley.
Oh, I don't mind. You just settle down. I'll boil some water and bring you some tea. Excuse me, Doctor. Did that Mr. Baltos let himself out? I didn't hear him go.
He said goodnight in the study and vanished.
Huh?
Disappeared into the air.
Dr. Sargent's belief that the soul in a dream state actually experiences what it dreams about. It's hard to swallow. And his visits to his wife's soul on Intrastar might strike you as even more incredible. Well, so did the idea of landing on the moon. For myself, I intend to keep an open mind about the doctor's incredible discovery and his proof of it, which I expect we'll hear when I return with Act 3.
Maxwell House is coffee you can count on. Maxwell House, good to the last drop. Maxwell House is
good morning.
Maxwell House is
Good company.
good to the last drop. Maxwell House.
Maxwell House. Coffee you can count on. Always smells good. Always tastes good. Always good to the last drop.
Maxwell House is
Good coffee.
good to the last drop. Maxwell House.
This is Jack Klugman. As national chairman of this year's Easter Seal campaign, I've seen the wonderful things that happen every day in Easter Seal centers. The stroke victim learns to walk and talk again. A disabled youngster learns to feed and dress himself. A deaf child is taught to communicate. Children and adults rebuild their lives with the help of Easter Seals. But they can accomplish only what you make possible. Please, give to Easter Seals for handicapped children and adults.
I smoke pot all the time. I love it. That was no Harvard Square freak. That was a member of the Great and General Court of Massachusetts, a young Democrat who spoke freely about his regular use of the irregular weed. One of several legislators who talked frankly of the politics of pot in an exclusive survey for the April issue of Boston Magazine. We figured it was high time you got the real dope on what the General Court thinks about marijuana, so Boston Magazine set out to find out where their heads were on the question of legalization. What we found were a lot more answers and a lot more heads than we expected. This pot poll just might blow the lid off Beacon Hill. It certainly brings a new meaning to the term smoke-filled room. Read it in the April issue of Boston Magazine. Ask for it now at your newsstand. And if the man at the newsstand says he doesn't have it, ask him what kind of joint he's running. And go get the magazine at another newsstand.
We have come through 2/3 of a weird science fiction story. A dream voyage by Dr. Philip Sargent to a planet in the middle galaxy. A planet not seen by our astronomers. But not a dream voyage, according to him. He believes that it was an actual voyage to a small planet, which is the way station for the souls of the dead. Well, we have heard him speak with his dead wife, Helen, and with Prince Baltos. What of Lord Z?
Mrs. Sargent?
Why, Lord Z, I'm flattered. What is it?
You realize that my assistant, Prince Baltos, has become attracted to you?
Oh, yes, he said as much. I told him he was foolish.
He seems to be missing from Intrastar. Do you know where he is?
I really do not.
Did he mention a trip to the Earth?
Oh, well, years from now, after my soul is implanted in the body of an unborn who will become a beautiful woman.
I see. Then he will descend to Earth and... yes. That would be his second such adventure. Another trip to Earth would be forbidden. There are those who rule even me and Baltos. If he defies our higher authority, he will suffer for it. May I ask another question? Where is Baltos now?
He has gone to Earth to help Phil, my husband.
As I suspected, Baltos curries favor with you by helping your husband, an outstanding mind, by the way, to prove what he has learned about Intrastar. Isn't that it?
I know. Phil accepts that immortality and reincarnation are facts.
But he can't prove his discovery. Baltos intends to provide proof. Oh, what a foolish god. He longs for a human relationship.
Forgive him, Lord Z.
Would that I could, but I cannot. He will be punished, and you will never see your husband again. In the morning, I will assign you to the body of an unborn, and you will leave Intrastar.
I won't see Phil again?
No.
Evening, Mr. Dennison.
Good evening. You get through the night all right?
Yes, sir. Here, let me take your coat.
Thank you. How is he?
Seems just fine. Kind of worked up. Says that man is coming back tonight.
Uh-huh.
I'll be in the kitchen if he needs me, Mr. Dennison.
All right. Hello, Phil.
Paul, sit down. Can I fix you anything?
No, thanks.
I don't know how long we'll have to wait. I want to thank you for coming over.
I've been thinking about it all day. If Baltos isn't a fiction, I'd like to see him again. My mind's open as far as it can.
Storm outside?
No. It's a clear night. That was thunder, wasn't it?
How could it be? What kind of phenomenon?
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good Lord.
Prince Baltos.
Doctor, did you hear that clap of the... Mother of mercy, it's him.
Good evening, Mrs. Buckley.
How did you get in?
I simply appeared. Why don't you sit down? Another witness besides Mr. Dennison would be desirable. Don't you think so, Dr. Sargent?
Oh, yes. Do sit down, Mrs. Buckley.
Oh, yes, sir. What's that on the coffee table, Doctor? It's moving.
No, Mrs. Buckley. Don't be frightened.
Huh?
It can't move, but it moves within itself. Don't be afraid. Dr. Dennison?
Yes.
Have you ever seen this kind of plant anywhere on Earth?
No.
Look. It's eating itself.
It's the devil's work.
Not at all. It is a plant that grows only on Intrastar. It eats its leaves. As one leaf grows, another eats it. The plant never grows in size. It lives forever on itself. Satisfied, Mr. Dennison?
I don't believe what I'm seeing.
Now, Mr. Dennison, will you examine this?
Well, it looks like lunar rock.
It is similar in some ways, but it is not from the moon. I offer both the carnivorous, self-perpetuating plant and this rock sample to you, Mr. Dennison, to convince you that Dr. Sargent's remarkable discovery of Intrastar is a fact. Are you convinced?
If I can believe my eyes, yes.
Mrs. Buckley?
Well, I just don't know what anybody's talking about.
Prince Baltos, how can I thank you? You have taken an enormous risk. Does Lord Z know...
Lord Z is a kindly, patient old god. Yes, I have violated the rules that govern Intrastar, but I have no fear. I can persuade Lord Z that despite proving to Mr. Dennison that you have experienced what you said you had, mankind won't believe you, so no harm is done. The secret of life will remain a secret, except to you three.
Well, I'm stunned.
Frankly, so am I. Why, Prince Baltos, did you decide to help me?
I have a distant plan I intend to carry out. But I've overstayed my visit. Goodbye.
Look, Doctor, look at him.
I can't project myself back into space.
Look, he's beginning to age. Paul, look at him. His face is sagging.
And his hair is turned white.
He's bent over, like an old man.
Lord Z, what have you done to me? What's happened? I'm changing into a human being. No.
Sit down, Prince.
He's changed me into a human. Thousands of years old. I'll turn to dust.
It's horrifying, Phil. And look at the plant. It's dying. And the rock is ashes.
Oh, you'll excuse me. I can't stay here any longer.
What do we do with him, Phil?
Nothing. There is nothing to be done.
Mrs. Sargent.
Who? Oh, Prince Baltos. What happened to you?
Lord Z turned me into a human, and I disintegrated.
And now you're a disembodied soul?
Yes. Returned to Intrastar for reassignment.
But you're a god.
No longer, Mrs. Sargent.
Lord Z, in the name of the immortals, why did you do this to me? Why have you destroyed me?
It was ordained. I warned you, Baltos. You have disobeyed the gods twice. There is no third chance. You were changed into a human and killed. Your soul is immortal.
To what unborn will I be assigned?
To someone on Earth who will lead a life of deception and trickery. That will be part of your punishment.
And Helen Sargent?
She has already departed from Intrastar. Look around you.
Gone.
Her soul has already been implanted in an unborn.
Spare Dr. Sargent. I accept my punishment. But Sargent...
Too late.
Will I see him here?
No. And after I have now spoken, you won't see me.
Mrs. Buckley.
Oh, be right there. Here's some hot coffee.
Yes, I don't feel very well this morning.
Oh, with all that crazy business last night, I don't wonder. The devil's work, I call it.
Mrs. Buckley, you don't believe what you saw and heard last night?
If I did, and I'm not saying I do, I couldn't tell anybody about it. Nobody'd believe me.
It was true all the same.
Well, anything more I can do for you? Oh, why, you haven't eaten your nice fried egg.
No appetite. I don't feel well. Would you telephone Mr. Dennison? I have to see him.
Why, of course. Land's sake. I'll be happy when all this nonsense is behind me.
And so will I. And I think it is about to be.
Oh, no. Dear Lord.
He's dead.
Oh, he said he didn't feel so good. After I telephoned you, I cleaned up the kitchen. Then I come into the dining room and
Poor Phil.
Oh, why did he have to go fooling around with his dreams and his soul and those trips he said he made?
Mrs. Buckley, have you been in his study this morning?
No, sir. Not since last night when that prince was here with that terrible plant and the rock.
I want to see what finally happened to him. Follow me?
Well, didn't he disappear the way he come?
No. He began to change before our eyes. He began to age.
Well, he sure ain't here now, Mr. Dennison. Oh.
Look.
Why, it's a pile of dust on the seat of that lovely old winged chair.
That's all that remains of Prince Baltos.
Oh, it's like after a cremation. What did all this mean, Mr. Dennison?
I don't know, Mrs. Buckley. I really don't know.
Welcome to Intrastar, Dr. Sargent.
Why did I have to die, Lord Z?
You had penetrated the secret of immortality.
But as Baltos said, no one believed me. Why was I selected to make my discovery?
A touch of genius, I would say. The explanation is better left to those who oversee even me.
And here I am because Prince Baltos fell in love with my wife. Oh, what about her, Lord Z?
Helen? I know what you're thinking, and I will intercede for you. Perhaps in other bodies you will be united. We'll see.
Thank you. It's a funny thing.
Love?
It's the one thing, the one emotion, over which you and the hierarchy of gods, just to give them a name, seem to have no control.
Yes, we know that, Dr. Sargent. We also know why.
Oh? Well, tell me.
Because love is the mystery of life. A mystery even to us.
Now, that's a pronouncement I do understand. So do you, I'm sure. Another observation. 2,500 years ago, in the Book of Rites, Confucius wrote, "Do not take liberty with the gods or weary them." Dr. Sargent did, and died because he did. Of course, Prince Baltos was the real cause of it. He fell in love with Helen Sargent's ghostly body and freed soul. Love. What an explosive little word that is. I'll return shortly.
Join hands with people everywhere. Each of us can do our share in care for day for children.
This year, people of all nations are joining hands to improve the lives of the world's needy children. Through CARE, you can provide the families of these children with the means to grow their own food, to build medical facilities, safer water systems, and schools. Tomorrow's world is in our hands. Help make it a better place for all the children. Please send your check or money order to CARE, Crusade for Children Overseas, Box 576, New York 10016.
This tale of the macabre led us into the world of fantasy. All of us dream. In dreams, I know that my subconscious ranges everywhere. I'm sure it's the same with you. Because life is a mystery, our imaginations search for an explanation. It is somewhere out there in the infinite universe. And out there, perhaps there is an intrastar in the middle galaxy. Who knows? Our cast included Norman Rose, Bryna Rayburn, Robert Dryden, and Gordon Heath. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
You're the DA, and I want you to see something for yourself. Something to do with the 5 spot, obviously. That's right. Boy, you're all alike, you newspaper guys. Every one of you trying to sniff out some scandal of your very own. The whole world isn't corrupt, Tom.
Well, you're entitled to your opinion. Look at your desk. Papers all over it, and every one about some kind of ripoff. That's why you got the job you've got. I got the same kind of job. Expose phonies and hypocrites, those who make promises to break them.
Mm-hmm. What's the soapbox speech got to do with a 5 spot restaurant?
Ah, if I told you, you wouldn't believe it. I want you to see him for yourself.
See who?
Paul Galvano.
I've seen him 50 times.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I've been in his restaurant.
No, that's not what I mean.
Well, what do you mean?
Paul Galvano doesn't exist. The guy who calls himself Paul Galvano has been dead for 3 years.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
This is Esther P. Peterson, President Carter's Special Assistant for Consumer Affairs. The New England Regional Commission and your governor's energy office have 2 free booklets for those of you who heat part or all of your home with wood. They are Heating with Wood and Burning Wood Safely. To receive these booklets, simply write the New England Regional Commission, 53 State Street, Boston, Massachusetts, 02109.
News Radio 59 information check at 9:59. Periods of light rain and drizzle tonight and tomorrow. Cloudy with more rain tomorrow night and some periods of rain Wednesday as well. It's now 38 degrees in Boston. The Dow Jones down 6.93 today to 855.25. In sports, the Red Sox beat the Phils 7-6, and the Patriots announced that Coach Fairbanks is now free to head west.
This is WEEI, CBS in Boston, News Radio 59.
Now the headline stories. New Hampshire anti-nuclear forces call for an immediate halt to construction of the Seabrook plant. Massachusetts officials prepare for the possibility of a nuclear plant accident here. The BU Board of Trustees will vote tomorrow whether to agree to the union's acceptance of a new contract. This is Jim Pansulo. WEEI continues its coverage with David Jackson in New York. At the final tone, it's exactly 10 p.m.
CBS News, the government orders new inspections of reactors like the one at 3 Mile Island, Pennsylvania. I'm David Jackson reporting on the CBS Radio Network. The crippled reactor near Harrisburg was designed by Babcock and Wilcox of Lynchburg, Virginia. There are B&W reactors working in 5 other locations around the U.S., and the Nuclear Regulatory Commission wants the utilities that run them to take a close look. Specifically, it wants a check to be sure there are no gas bubbles in the cooling system, and it's telling all reactor operators not to interfere with automatic emergency systems unless they absolutely have to. The NRC wants reports back from the utilities within 10 days. That troublesome bubble inside the 3 Mile Island reactor has become much smaller, and the core there is cooling. Officials say the danger is not over, but they say the plant is a lot safer now than it has been in recent days. We'll have more news after this.
Hello?
Marge, it's Fran.
Oh.
Did I wake you up?
Oh, no, I always talk like this in the middle of the night. Oh, anything wrong?
Nothing, really. It's just one of those nights when I can't fall asleep. I took an aspirin, but it did nothing for me.
Why should it? Aspirin's for headaches. What you need is a sleeping aid. On the way to work, pick up some Compose.
Headache? Take aspirin. Sleepless night? Take Compose. COMPOZ. Taken as directed before you go to bed, Compose actually helps you fall asleep when you want to fall asleep at bedtime.
Marge Walker.
Marge? Fran. Thought I'd call you during the day this time so as not to scare you to death.
Hi. How'd the Compose work?
Great. I don't get sleepless nights often, but if I do again, Compose is what I'll take.
Headache? Take aspirin. Sleepless night? Take Compose. COMPOZ. Take only as directed. Compose is available at all drug counters.
Some auto assembly lines are slowing down because of the Teamsters strikes and trucking industry lockouts. The car makers can't get parts. Several thousand workers at GM and Ford are being forced to work less hours. Contract talks have broken off between the Teamsters and Trucking Management Incorporated, which represents more than 500 companies. But the union says it's having some luck with some non-collective bargaining. Barry Seraphin reports from Washington.
Teamsters President Frank Fitzsimmons claims that 300 to 400 individual trucking companies have signed or indicated willingness to sign new contracts on terms rejected by other parts of the industry in collective bargaining over the weekend. Fitzsimmons blames the Carter administration's wage guidelines in general and pressure from some of the administration's inflation fighters in particular for the breakdown in that bargaining.
Alfred Kahn and Barry Bosworth of the Council on Wage and Price Stability have totally disrupted these negotiations. And it can be fairly said that they have played a major role in causing our strike.
Chief Industry Negotiator J. Curtis Counts charges the administration with bending its wage guidelines too much in the union's favor. If we have one more clarification, he says, we'd be out of business. Management denies that its lockout is meant to provoke a Taft-Hartley back-to-work order. The union says it is, and that any court injunction should apply only to that lockout, not the Teamsters' limited strike. For now, the administration is showing no inclination to seek a back-to-work order, and negotiations are not expected to resume until perhaps Thursday or Friday. Barry Seraphin, CBS News, Washington.
The Federal Election Commission has finished its audit of the Carter 1976 presidential primary campaign. It found 21 items for which there was inadequate documentation. The campaign committee had to repay $5,800 in federal money. The FEC is still working on the Carter general election campaign. Look for higher airfares and air cargo rates soon. Most of the world's major airlines have been meeting in Geneva and reportedly have agreed on a 7% boost to cover higher fuel costs. Final action is expected tomorrow. The U.S. dollar is doing relatively well in Tuesday morning trading on the Tokyo Foreign Exchange. It's up about $1.33 from today's close to almost 212.5 yen, the highest it's been since June of last year. We'll have more news after this message.
An exciting adventure in radio entertainment is yours every Monday through Friday. Sears Radio Theater with hosts of talent. I'm Lorne Green.
I'm Andy Griffith.
I'm Vincent Price.
I'm Cicely Tyson.
I'm Richard Widmark.
The 5 very talented hosts who bring you a broad sweep of top-quality dramas on Sears Radio Theater over most of these CBS radio network stations. You'll hear a play in a different key every day of the week, Monday through Friday. Lorne Green hosting westerns on Monday. Andy Griffith, comedies on Tuesday. Vincent Price with mysteries on Wednesday. Cicely Tyson with stories of love and hate on Thursday. And on Friday, Richard Widmark and adventure. To enjoy this thrilling experience in radio entertainment, all you do is listen here for Sears Radio Theater, Monday through Friday, on most of these CBS radio network stations.
If you were supposed to get your federal income tax refund check this week, you may have to wait a few extra days. Treasury Secretary Blumenthal stopped all mailings last Thursday because Congress was having trouble passing an increase in the national debt ceiling. The checks might have bounced. But Congress acted and the president signed today, so checks will be going out once again, albeit a bit late for some. David Jackson, CBS News.
Good evening. This is Jim Pansuo, WEEI, News Radio 59 in Boston. 6 after 10 is our time. The temperature 40 degrees, that's 4 Celsius. The humidity 96%. The wind northeast at 9. And we'll have periods of light rain and drizzle tonight and tomorrow, with the high up around 50 tomorrow. More rain tomorrow night and some periods of rain on Wednesday as well. The Boston University Board of Trustees will vote tomorrow on whether to sign the new contract that has been accepted by the union. We have details from Chuck Krause.
By a vote of 212 to 17, the Boston University chapter of the American Association of University Professors accepted the new 3-year contract with BU. The trustees vote on Tuesday. The new contract calls for wage increases of 7, 10.5%, and 12% over its life. But chapter president Fritz Ringer says the academic freedom, appointments, promotion, and other non-economic portions are, if anything, more important.
I would almost say yes. I mean, even take, for example, the issue of salaries themselves. Everybody's terribly concerned that we've been underpaid and falling behind for years, and they did want some program to pull us back in line. That's happened. But even in the salary provisions, you know, the ways in which you make decisions about how you deal with inequities and how you distribute merit, even there, the decision-making process and the faculty input and the kind of the stability and regularity of those proceedings are just as important as the money itself.
Professor Ringer says the salary increases seem large, but average out to less if the past several years are taken into account. This is Chuck Krause.
One of the problems that nationwide lockout by the trucking companies of the Teamsters Union is creating locally is some disruption of delivery of hot lunches to about 101 public schools in Boston. Fred Foy, the school department spokesman, reports that about 21,000 students are affected.
All of those schools which do not have their own hot lunch facilities will be affected. This means basically that most of the 101 schools are elementary schools. Most of the high schools and most of the middle schools have their own hot lunch facilities.
They will continue to deliver milk to the schools. Massachusetts does have contingency plans if a nuclear leak should occur in one of the plants in this area, similar to the one in Pennsylvania. We have details from Lynn Vaughn.
Public
Safety Department officials say evacuation procedures have already been formulated and distributed to residents surrounding the Yankee Row and Pilgrim 1 nuclear power plants. And Environmental Affairs Secretary John Buick assured the Energy Committee the state is sufficiently equipped to detect radiation leakages.
I think the public should be aware in Massachusetts that we have in place a rather extensive monitoring system and a capability for detecting radiation that should such an accident occur here in the Commonwealth, we would have immediate information available that we have the ability to monitor and detect.
But Department of Environmental Quality Commissioner Anthony Cortese contradicted that. He says the state must rely on the utility companies themselves to measure gaseous radiation leakages. Cortese says the state has the equipment, but not the funds to operate it. This is Lynn Vaughn.
New Hampshire foes of nuclear power today demanded an immediate halt to construction of that state's first atomic power plant because of the Pennsylvania accident. James Mallon, spokesman for the Anti-Pollution League, says even the financial qualifications for safety measures are just not there.
Seacoast Anti-Pollution League therefore renews its call on the NRC staff to require such a plan and urges Governor Gallo and all the citizens to join in this request.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall.
Ever read this sort of advertisement in the real estate section of the newspaper or the personal columns of a magazine? Young Austrian couple, no children, no pets, would like to exchange their gemütlich Alpine chalet for New York apartment, 2 to 3 months. Please write, etc., etc., etc. If you had read that, would you be tempted to try it? Don't. It could work out nicely, but then again...
What is it?
I don't know, Moira. I think something flew into the room.
Something? What?
A bird. Like a huge gray owl.
We shouldn't have left the window open.
I'm glad we did. It flew right out. Again.
Our mystery drama was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Don Scardino and Jennifer Harmon. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Start your mornings with a double dose of laughter on CBS television, beginning with The Jeffersons.
Me and her been through some hard times together, and ain't another woman in this world who will stick by me the way she has.
You ain't lying.
The laughs continue with Alice. And then...
Here's the first item up for bids, and the price is right.
Join Bob Barker and... for an hour of excitement and fabulous prizes, it's The Jeffersons, Alice, and The Price is Right. Weekdays on CBS television.
What do doctors recommend to avoid constipation? These days, doctors stress the importance of fiber in the diet. Food fiber that helps the system regulate itself naturally. Metamucil is the laxative made from natural fiber. No chemical stimulants. So for occasional constipation, doctors recommend Metamucil more often than any other laxative. The way to overcome constipation is the natural way. But if not nature, Metamucil. Read label and follow directions.
For your family's happy nights and days, RV Furniture helps you set the stage for the occasions that give you pleasure, that make the memories you'll always treasure. RV Furniture, memories are made at home.
Yes, memories are made at home. For quality that endures, for values you trust, for service that's rare. Come home to RB Furniture in South Center on South Center Parkway, in Linwood on 196th Street, also in Redmond on Northeast Bellevue Redmond Road, and in Tacoma on South Tacoma Way.
RV Furniture, come on, come on, come on, come on home to RV Furniture.
advertisement I began to read to you was the actual one that Alec and Maura Grant answered. Maura was interested because Alec was exhausted from overwork, and she felt he needed a long vacation. Alec, because they had recently been married, and so far had been denied a honeymoon. Outside of these two small concerns, they had nothing in the world to worry them. They were blissfully happy. The gods were good to them. How fortunate. Except it was Byron who said, "Whom the gods love, die young."
Professor Grant.
You don't have to be formal. It's just me.
Oh, who's me?
Your wife.
Oh, that...
Darling, the most marvelous thing just happened. It came.
Well, that's nice. What came?
A letter from Frau Gottschalk in Austria. She's charming. There's a picture of her and her husband, and they look like dear people. And the house is a dream, and they want to exchange. Only they don't own a car. But couldn't we just rent one there and...
Hey, honey, slow down, will you?
Oh, when are you coming home?
I'm just finishing up. I had to empty the drawers and get all this junk out of poor Murray's way.
Well, you're only going to be away from the university for a year. It's still your office.
Not while I'm on sabbatical leave. But it's all done. I should be home within the hour.
Oh, hurry, darling. I'm just bursting with all the news about Austria.
I'm Dr. Alec Grant, and my sabbatical leave began at the beginning of the summer. I hold a full chair in philosophy at Gotham University, and my intention was to spend my sabbatical year finishing a book. When Murray Sprague got in a bind and asked me to take over a summer course he was teaching in comparative theology, I would have turned him down, except that it was he who was covering my courses while I was on leave. It was a stroke of luck that I said I would. First, because during the course, I learned more than I wanted to know about demonology, but mainly because I met Moira and we got married.
There's only one hitch, Alec, provided you think the house sounds right.
Moira, it sounds too good to be true. I mean, right on its own lake, isolated but only 10 miles by road from Wintersbad, ski trails everywhere, and enough peace and quiet for me to finish my book. So what's the hitch?
We won't be alone.
I knew it was too good to be true. What are we stuck with? An ancient dachshund?
Oh, no. Just a housekeeper. But we don't have to pay for her.
That's bad?
I think it's good.
What's she like?
She's sort of an old family retainer, but Gretel says she cooks like an angel and disappears right after dinner every night, and you never hear from her till you're ready for breakfast in the morning.
Gretel?
That's Frau Gottschalk's name. Her husband is Hans. Oh, isn't it too much? Hansel and Gretel in this divine gingerbread house waiting for us.
Plus a built-in witch?
Oh, now that's unfair to Frau Zapper. Gretel says she's a dear old thing and will take care of us like we were her own children.
Well, I don't need anyone to take care of me but you.
Oh, and you know how totally I want to possess you, surround you, make you all my own.
Well, you don't have to try. You got me.
So we are off for the Austrian Tyrol?
Well, aren't there arrangements to be made? How do you know they'll like this old dump of ours? Mine.
That's all settled. I've described it and sent pictures.
When do they plan to arrive?
A week from Saturday, the morning of the day we leave. We'll have a whole day to show them everything and help them get settled.
Well, I hope they don't miss their plane.
Oh, stop trying to put the hex on all this, Alex. Anyway, your child bride was smart enough to cover that.
How?
Well, if by any chance things get crossed up and they don't arrive before we leave, Betty Sprague has the keys and she'll settle them in.
And they know about that?
Of course.
I mean, you've heard from them since you wrote them?
Natch, worrywart.
I don't mean to sound that way. It's just that, well, why didn't we just get them on the phone and work out all the last-minute details?
Well, that's the one thing I didn't mention. They don't have a phone.
They don't.
Well, who needs it? We can shut out the rest of the world. Oh, isn't it heaven?
Well, as long as I share it with you. The idea of being that isolated was heaven to me. I couldn't put my finger on what niggling little thought kept sputtering in my brain like a loose electrical connection. And in the face of Moira's enthusiasm and shining expectation of our projected trip, I didn't have the heart to allow anything to spoil it. I never dreamed my random hunch would turn out to be true.
Hello? Yes, this is Mrs. Grant.
Is that the Gottschalks?
Shh. What? A cablegram from Frankfurt, Germany? Right. No, please, read it to me. If you got a pencil, darling.
Right here.
That's correct. Just read the message. Missed connections here. We arrived New York a day late. Sorry we will miss you, but please not to delay your departure. Frau Zauber expects you. We will contact your Mrs. Sprague, and all will be well. Auf Wiedersehen, Hans and Gretel Gottschalk. Yes, thank you, operator. I have it. No, a copy will not be necessary.
They missed the plane?
Or maybe you ought to take up fortune-telling.
I'm sorry, darling.
No, I didn't mean to bite at you. I'm just disappointed. I would have liked to have met them.
Well, do you want to cancel our flight?
Are you kidding? That's a special excursion deal that saves us a fortune. Besides, we have to pick up our car in Munich. We don't want anything to go wrong with that.
Okay. And we'll let Betty Sprague handle our German cousins.
Austrian.
Oh, my apologies to the Grand Duke or whoever.
I think it's the Chancellor. Anyway, we're going on a honeymoon in Austria, darling, and we're going to love every minute of it.
It's so easy to be prophetic in hindsight. But some chill tremor, even then, closed around my shoulders like a shawl. I shrugged it off because Moira was sizzling with delighted anticipation. The plane flight across the Atlantic was uneventful, except for Moira's constant happy chatter about the new life we were headed for. By the time we got to Munich, she had me decked out in rose-colored glasses, too. And all my doubts had evaporated. We picked up the car at Munich in the early morning, and by shortly after lunch, we found ourselves arriving at the end of our journey.
Oh, it's all so green and so beautiful. It's like driving on the floor of a still green lake.
It's breathtakingly lovely. An enchanted forest. Oh, but doesn't it ever end?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes. Up ahead. See?
Oh, that's the lake. And the trees are starting to thin.
Oh, there it is, Alec. Oh, it is a gingerbread cottage.
Well, it's a bit larger than a cottage, but it's a real Hansel and Gretel house, all right. With a witch waiting for us, broom in hand.
Oh, stop it, Alec. She looks like a dear little old lady.
Willkommen in Schlossfreihaus. Ich bin Frau Zauber.
Wir sind Herr und Frau Grant, aber wir haben keine Deutsche sprechen.
Ach so, it is no matter. I have English pretty good. Have you come with a nice trip?
Oh, yes. The countryside is gorgeous.
Oh, from Munich you are arriving?
Yes, we flew in this morning and drove straight here.
Oh, I have been waiting though. With a broom, I sweep the doorstep again and again so you will see the house at its best. But you must be tired. Kommen Sie bitte. I show you your house of dreams.
We entered the chalet, our shadows streaming before us from the sun at our backs. Something revived that vague, uneasy feeling I had forgotten during our journey. But the tour of the house was too fascinating to allow me to dwell on it. I might never have thought of it again if it hadn't been for what happened that night. What's that?
Alec!
Hey,
what is it, darling?
Nothing. We shouldn't have left the window so wide open. I think something flew in here.
Something? What?
A bird. A sort of gray owl. Oh, don't worry. It flew right out again.
Where are you going?
I just want to have a look-see. Sounds like a storm brewing. I think I ought to close the windows.
Oh, yes. It's gotten cold. Oh, hurry back to bed. Come on, darling. Close them.
Huh? Oh, yes. Right. Oh, here I come.
Oh, you have cold feet.
Warm heart.
Oh, don't I know it? Oh, Alec, I love it here. The house is a dream, and I've never been so happy. I love you. Good night.
And I love you. Good night. She was back to sleep in a second, like a child. I wasn't so lucky. Was it only a wind-driven puff of gray cloud I had just seen crossing the moon? Or could it have been what it seemed to be? A monstrous ghost gray bat. I put it out of my mind. What nonsense. And then I remembered what it was I had forgotten when we entered this dream house. 3 of us, the sun behind us, our shadows dancing before us. But it didn't seem to me there were 3 shadows. Only 2.
This doesn't appear the pleasant little story it started out to be, does it? Of course, Alec has been working very hard, and he seems prey to strange premonitions, perhaps even delusions. Maybe with morning they will all have passed away, except I wouldn't count on it. I shall return shortly with Act 2.
For the National Association of Realtors, this is Greg Morris. Home buyers and home sellers alike seem to worry a lot about the closing. A realtor can help make that worry disappear, so you'll understand what's happening and what your obligations are at every step from title search to deed recording. To guide you through the closing, talk to a realtor, a member of the National Association of Realtors.
Hi, Pat Summerall to remind you that the best time to paint is when the season is right and the price of paint is right. Like
An ancient legend has it that those who became proficient in the black arts were chased by the devil himself through subterranean halls. If he caught only their shadow, they became first-rate magicians or witches, but lost their shadows forever. The question here, so far, is twofold. Is there a shadow missing at all? And if there is, whose is it? Mora? Frau Zauber? Or Alec himself? Well, it's the following day. Let's see if that question is resolved.
Would you like already some more coffee, Herr Grant?
No, thanks.
Frau Grant?
No. But it was wonderful, Frau Zauber. So was breakfast. And dinner last night was superb.
Dankeschön. It makes me very happy you like it. So, I clear away everything.
Thank you so much, Frau Zauber, for making us feel so much at home.
Aber it is your home while you are here. I go make you a picnic lunch. Don't worry. The mist will burn off, and it will still be a beautiful day.
Oh, isn't she an angel?
Yes. What's this about a picnic lunch, Maura?
Well, it was Frau Zauber's idea. She thought we might like to spend the day exploring. She's told me about a wonderful spot which will give us a view of the whole lake. Oh, doesn't it sound like fun?
I don't know.
What's the matter, darling?
I was just wondering about the Gottschalks. I didn't realize how much I'd miss a phone. I would like to have run down to Wintersbad and given them a ring to see if everything was all right.
Darling, you're forgetting the time difference. It's still the middle of last night at home.
Oh, that's right.
Excuse me, please.
Oh, I didn't hear you, Frau Zauber.
You were talking. I didn't want to interrupt. I have here the picnic, all in the basket. You want it now?
Oh, well, not quite yet. I want to get dressed. I won't be long, Alec. Oh, Frau Zauberg, you're so kind. You're making us very happy.
But of course I must. You are very, I don't know how to say, precious to me.
Frau Zauber, do you have any bats around here?
Bat?
Fledermaus.
Ah, das Fledermaus. Oh, nein, no bats. Nothing like that in this place. Why do you ask?
Well, we were disturbed last night. We had the window wide open, and I woke up thinking a bird was in the room. When I went to close the window, I saw something like a great gray bat flying across the moon.
Oh, and the Liebchen? She saw this too?
Oh, no. Fortunately, Moira was asleep. I didn't tell her what I thought I saw. I didn't want to upset her.
Oh, very wise, mein Herr. This holiday means so much to her. You must not disturb her. Yourself?
Here I am. Ready to go, Alec?
Ready, willing, and champing at the bit.
Then let's get the picnic started.
It was everything a picnic ought to be. We ate in a meadow floating above the Emerald Lake. The food was sublime, and walking home over the pine needles, we were both floating on a cloud.
Oh, what a day this has been.
I think you're a little high, my pet.
I am. On clear air and the scent of pine and the quiet. Oh, the lovely quiet.
And a bottle of sparkling Rhine wine.
Well, I only finished it because you were being such a teetotaler.
It was making me sleepy. My arm was about her waist, her head on my shoulder. I was tired myself and full of sun and fresh pine-scented wind and peace as heavy as a drug. We floated down the hills back to the chalet to find Frau Zauber waiting for us, fussing over us like children.
Ah, you are both so tired. Oh, I am a foolish old woman to send you so far on your first day.
Oh, I'm fine. I'm just... Oh, so sleepy. I've got to have a nap before dinner.
I go up right away and turn down the bed. You will join her also, Herr Grant?
No, I'm not that sleepy. I'll see Moira upstairs. Perhaps you'll make a cup of coffee for me?
Yeah, but...
Oh, you don't have to come up, Alec.
Well, I want to see you tucked in. I'll be right down, Frau Zauber. Thanks for the coffee, Frau Zauber.
Max nicht.
I needed it. Oh, I'm quite sleepy myself.
You should be resting with the little one.
Nope. This is a good chance to make a quick trip to town and make that phone call.
Why don't you wait till tomorrow?
It's only 10 miles, 16 kilometers to Wintersbad. I'll be back within the hour.
Oh, I think maybe you should not drive. You look very tired.
I'd like to set my mind at rest. You just keep your eye on...
Oh, what is los, mein Herr? Something wrong?
Oh, no, not a thing in the world. Just a flat tire. Wait a minute. Both front tires are flat. I'll be damned.
Oh, is it something bad?
It's not good, Frau Zauber. Until those tires are fixed. One I could handle, but two... Is there a mechanic near here?
In Wintersbad, yeah.
Well, that's great. How do I get in touch with him without a phone?
Oh, Fritz comes with the milk. I could tell him to let the garage know.
When's that? Tomorrow morning?
9. Tomorrow's Thursday. He'll be here again on Friday.
Oh, no.
Pardon. Not even Friday. That's All Saints' Day. It's a holiday. It will not be until Saturday.
I guess that fixes that. Without wheels, I'll just have to use Shank's mirror.
Excuse me?
Walk.
Oh, 15 kilometers?
Well, not tonight, anyway. I guess my phone call to the Gottschalks can keep. Oh, maybe I'll join my wife in that nap.
But supper?
Why don't you leave us some sandwiches?
Yeah, I will make a tray. And some wine. And the coffee all ready to brew. Will there be anything else?
No. If I want you, where will you be?
I sleep in the cellar. It would be too difficult for you to find me.
Well, it doesn't matter. We both probably will sleep until morning. I went to bed with the sun still high on the horizon, never having felt more tired in my life. Moira was dead to the world, and as soon as I pulled the covers over me, so was I. No! What is it? Moira, what is it?
Oh, I thought something was biting my neck.
What? Let me see.
No, it was just a dream. There's nothing there. Oh, Alec, I'm so tired. tired. I've got to sleep. Just sleep. It's all right with you here. With you here.
She was asleep again. I turned the light on, but it didn't disturb her. I examined her carefully, and on the right side of her throat, just under the jawline, I saw 2 marks, side by side, as though they might have been made by a hypodermic. In a sudden panic, I rolled out of bed and shut the windows fast. I came back to Moira. She was breathing as evenly as I was gasping with fright. I went through the house calling for Frau Zauber. I found the door to the cellar and went down into a rabbit warren of halls and compartments with the damp earth under them smelling of decay. All were closed, frozen shut with rusted locks, save one, which gave easily as I thrust against it. I stumbled through, clawing in the dark, down a long, twisting passage, dank and odorous, till suddenly instinct stopped me short. I took out my lighter, thumbing the wheel, and gasped at what the small flicker of its flame revealed. I was on the edge of a vast cave covered with bats. Bats everywhere, hanging upside down, gazing at me inscrutably, accusingly. The most horrible of all was a huge worm-gray one hanging by the hooks on its wing elbows, its unwinking upside-down eyes driving a dreadful hate through me like nails pinning me against the wall. Then as I raised my lighter, with a sudden powerful swing, it somersaulted upright, and spreading its enormous wings, it launched itself at me with a banshee wail. The next thing I remembered was waking out of utter blackness to find myself lying on the bed with Moira shaking me gently.
Alec? Alec?
What? Yes?
What are you doing, lying outside the bedclothes?
I must have fallen asleep.
Without getting into bed?
Well, I was up because of whatever bit you. I wanted to close the windows and...
Bit me? What do you mean?
Well, don't you remember? You woke up suddenly, and you thought there was something in the room, and...
Alec, darling, I haven't been awake since I went to bed.
Oh, no, Moira. You... Well, just let me take a look at where...
Oh, what is it?
They're gone. The bite marks are gone.
Oh, Alec, my darling, what's wrong? There never were any bite marks. Nothing bit me. Oh, you must have had a bad dream.
Moira, let's get dressed and get out of this place. Now.
I can't leave now. I'm just beginning to relax. I have to sleep.
You can't, Moira. You've been asleep for over 14 hours. It's morning. The sun is up.
I must sleep.
Why? What is it, darling?
I have to be ready.
Ready? For what?
Ready for the moment when...
Moira. Moira. You've got to wake up. Oh, heaven help me. What am I going to do? I've got to have a doctor. And I can't leave her alone.
A terrible dilemma for Alec. What strange sickness is drawing the life from his wife's body? He must find help for her. On the other hand, stark and terrible is the memory of that awful cavern, peopled by the obscene and monstrous bats. Or were they only a figment of his imagination? Does he need a doctor as desperately as his wife? I shall return shortly with Act 3.
Laboratory test proved. Digel tops, plain antacids. First, we cut the yellow top off a Digel tablet. Then tested the remaining white portion and proved, with its top layer removed, Digel consumes as much heartburn-producing acid as Tums or Rolaids. What's more, of the three, only Digel, with the yellow top, has the fast gas-calming action of simethicone. Conclusion. When you want more than plain relief, Digel tops plain antacids. Occasional use only as directed.
Best Western has friendly places to stay wherever you go, and a full-color road atlas and travel guide to help you get there. Turn into the Best Western near you and pick up your free copy of the Best Western Road Atlas and Travel Guide today. Then let us make your reservations for you.
So come on, turn in America, turn in Adam, turn in America, turn in Adam, turn in.
There's always a way to make your day complete at Villa Plaza Shopping Center.
Graduation time is Seiko time at Austin's Jewelers Villa Plaza. For that special son or grandson, a space-age Seiko quartz watch to meet the challenge of the future. For the young lady blossoming into womanhood, a delicate Seiko with a woman's touch. There's nothing like Seiko for the times you'll remember. Graduation time is Seiko time at Austin's Jewelers Villa Plaza. Tall is beautiful. Time to get in the swim at the Tall Fashion Center in Lakewood's Villa Plaza. The Tall Fashion Center is having a swimwear spectacular. It's the last word in swim fashions for the long-waisted woman. One-piece swimsuits are now in abundance. Swimsuit covers with suits to match. Whatever your tall fashion desire, you'll find the perfect fit at the Tall Fashion Center. Lay away now while the stock is great. You'll look and feel better at the Tall Fashion Center.
Make your way to Villa Plaza with plenty of free parking south of Tacoma.
If there's anything that makes my blood run cold, it's a bat. Oh, somewhere there may be a bat lovers society who wish to protect the dear little furry things with their two canine teeth as sharp as hypodermic needles. Not me, nor Alec Grant. But which was the greater danger? Mora's strange and unaccustomed lassitude, or those horrendous bats which might live only in his imagination? Only he could make the choice.
I listened to Moira's heart. It was steady, far steadier than my own. Her pulse was strong and normal. She breathed easily. But she was in a profound sleep that was dangerously close to coma. I had to get to a doctor.
Hey?
No, I didn't, Frau Zauber.
Oh, but why?
I thought you told me there were no bats in this part of the country.
Yeah? Why do you think there are?
Because I believe one bit my wife last night.
Oh, poor Liebchen.
I came down to the cellar after my wife was bitten, looking for you. I called, but you didn't hear.
Oh, I am the very sound sleeper.
Yes, I couldn't find your room, but what I did find was one door that could be opened. What do you think I found behind that door, Frau Zauber?
Oh, I have the trouble with the English. I don't...
I found a long corridor, and at the end of it, a cave full of enormous bats. Bats, Frau Zauber.
Herr Grant, I think you are having eine böse Traum, a nightmare. There's nothing like that in the cellar.
I tell you, I saw it.
Then come. You show me.
There it is. That's the door.
Oh, but that's the door to my room. No, I show you.
I couldn't believe my eyes. Beyond the door was not the twisting, shadowed corridor of the night, but a bright, neat bedroom. The walls covered with pictures, the bed neatly made and covered by a handmade counterpane. The furniture, a comfortable armchair, an inlaid chest of drawers, a huge and magnificent armoire.
Herr Grant, you look so shocked.
I am.
Oh, you should have a doctor.
You say there is one in Wintersbad?
Yeah, the Herr Dr. König. But how can you get to him?
Well, I can walk.
Ach, no, so far. 15 kilometers.
It should take me less than 3 hours.
I will not let you go.
Why not?
You trust the rheumatism in my old bones. We are to have a storm. When the snow comes, driving with the wind, you could lose your way.
I'll have to take my chances. With any luck, I'll get there before it breaks. The 5 kilometers to the main road were a nightmare of slipping, sliding stone under my feet. And above, the sky was becoming ominously black as the temperature dropped. As I reached the main road, I had a piece of luck. A farmer with a load of feed hay in a cart drawn by a small donkey was passing. Hey, Achtung, bitte.
Was wollen Sie?
Do you speak English? Sprechen Sie Englisch?
Nein. Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
Oh, no. I want to go to Wintersbad.
Wintersbad? Ja.
Ich gehen mit eins?
Im Wintersbad?
Ja.
Ja, kommen Sie.
Dankeschön. Ich möchte einen Doktor, Dr. Koenig.
Oh ja, Herr Dr. König. Zurück. Wir müssen gehen.
I climbed aboard among the sweet-smelling hay. I was shivering and glad to pull its warmth around me. The farmer let me off at the doctor's house. The doctor was out on a house call, but his wife let me in to wait for him. She was also kind enough to let me make a phone call on my credit card.
Hello?
Betty Sprague?
Alec?
Yes.
For heaven's sake, where are you? In Austria?
Yes.
Oh, isn't this lucky? I've been racking my brains trying to get in touch with you.
Oh, why?
Well, those people, your tenants, you know the Gottschalks?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've been on pins and needles, Alec. They haven't arrived yet. I don't mean to worry you, but...
Well, that's all right, Betty. Matter of fact, that's the reason I called. I had a hunch maybe they wouldn't.
Is something wrong, Alec? What can I do?
Nothing, Betty. I'll have to handle it from this end.
You don't sound like yourself. Are you sick?
I don't know.
Well, is Moira all right?
I have to hang up now, Betty. You'll be seeing us very soon. Tomorrow, if I can arrange it.
Alec, you're scaring me. What is it? What's wrong?
I was scaring myself because once again I was blacking out. That's the way the doctor found me when he returned, and I don't know what garbled story I blurted out. It was only after I found myself gulping some scalding black coffee that I gathered my wits enough to return to normal.
Very well. That is better. The eyes begin to focus now. You know me?
Yes, but...
I am Dr. Franz König. You are in my consulting room.
Have I told you why I am here?
Oh, you have told me a great deal. You came to me under the influence of drugs, Mr. Grant. Some form of hallucinogen plus deep sedation. And you have told me a most exceptional story.
My wife, Moira. You've got to come and see her, Doctor. I'm afraid.
Yeah, I too am afraid for her. That is why, if you feel well enough now, I suggest we get into my automobile and drive quickly before the storm breaks to bring your wife away from that evil house.
What do you mean?
I try to explain that to you as we drive.
You mean that Frau Zauber has been systematically drugging us?
If what you tell me about your wife is true, who else?
But why?
First of all, because she is not Frau Zauber.
Well, who is she then?
I cannot give you the whole answer to that. I can tell you that her real name is Gretel Gottschalk.
But her husband?
Hans has been dead for the last 20 years. I wrote his death certificate myself.
But the Gottschalks were young people, my age, younger.
2 generations ago, yeah. How old do you think Gretel is now?
Gretel? Oh, you mean the woman I know as Frau Zauber?
Yeah.
I don't know. Nearly 80, I would think.
You would be wrong. By the records of my grandfather, who was also a doctor, she was born in 1871.
109? But why would she pretend to be younger? Why all this masquerade about dragging us over here and pretending to exchange homes?
Because she does not want to die. Gretel, or the woman you call Frau Sauber, has been shunned for the last 20 years. People are afraid of her. They believe, at the very least, that she is a witch.
At the very least? What else? A vampire?
There is a legend here that witches possess human bodies, and having lived out the term of the human they invade, must find a new one to violate.
And she wants to invade my wife's body and steal it for her own.
I say the real danger is that she believes she can.
Then for pity's sake, let's get there.
I'm driving as fast as I can in this weather.
What is it?
The motor. I can't believe it.
We're not out of gas. We can't be. If we get stuck in this blizzard, we'll be buried in an hour.
I don't see how it is possible. But we are out of petrol.
Well, now what do we do?
No one will be traveling this road on a night like tonight. We must walk.
What, back to Wintersbach?
Oh, it's too far. If we are to save your wife, we go on to the Gottschalk house.
The wind has built up, driving the snow before it into our faces, blinding us. It was an endless journey to the chalet, and by the time we reached it, we were exhausted. Inside the house, there was light, but there was nothing else. No Frau Sauber, or whoever she was. But more important, no Moira. Moira! Moira!
Yeah, you wouldn't find her by calling for her. We must do the finding.
How?
We can start by looking for the witch. Where's her home? Have you the flashlight, Herr Grant?
It's almost burnt out. Wait a minute, there's a light. Here.
Yeah. As you described it. It's the night before you thought this door led to the tunnel and the cave of bats?
Yes.
This armoire, right opposite the door. Let's see. Just a clothes closet. The back is solid. But wait. There is a mark on the floor. See?
From the casters on the legs. It must be hinged to swing open.
Yeah. There's a hinge on this side.
That means there must be some sort of a catch or a lock on my side. Yes, I have it.
It's opening.
And right behind it is the passage I went down that leads to... Wait. Listen.
So there are bats.
Yes. And that proves she's a witch.
And also you may be right. A vampire.
She's got Moira. Come on. I tore recklessly down the twisting, tortuous passageway. The doctor followed more slowly. As I ran, I could hear words, chanted in Frau Sauber's cracked old voice. Words that chilled my blood.
Oh, thou art my own king and emperor of the northern parts. I call, invoke, and exorcise thee to lend me all your awesome power to enter this young nation, that I may live my new life cycle as a witch of the inner circle.
I had reached the entrance to the cavern. On a slab of stone, like a rough altar, Moira lay, unmoving. Behind her, a step higher, that ghost-gray bat was poised, the words I had heard issuing from its mouth. And behind it, obscenely, a crucifix turned upside down.
I feel your presence. I feel your power.
What is it, Herr Grant?
A filthy, pagan rite, huh? All the forces of evil and the legions of hell.
But the moment
what do we do?
We call on him and ask him to lend us his strength.
In your name, I will be reborn. As I drink her blood, thy will be done.
No! Stop!
You are too late, Hildebrand. She is mine! Mine for all days!
As she bared her fangs and bent to sink them in Moira's throat, I went berserk. Seizing the torch from the shaken doctor's hand, I shone it directly in her face. As she recoiled from the light, I lunged and drove the heavy oaken alpenstock with its steel-tipped end through the loathsome, furry body, driving it back to pin it to that obscene, inverted crucifix. I took Moira up in my arms, rushing through the mist, gasping for breath, dodging flames which were beginning to sprout from the earth. I reached the safety of the passageway none too soon, for suddenly, behind us in the cave, the floor exploded with a roar of flame and hissing steam. Doctor, is Moira all right?
Yeah, she is fine. Oh, she was very heavily drugged, more so than you. But she is young and will shake them off.
What happened last night, Doctor?
Herr Grant, this whole countryside around here sits on a subterranean lake of boiling sulfur springs. It happens now and then. There was an explosion. Too much pressure. It blew off like a volcano.
Did you see everything I saw?
Oh, the light was poor, and my eyes are not what they were. The mist of steam created strange illusions. That cavern is gone forever, buried under tons of earth and stone. You need fear nothing anymore. You are free of her forever.
There's nothing either good or bad, but thinking makes it so, as Hamlet remarked to Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. Are there such things as witches and vampires? I can only answer with another quote. We are what we believe.
I'm holding a remarkable 35mm camera. You probably don't know the name of it unless you've been to Japan. In Japan, where everyone has an eye for cameras, people have been looking into this name for over 40 years. What's behind it? Technology so advanced, we're about to introduce a camera powered by the sun and an SLR lens that focuses by itself. The name? Ricoh. R-I-C-O-H. You can see one at any fine camera store. Ricoh. It's a name worth looking into.
Mornings seem to start out better. You seem to go much better when you start the day together. Maxwell House and you get that good to the last of feeling. With Maxwell House, only Maxwell House.
A taste of feeling like no other coffee. Always good to the last drop.
Maxwell House.
Did you ever want to own your own business? It might be simpler than you think. We can take the mystery out of it. Here's the first clue. We're the largest instant printing chain in the world. Right, you got it. Postal Instant Press, PIP. Now, clue number 2. You can get into a franchise for a lot less than you think, and the balance of the purchase price after your down payment will be completely financed by PIP at below the prime interest rate upon credit approval. We can bring a lot of witnesses, too. Take the man and wife running their own business and doing well, the singles who are part of PIP's success story, the retirees, or many more in the growing PIP family. All of these people are just part of the evidence. PIP trains you, backs you, helps you get started, keeps you going. If you really want to be your own boss, take a tip from PIP. Call toll-free 800-331-1000, except in Oklahoma. For a solution that makes money and good sense, call 800-331-1000 right now.
I might add that, as you have seen, Lord Byron was mistaken about the Grants. They did not die young. But then, on reflection, after all they had to go through, perhaps the gods didn't love them so much. Maybe that's the trouble with quotations. that they tend to be only half true, that we should never accept anything as the ultimate answer to life. It has a lovely way of going on, no matter what happens or what the poets say. Our cast included Don Scardino, Jennifer Harmon, Joan Shea, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The time when you're pregnant. What a special time it is. Filled with the quiet excitement of getting everything ready. Finding nifty ways to brighten up your baby's room. And throughout this special time, you're so very careful what you do. Because you know everything you do, you're doing for two. It's not an easy time for you to stop smoking. But the thing of it is, it's not a very good time for your baby to start. We'd like to help. Write for information. Write Women in Smoking, Public Health Service, Rockville, Maryland, 20857. Once again, Women in Smoking, Public Health Service, Rockville, Maryland, 20857. It's important for both of you.
A message from this station and the U.S. Public Health Service.
KIRO, Seattle. The News Authority.
CBS News. The divisions within OPEC, the oil exporting cartel, are, if anything, deeper after the summer pricing meeting, with Saudi Arabia still holding the upper hand. I'm Rob Armstrong, reporting on the CBS radio network. The two-day OPEC meeting in Geneva ended Tuesday with no agreement on a uniform price for oil and no agreement on cutbacks in production to ease the world oil glut. Saudi Arabia has indicated it will continue to flood the market, while some OPEC members said they'd cut their own production by 10%. One thing the tempestuous OPEC meeting means, at least for the time being, is relatively stable prices for imported oil in this country. Gene Kinney is editor of the industry publication, The Oil and Gas Journal. He says if the meeting was a stalemate, it was a stalemate with the edge to the Saudis.
The higher-priced producers, the so-called price hawks, lost, and Saudi Arabia is continuing in the driver's seat because there's a tremendous surplus of oil in the world right now, and they have enough surplus capacities they can continue to flood the market to prevent any increase.
OPEC's next pricing meeting is scheduled for 6 months from now. CBS News continues after this message.
We're going to set an example for others. 1,000 people who said, we don't like the way the world is. We committed a revolutionary act of suicide, protesting the conditions of an inhumane world.
The memory still haunts us. Guyana tragedy. The story of Jim Jones. A dramatic special Wednesday on CBS television. At 8, 7 Central and Mountain. Guyana tragedy. The story of Jim Jones.
Now you can buy your dog or cat insurance against fleas and ticks for 5 months and protect your home and family, too. Just get your pet the Hearts 2-in-1 Plus collar, the first collar to kill fleas and ticks for 5 months. A full 5 months of effective protection. And the Hearts collar's fast-acting odorless ingredients won't vaporize, stays on your pet, keeps working even if the collar gets wet. Put the Hearts 2-in-1 Plus collar on your dog or cat now. Kills fleas and ticks for 5 months.
Some criticism from Vice President Bush for the United Nations. The Vice President was a featured speaker Tuesday night at a dinner of the United Nations Association in New York. Bush said there needs to be an immediate reduction in rhetoric throughout the entire UN system, and he called upon the world body to improve its own credibility. Special Middle East envoy Philip Habib remains in Israel, reportedly awaiting word from Saudi Arabia about a possible breakthrough in the Lebanese missile crisis. There were reports last week that the Saudis were using some of their influence with Syria in an effort to remove Syrian anti-aircraft missiles from Lebanon. Jordan's King Hussein is in Moscow and has endorsed a proposal by Leonid Brezhnev for a Middle East peace conference. More from Steve Young in Moscow.
At a Kremlin dinner honoring King Hussein, Soviet President Leonid Brezhnev charged that one power, the United States, would like to get its fist on the Middle East. Brezhnev added the U.S. is seeking, in Brezhnev's words, to impose its will on independent states, is trying to penetrate there with its armed forces at least to the scorching Sinai Desert. Brezhnev further charged that the U.S. regards the natural wealth of the Middle East as if it were in the bowels of Texas or California. Brezhnev said that by contrast, the Soviet Union wants just one thing, a just and durable peace. He called again for a comprehensive Mideast peace conference. Steve Young, CBS News, Moscow.
It is reported quiet again at 2 prisons in Michigan, where prisoners went on rampages earlier. An 8-hour riot at the Southern Michigan prison in Jackson resulted in 11 buildings set afire and injured at least 20 people. A separate disturbance at the maximum security prison in Marquette was ended when a riot squad herded prisoners back into their cells. The prisoners turned on guards in the prison yard Tuesday evening. At least 4 guards were hurt. President Reagan is back at the White House after spending the Memorial Day weekend at his California ranch. Aides say Mr. Reagan has gained back most of the weight he lost after he was shot March 30th, and they say he'll resume a full White House work schedule very soon. Now this.
Mornings seem to start out better. You seem to go much better when you start the day together. Maxwell House and you get that good to the last of feeling. With Maxwell House, only Maxwell House.
A taste, a feeling like no other coffee. Always good to the last drop.
Maxwell House.
I'm holding a remarkable 35mm camera. You probably don't know the name of it unless you've been to Japan. In Japan, where everyone has an eye for cameras, people have been looking into this name for over 40 years. What's behind it? Technology so advanced, we're about to introduce a camera powered by the sun and an SLR lens that focuses by itself. The name? Ricoh. R-I-C-O-H. You can see one at any fine camera store. Ricoh. It's a name worth looking into.
Will there be a Major League Baseball strike this week? Well, the chief negotiator for the baseball players said Tuesday that a strike scheduled to begin Friday appears unavoidable. The main issue is the way club owners want to compensate teams losing free agents. Talks are set to resume Wednesday. Rob Armstrong, CBS News.
Cairo News Time is 10:06.
This is O.J. Simpson. Growing up is tough. For kids to make it, they need a fighting chance, like the one I got at the Boys Clubs of America. I'm glad I had a boys club. So are 1 million kids today. Because growing up is still tough, and kids don't have a fighting chance without a good club. Support the Boys Clubs of America.
Kids don't have a fighting chance without a good club. Boys Clubs of America.
The talk show for the Northwest, Overnight with Dave Dawson. Our phone numbers are, for Seattle and outside Washington State, area code 206-421-5476. That's 206-421-5476. Or toll free inside Washington State, 800-552-7592. That's 800-552-7592. If your connection rings, let it ring. We'll answer when it's your turn.
Hello there, fun lovers and truth seekers. My name is Dave Dawson. The program is overnight. You have the telephone numbers, of course. All of the lines are loaded up and have been for the past 45 minutes. But as soon as I hang up my call, you know we have an open line, and then you can dial in and grab it, and then we'll talk to you. I do want to do a little bit of mail tonight because it's rather fascinating. This one says, Dave, you are to be complimented on your treatment of religious fanaticism, in that you are doing some good for humanity, rendering a service that entitles you to pay for same. What prompts me to write is the news this AM from Cairo that French authorities are acting to prevent the export of gold or French currency out of the country. And then it goes through the gold thing, and I haven't pre-read the mail, by the way. I came in a little late tonight. My warning was unwelcome. Something about Jimmy Carter. You don't mind if I just kind of glance through the mail with you, do you? You praise Reagan, says this letter. He represents nothing new except to cut down on government expenditures by attacking the living standards of the poorest. Welfare to the rich is to continue. Subsidy to the rich man's airplanes is to continue. The Concorde is to continue. Airline or airports to be paid for and maintained by tax dollars. Reagan will accomplish nothing but bring the nation closer to revolution. You have experience and knowledge in matters of religion. You are ignorant of economic matters. You should read somebody, Durant and Rousseau and Voltaire and some other people. In case you disagree and income for your work, service as to religious fanaticism, but it is largely reduced to zero by your support of Reagan and unreal economic policies. I call Reagan stupid. The other day, Gore Vidal termed him an idiot. Did you watch Vidal on TV? Heavens, no. Nobody but an idiot would watch him on TV. Reagan bases his foreign policy on a false premise. The Soviet Union has always been at our jugular. When have they ever been at our jugulars? When have the capitalist nations been at hers? Get out the history books and write a diary. Who in this year and that has been doing what to who? They aren't angels either, but to put national interests above that of the interest of humanity is imperialism. Okay. Thank you for that letter. There will be a slight rustling of papers as I stack these letters someplace. And let's see, there's a couple more I wanted to just share with you briefly here. The reason that I wanted to share these, they respond. Remember the lady they called, the wine lady from Tacoma, and called me everything but a gentleman. Some of you people have responded by mail to her, and I thought you'd be interested. You probably had ideas about whether I was a bad guy for indicating I would do something, help her or something. And, you can see what other people think. Dave, wait, that's a P.S. Oh, here it is. Hi, Dave. Boy, did I chuckle when I heard a newscast last night. One sentence said it all. The head of the Longshoremen's Union has been in contact with Spellman. I went upstairs and told my husband, and I know what the man said. He told Spellman to get this mess cleared up or he'd shut down the entire Pacific Coast. And I guess there's some more about Cairo and some dirty political tricks and some island living and islanders. Oh, here's the part about the lady. P.S. Dave, the lady who castigated you so severely from Tacoma. Yes, you probably did promise, in quotes, more than you delivered, and in that you were in error. You have to treat us all. You have to treat all us radio audience in a sense like we were children, and never. I do, and never make a promise you're not absolutely sure you can keep. But also, as you probably have.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Let's say it's a bright summer day with the sky high and blue, and you are half dozing in the shade of a tree out in the country or on your patio. A dense, dark shadow passes over you, and for the briefest moment, you shudder to the marrow of your bones with such intense cold that, for that moment, heart, breathing, feeling, life stops dead. You open your eyes and look up, but there is nothing in the clear sky. Then you will know that over you has passed one of the ghost planes. Our mystery drama, The Ghost Plane, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Richard Crenna and Janet Waldo. It is sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
When you say Budweiser, when you say Bud, you said a lot of things nobody else can say. you carry enough to only want the king of beers. When you say Budweiser, you said it.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
For a lot of people, a full-size car is a downright necessity. Buick understands that, which is why they build LeSabre, a car with lots of standard comfort and convenience, a big trunk, and honest-to-goodness elbow room for 6. Buick LeSabre, free spirit in the family size.
And now, for a change, some good news for the working person. If you don't have a retirement plan where you work, the Emigrant Savings Bank has a nice little tax shelter you can take advantage of. It's their IRA Individual Retirement Account. It lets you deduct up to 15% of your annual earnings, or as much as $1,500 a year, and set it aside in a high-paying IRA plan. The entire amount is tax-free, including the interest it earns until after you retire. In fact, the more you save for retirement under this plan, the less taxes you'll pay each year. So when you finally retire, you'll have a lot more to fall back on than just your Social Security checks. Don't put off saving for your retirement. The longer you wait, the more taxes you'll pay. For information about Emigrant's Individual Retirement Account, drop by any Emigrant office or call the Pension Department, 212-883-5800. They'll help set up your own little tax shelter because Emigrant wants to help. Emigrant Savings Bank, member FDIC.
Here's Ralph Flinger, better known as Mr. I Know Where They Are. Ralph, whatever became of Edwin Lowdy, the inventor of the bridge lamp?
Oh, yeah, so he's well up in his 90s now, but he still works every day taking chain-link fences apart.
A listener would like to know whatever became of a young daredevil named Warner Bromley, who flew a Zeppelin upside down.
Yes, he once tried to fly a Zeppelin upside down through the framework of the Eiffel Tower.
What's he doing now?
He inflates weather balloons for the government.
All right, Mr. I Know Where They Are. How about Stuffy Hodgson, Calvin Hoogovan, Jimmy Schwab, Fred Falvey, and Mary Backstage?
Oh, they're all to be found in the pages of the new Bob and Ray book, Right If You Get Work, along with Wally Ballou, Tippy the Wonder Dog, and many more fascinating characters.
That's Right If You Get Work, the best of Bob and Ray, at your bookstore now.
Incidentally, Edwin Lowdy claimed he invented the bridge lamp, but he didn't.
Well, he's in his 90s now. I don't see any point in reopening that controversy.
Right If You Get Work, the new book by Bob and Ray, is available now at book and department stores, published by Random House.
For all intents and purposes, the plane in which we are traveling is not different from any normal jet, a 707 or perhaps a DC-9, with two exceptions, perhaps. There is no first class, as if it were a charter plane, and it carries only 2 lone passengers, both of them apparently asleep. There are many other differences in this plane, but I leave you to discover those for yourself.
Wake up, Jenny. Wake up, Jenny. Wake up, Jenny. Wake up, Jenny.
Where am I? A plane? I wasn't going on a plane, was I? Or was I? If I am, where to? What for? I can't be awake. It doesn't feel... And yet I'm not asleep, I know that. I can hear the engines, feel the vibration. Oh, there's a stewardess. Except she looks so old. I never saw an old stewardess on a plane before. But at least I can ask her. Oh, why did she have to stop by him? I hope they don't talk too long.
Herb Moss, wake up. Herb Moss, wake up. Herb Moss, wake up.
I must have fallen asleep. It's funny, I don't feel tired. I can't remember. Chicago? St. Louis? No, I didn't have an out-of-town trip this week. Did I? It wasn't up at the lake. Well, then, how... Oh, stewardess!
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
The seatbelt light is out, so I guess it's safe to smoke?
In the rear of the plane, it is permitted to smoke.
Well, thanks. Yeah, how about rustling me up a double martini, real dry, to go with that?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Moss. There are no drinks served on this plane.
Not even a little wine with dinner?
No meals are served either.
No. That's the way it is with charter flights, huh?
You could call this a charter flight. Yes, sir.
It's not a through flight, I guess. There'll be some set-downs.
That's correct, sir.
Well, I hope for your sake business wasn't all that bad. Just two of us. How many are you expecting at the next stop?
I don't know that yet. Excuse me. I think I want it up front, Mr. Moss. May I be of assistance, Miss Wallace?
I know you're going to think this is real dumb of me, but I fell asleep, and waking up, I'm so spaced out, I can't remember. I mean, where are we going?
I'm sorry, dear. I'm not allowed to tell you that.
You mean I'm some sort of prisoner?
Oh, no, not at all. You can go anywhere in the plane you like, except the cockpit, of course. Now, if you'll excuse me, I think perhaps the captain wants to talk to me.
Well, no, wait, please. Oh, just a minute. There's so many things I want to ask you.
It really wouldn't do any good. I wouldn't be able to answer.
Well, just one thing. Is this some sort of a hospital plane or something?
I've told you all I can tell you.
Oh, Lord, what is it? Some awful dream. I'm scared. Oh, Mom. Pop. Someone, please. I'm so scared.
Oh, excuse me, miss.
Oh. Hi.
Hello. Well, there are only two of us on the whole plane, so, well, to tell you the truth, I could use some company.
So could I. Wait a minute. I'll slide over so you can sit down.
Oh, thank you. My name is, just something that I should have it's my business card. Herbert Moss. I'm with Troy, Train, and Kenwood. That's an advertising firm. Well, as long as we're talking together, I think I should ask your name.
Me? Oh, it's Jenny. Jenny, she called me. Oh, wait a minute. Let me look in my bag. There ought to be... Yeah, here. My ident card. Jenny Wallace. That's me. Lousy picture, huh?
No, not at all. Nobody our age takes a bad picture. You also didn't seem to be sure of your name, Jenny. Ginny, right? But don't look so scared, dear. You have company. Why do you think I went groping for my business card? I wasn't sure of mine either.
No kidding. You weren't? Honest?
Honest. I'll tell you more than that. I don't know how I got on this plane. Do you?
No.
I can bet you something else. You probably don't know where this plane is headed for, do you?
No, I don't. And the stewardess wouldn't tell me.
Or me. Another thing. I've looked through all my pockets and I can't find any carbon copy of my ticket, luggage checks, anything like that.
What? I feel so scared. You don't think it's like one of those skyjack things and where the hostage is like, I mean, well, I could figure you, but why me?
Skyjack? No, I don't know it's possible, except...
Except what?
Well, why don't we know who we are? Remember where we're going. Let's try some questions. Do you have any brothers or sisters?
Sure. Two sisters and a brother.
How old are they?
Younger than me. Mary's 14, Margaret's 11, and Tommy's only 7.
Yeah. And your mother and father?
Pop died a while back. Mom's alive.
You live with the family?
No, I was going to say I didn't anymore, but Well, it's going sort of blank again.
All right, now let's not push it. Or you. All right, let's think about me.
Well, we know you work at an advertising agency. What do you do there?
I'm an account executive, vice president in charge of Magnum Brands.
Well, I bet you live outside the city and travel in commuter trains with bar cars and all like that. And I bet you're married, right? With kids near my age?
Yes. Brian's at college already, and Adrienne is... Yes, of course I'm married, and I live in Greenridge. Wait a minute. There's a picture of kids a couple of years ago, and it's my wife, Nina. Here's some other pictures of the kids. And that's the house. And this one, too.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, whoops, how you dropped one. Who's this?
Oh, that's my secretary, Barbara. Oh, good Lord.
What is it, Mr. Moss?
Well, nothing. No, it's nothing. I forgot to leave her some instructions about a meeting. What day is this?
I don't know. I don't even know the date.
I have a feeling it's terribly important for us to know just what this day means. To both of us.
Oh.
Jenny, what is it?
Oh, just the way you said it. You gave me goosebumps all over.
I know the feeling. I don't like anything about this. Look, on a plane like this, there should be more than one hostess. I'm going up front to get some information about where this plane is going. Why don't you go aft and see if there isn't another hostess in the galley?
You mean like in the back?
Yes, I'm going to check the pilot.
Okay, Mr. Moss.
Pilot? Pilot or somebody. I want to talk to you. I demand that you open this door.
This is your captain. Will all passengers please notice that the no smoking lights are on and that seat belts be fastened. Please resume your seats immediately. We are preparing to land. Passengers will resume their seats immediately and buckle their seat belts. Please put out all cigarettes. We are preparing to land.
Oh, we're falling. Mr. Moss, the plane is falling.
No, it's all right, Jenny. We're just diving a bit deeply, that's all.
I feel kind of sick to my stomach.
Now, slide in and sit down. Sit down. That's the girl. Now, keep your mouth open and swallow. And fasten your seatbelt. Pull it up tight. Now, listen to me. I don't know what you plan to do, but when we land, whatever it is, I'm getting off this plane. I'd advise you to do the same.
I don't know. I mean, I've only got a couple of dollars.
Don't worry about that. I've got money and credit cards. You want to get off with me?
Oh, yes.
And the moment I tell you to, snap open your seatbelt and head with me to the exit.
This is your captain. We are about to land. Remain in your seats, as this will be a short stop. Do not unfasten your seatbelts on landing. We shall be taking off immediately.
Pig's eyes.
What's that?
Oh, we're down. That's funny. I never heard him drop that landing gear.
Are we all right?
Now, as soon as we come to a halt, snap open your seatbelt and follow me.
Yes, Mr. Moss.
Okay, now.
I can't. The buckle won't open.
As soon as I get mine. Oh, damn. Oh, I knew something was up. I sure would like to know what the devil is going on.
What is it, Mr. Moss?
These damn belts are gimmicked somehow. We're trapped in our seats. Whoever they are, they're not going to let us get off.
Who are they?
I don't know, Ginny. I'm afraid even to think.
Still, it is a good question. Who are they? Where is this strange plane headed with its cargo of only 2 passengers? Why is the hostess an elderly woman? And what is the rest of the crew like? And why have they stopped at, wherever they have stopped? And who else or what else is coming aboard? I'll return shortly with Act 2.
This is veteran broadcaster Wally Ballou chatting with some of the wise folks who we're taking advantage of General Electric's Happy Birthday America celebration going on right now at participating GE dealers. Sir?
How do you do, Mr. Blue? It's a pleasure to talk with you.
Thank you.
I might say you look much older and smaller in person than you do on TV.
Could I have your name, please?
Stilskin, R.P. Stilskin.
And you're taking advantage of this big General Electric celebration going on right now.
Sure am. What an array of super values. GE radios, tape recorders, stereo systems. I don't know what to buy first.
Well, I might suggest a GE digital clock radio or one of a number of tape recorders. Buy one and you get a free Spirit of 76 portable AM radio. That's value.
Hey, I'll do that. How long is this event going to last?
Through March 15th. And this is Wally Ballou inviting everyone to visit a participating GE dealers and share in GE's Happy Birthday America celebration now. I didn't ask you what you do for a living, Mr. Stilskin.
I spend gold into subway tokens.
Now let's pick up some of that bad music.
My name is Tom Carvel, and I'm sitting here with a graduate of Carvel Ice Cream College. What is your name, please?
Louise Barnhart.
Louise, you are the owner of a Carvel store?
Yes.
Where is it located?
Margate, Florida.
Okay. If I were a consumer, what could you tell me about Carvel Ice Cream as compared to any of your competitors?
Well, I don't think you can compare Carvel with any other ice cream, because actually it's the only ice cream that's freshly made daily in all the stores.
How about the weight of it?
Well, it weighs much heavier than many other ice creams that we've tried.
Right, the point we try to make is that if the integrity of the manufacturer is that great, why don't you put it in the package, okay? Now, if you weigh ice cream, Carvel, as compared to any other product, you'll find it's heavier. So you're a manufacturer selling retail, and you're located where again?
Margate, Florida.
Thank you.
Did you know that the estrogen pills used by 4 million women may cause cancer? Do you know why it's taking 15 years to take Red Dye 2 off the market? Do you know that the civil war in Lebanon could become the 5th Arab-Israeli war? Do you know how all of these events and facts could affect you personally? Your answer should be yes, because you should be reading the National Observer. The National Observer is written for people who want more from a newspaper. And now you can get the next 26 weekly issues of the Observer for only $6. That's less than 23 cents a week. And the National Observer will send you free a 248-page book that will give you advice on coping with college costs, how to escape a fire in your home, how you can actually make money from your trash. It will show you how to stretch your dollars on all subjects, from staying healthy to taking better and less expensive care of your car. It's free if you subscribe to the National Observer now. Call 212-757-5150. That's 212-757-5150. Out of town, call collect.
The strange plane rests on the ground, its engines idling easily, and nothing happens. In their seats, Ginny Wallace and Herb Ross have given up struggling with the seat belts, which refuse to unclasp, pinning them helplessly in their seats. The cockpit door remains closed. The sense of unimaginable and pending action is so palpable that both have dropped their voices almost to a whisper.
Can you see where we are, out the window?
Nothing.
No, rub the window off. I can't reach.
I did, but it's just that white mist, sort of like a cloud. I mean, outside.
No lights? No movement you can see?
No. What's going to happen to us?
I don't know.
What's that?
Bring them on board.
Who is it? I can't see over the back of the seat.
I don't know about the passengers, but it's the stewardess who was up front.
How did she get to the rear of the plane?
I don't know.
That's it. Mr. Schaefer in K1. Strap him in and...
Stewardess?
In a moment, Mr. Morris. Miss Newman in S1 and Mr. Downing in S2. Make them secure.
Stewardess, I demand to be released and let off at this stop.
Thank you, boys. As soon as you're out, we'll button up and take off.
Stewardess! Do you hear me?
Didn't you hear? Why won't you listen?
We are in the takeoff run. Please do not smoke and make sure that all safety belts are fastened. Not release until a light goes on.
Not release. Who has a chance?
Can't you stop it, Mr. Moss? Some way?
Yes, I can't, Jenny. I think you must be beginning to realize that as well as I do.
Are you quite comfortable, Mr. Schaefer?
Who the devil are you?
The stewardess.
You gotta be kidding. An old team like you? Hey, what kind of an airline is this, anyhow?
At the proper time, you'll know. Excuse me, I have other passengers to attend to.
Wake up, Carol Newman. Carol Newman. Carol Newman. Carol Newman.
I don't want to wake up. I don't ever want to wake up. I took care about that. What am I doing on a plane? Who's this guy next to me? I don't fly tourist. Oh, wait a minute. Let me think.
Wake up, Bruce Dowling. Wake up, Bruce Dowling.
No. Oh, no, I couldn't. Not now. Not now. I made the big chance. I can't blow it. I can't. Only I have. I know it. Damn motor is still running. It's still... What? I'm not under the car. I'm on a plane. It's all right. It must be all right.
Quite all right, Mr. Downing.
Yeah?
I say for the moment, it's quite all right.
Where are we headed?
On the passage you booked. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to make quite a few preparations.
Hey, wait a minute. Damn. What's the matter with this buckle?
He's messing around with it. I tried. Some new safety gimmick, I suppose. Won't release till the seatbelt light goes off.
Oh, well. What's the difference? You mind if I smoke?
No. If you have a stick, I'll join you.
Oh, no grass, ma'am. I mean, I'm strictly keep off the grass these days. Just straight old filter tip.
Did I ask for anything more?
You didn't have to. We're two of a kind. Right?
And what does that mean?
We've been down a lot of the same roads.
Yeah. I've been down the same roads, I guess. Just a few more of them than you, Sonny.
You weather pretty well. And a couple of years doesn't give you any right to that Sonny. You can call me Bruce.
Bruce will do. I'm Carol. I've got a case of the who the hell am I, how did I get here blues, too.
I was hoping you could clue me in.
About what, for example?
This flight. Where we're going. How I got here.
You think I'd be much help? You notice what I'm wearing?
Yeah. It's, nice. Sort of. Yeah, I see what you mean. No use asking you if you've got a ticket.
Scarcely. In a negligee, you can pretty well tell everything I've got. I get a blanket from the hostess. Do you have a ticket?
Not that I can find.
And you have no idea how or why you're here?
No. Well, kind of hazy. But, no. Oh, damn. If we could only get out of these seat belts.
What for?
You see that couple sitting down front? The older man and the chick in the jeans?
Yeah.
I've got a crazy notion they were already on the plane before it landed. Or anyway, before it picked us up. Maybe they have some answers.
What about the mean-looking kid with the frizzy up ahead? One with a knife he's trying to cut the belt with.
I don't think I want to tangle with that character. He's riding the edge of something.
This is your captain. We have now reached our cruising altitude. And for a brief period, till our next stop, we suggest you loosen your seatbelts if you so desire, and stretch out a little. Smoking is permitted in the rear half of the plane.
Mr. Moss?
Yes, Jenny?
What did you mean about me beginning to realize what's happening as well as you do?
Aren't you beginning to remember things?
I'm not sure. It's like a bad dream. Things that couldn't really happen have happened to me, only... And the worst of all is... I don't know how to say it. How to explain.
You don't have to, Jenny. I know. I feel the same way. Sooner or later, we're going to have to face it.
No.
Ginny, my poor dear little girl.
Excuse me for breaking up the love scene, but I'm looking for a couple of answers, man.
There's no smoking in this section of the plane.
You gotta be putting me on, man. There's 5 of us here. That's all there are. Who cares? Them other 2 are lit up.
In the proper section. And the lady beside me doesn't smoke.
Oh, you mean love child here? Don't let her give you no runaround, Dad. She not only smokes, turns on, but she's a user, I can tell.
Put that cigarette out, punk, or I'll run you aft and stick your head down one of the bowls.
Tough guy, huh? Still feel so tough?
A knife? Oh, Mr. Moss!
Take it easy, Jenny. I don't think he wants to try to use it. It's just supposed to scare me and try to prove what a big man he is.
Hey, now, don't ever kid yourself. I got nothing to lose. Now, let's answer me a couple of questions.
Such as?
Where's this plane headed for?
I don't know.
Now, don't give me that. You were here before we got up. Before... or however we got here. You must know something.
Don't you know why you're here?
Hey, man, would I be asking you if I did? Hold it. What do you 2 want?
The same thing you do, apparently. Information.
Our seat belts. Mr. Moss, we can loosen them now.
Yes, Jenny. I already have.
Come on. Let's start cluing us in. What is this, a prison ship or something?
And why would you think that?
Will you lay out... Hey, what's the idea to get up you're wearing?
I don't know. It's what I had on when I woke up here on the plane.
You mean you 2 were shacking up and he brought you aboard in your fancy nightshirt?
No, she doesn't mean that. The first time I met this lady was on this plane. I don't even know how I got here myself. And why don't you put that knife away?
And why don't you cool it? I ain't letting this out of my hand till I get a slant on what this whole gig is, see?
My name is Herbert Moss. This is Ginny Wallace.
Who cares about names?
We should get acquainted since we're all in the same fix.
Well, all right. I'm Danny. Danny... I don't know. Somebody must have slipped me a Mickey or something before I got carted on here. I can't think.
Jenny and I had trouble remembering who we were. How about you 2?
Well, a kind of a voice whispered my name to me.
Yeah, me too.
That's how I knew my name.
Yeah, right on. Same with me. Like I was coming to. Wake up, Danny. Yeah, the old bag in the uniform. She said, Schaefer. That's it. Danny Schaefer.
Downing. Bruce Downing. That's me.
And the voice said Carol Newman. Newman!
Oh, well, great. Now we're all buddies, okay? But look, I'm asking you, Dad, what's going on? What do you know?
I told you nothing.
Don't give me that. I heard you say something to the love chick here when I came up. Something about face it. Face what?
Doesn't anybody know? Or guess?
It's all just bits, pieces, things that won't go together. I can't remember it straight.
Yeah, it's like that for me, too.
Mr. Downing?
Yeah. That's about the size of it. One thing I do... it doesn't tie in right away.
How about you, Dad?
Well, I'm beginning to remember a lot more than I want to.
All right, now what does that mean?
Well, answer me a question first. Do you remember anything?
Yeah. I remember plenty. I've held up stores, run numbers, lifted, hoisted cars, you name it, ever since I was 14 years old. But only to put something in my stomach. The last thing I do remember is I finally went for the big one. Murder 1. I was robbing a store and a cop tried to jump me, and before I could think, I had the shiv in him and I knew he'd bought it. So that's to clear the air. I don't really care about none of the rest of you. All I want to know is what am I doing in this bleeping plane, and where are we headed, and how do we get off of here? And this time I expect an answer, Dad. Because I think you know.
I don't know exactly. I'm only guessing. For 2 reasons.
Spill them.
First, you all heard Danny. He's done plenty to be ashamed of, even if he wouldn't admit it. I think the first part of that statement is what all of us have in common. We're all deeply ashamed of something or things we've done. That's number one.
What would I be ashamed of? Or me? I didn't do anything wrong.
Shut up! What's the other thing we got in common?
Take a look at your windbreaker, Danny.
Yeah, what about it?
There's a hole in the front.
So what?
Unzip it. Look at your shirt underneath. Or pull up your shirt and look at your chest.
Hey, come on, what are you trying to pull?
I'm trying to answer your questions for you. And for all of us.
Okay. Hey. More blood. What happened?
I'm guessing that police officer you knifed had a partner and that he shot you. Right through the heart.
I got a hole in my chest. Big slug, at least a 38. A hit like that, I must be... Oh, no, I can't be.
I'm afraid you are, Danny. I'm afraid all of us are.
You mean we're dead?
This is your captain. Will you please be sure that you are seated and have fastened your seatbelts? Please extinguish all cigarettes. We are coming in for a landing now. Thank you.
Better fasten up, everyone.
What for? Not me. I'm getting off this plane when it lands, understand?
They won't allow you to. You might as well follow orders. If he increases the pitch anymore, you'll be rolling all over the floor. You could break your neck.
What difference does it make if I'm dead?
I don't know that for sure. I'm only guessing because I think I remember that I am dead.
Has Herb guessed the truth? And if he has, what are the passengers who ride this strange plane headed for at this next landing? That is, supposing the pilot can pull the plane out of the screaming dive that has sent Dan scrambling for a seat and, for the moment, the welcome restraint of the seatbelt. I'll be back in a moment with Act 3.
When you say but, you've said a lot of things nobody else can say.
A lot of things, like a taste, smoothness, and a drinkability you'll find in no other beer at any price. A taste, a smoothness, and a drinkability that say, this beer, Budweiser, is the king of beers.
When you say Budweiser, you've said it all.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
You've worked hard to get where you are, and now would be a very good time to give yourself a little pat on the back in the form of Buick Electra, a car filled with room, luxury, comfort, the perfect place for you and your free spirit to get together. Buick Electra. Think of it as recognition for a job well done.
What's for dinner? Your ShopRite has the answer. Grade A oven-ready turkeys, toms or hens, 10 to 22 pounds, just 47 cents a pound. It's a low-calorie and nutritious meal at a great price. Check the ShopRite meat case for a lot more savings. Get your vitamin C with sun-kissed navel oranges, the large 88 size, 10 for 79 cents, or ShopRite frozen orange juice, the 16-ounce can, just 49 cents. There's a lot more for a little less at your ShopRite.
She loves the family. She wants the best. She does all that she can do. She lets ShopRite do the rest. Hey, Ma, what's for dinner? ShopRite has the answer.
New York in the 1890s. Mr. Louis Sherry's New York, a city of elegance. If J.P. Morgan wanted to dine in the style to which he was accustomed, he'd go to Mr. Louis Sherry's celebrated restaurant.
Good evening, sir.
The highlight of dinner at Sherry's was the ice cream dessert. Louis Sherry's ice cream still has that old-fashioned flavor, yet none of today's additives. It's made only from real cream, milk, pure cane sugar, egg yolks. Natural flavor, no artificial anything. you'll see that we haven't lost our taste for old-fashioned elegance. Mr. Louis Sherry's ice cream. The natural flavor of the 1890s in the 1970s.
Again, the great plane lies earthbound, or at least not in the act of flying. Again, swirling mists mask whatever may lie outside the cabin where 5 people sit imprisoned now. And again, the motherly but elusive stewardess superintends the boarding of new passengers. This time, only one, who is seated in the very rear. And now, with his arrival, there is a new surprise.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?
Hey, look, I want to talk to you. I want to get off.
Please, quiet.
Please help us.
We
want
to get off. Be quiet and listen to me, please. I have something to explain. This will be the last stop before your destination. The passenger who has just come on board is the Reverend Dr. Pell. He will join you as soon as you are airborne. I will not be with you for the rest of the flight. May I wish you all goodbye and good luck.
Wake up, Morgan Bell. Wake up, Morgan Bell. Wake up, Morgan.
Oh, my beloved father, I do remember that article of the Acts of Religion which does concern the wicked, and such be void of a lively faith. Must I then be denied the partaking of the body of Christ and the use of the Lord's Supper?
What happened?
Nothing. We just stopped climbing and leveled off.
Then that means the seatbelt light should be going on any minute, and then the horn will tell us that we can get off and get out of here, right?
I suppose so, for all that means.
Hey, look, we ain't dead. I ain't buying any of that bull, understand? Now, I gotta get to a dock and fix me up.
Won't do any good. Too late.
How do you know? I mean, what makes you so sure?
Because I have a hole in my chest to match yours. Look.
Your shirt is covered with blood. Oh.
I had everything. A loving wife, fine children, successful career. I'm 48 years old. And my secretary was 22. I took advantage of her. Made her my mistress. Promised her a marriage I knew I had no intention of going through with. And I was just leaving her apartment when the young man she should have married, emotionally insane, shot me. The last thing I remember was the bullet tearing into my chest. And then the blackness. That's why I know I am dead, and why I am on this plane. Why all of us are.
Why? Why me?
He said it before. We all have something to be ashamed of.
What was your scene, man?
Mention anything an actor can do to claw his way to the top, and I've tried it. I won't embarrass little Jenny by naming him. I wouldn't want to hurt a lady's feelings.
I once thought I had talent as a designer. But I had another talent that men were more interested in. It was worth quite a lot of money, I found. It was after I'd been married and my husband walked out on me when I had a kid. I'm not excusing myself. But I did have to bring up my baby until she died. And by that time, as you can see, I wasn't all that young anymore, so much in demand, and what was there left to live for? I had uppers, downers, everything, so instead of my usual 2 before going to bed alone, I emptied the bottle. Excuse the hearts and flowers. But it seems to be let's take our hair down time. But I thought you'd broken out of the trap.
I had. At the expense of my best friend.
Yahoo!
An actor friend who was playing the part in Uranus. who got me the job as understudy. His first break, too. I slipped him a Mickey before the opening night performance. That's how I went on and got all the reviews. I thought I was a big star already, had it made. Bought myself a sports job and became a party boy. Invited now instead of hired. I turned that car upside down trying to make a right angle curve at 90. Damn right I'm dead, and I know it. And maybe I'm glad.
I killed my baby. I deserve to die.
Hush, Jenny. Jenny, hush. Has it been that bad?
I loved him so. I wanted to be married. But Mom wouldn't give her consent. She thought he was too old for me. I thought if I was having his baby, Mom would have to agree about marriage. I waited till after 3 months. And I told her. Only he walked out on me. And it was too late. Too late for the hospitals to take care of me. So I didn't want his baby anymore. And I went to not even a doctor. It was murder. I deserve to die. We all do. And Mr. Moss is right. That's why we're here. And that's where we're all going. Straight to hell.
Oh, no. No, sir, not me.
Now, what do you think you're going to do?
I've been looking. The door to the cockpit is open. The shiv's enough. I'm going in there and skyjack this plane. I'm going to make that pilot turn back.
The belts are open. Come on, Bruce. We better get him.
What, do you think there's a chance?
No, I don't want that crazy kid to... What is it, Danny? Danny, what's the matter?
There's no one in there. No one. There's no one flying the plane. Good Lord.
I'm afraid not, Miss Newman. Not yours or any of ours.
What do you mean, Father?
I'm not a father.
But you're still a minister. You could help us.
I wish I could, my dear. I wish that with all my heart, but you see, I am one of you. I've been listening to all of you, and I know now that's why I'm here. I no longer have any right to the name of a minister.
What brought you here to join us, sir?
The greatest sin of all. I renounced my God. I spent the last 4 years in Vietnam. I saw such suffering and misery without reason that... But I was too busy then to think of the scars it left on the mind. It was only returning to the United States, wanting to pray for those poor people I'd known and for the agony of our country and all the world that suddenly I found there were no more words. There was no more belief. Everything had been wrung from me. And my faith was gone.
How did you die?
By God's hand. I was passing a crowd, lost in my own thoughts and the struggle in my mind, and a policeman came to me and said there was a boy on a ledge, threatening to kill himself unless they found him a minister. I went up to that high place and out on that ledge, and I asked him to come in. And he said to me, "Father, why should I come back to a world where there is no God? Tell me, convince me that there is one, and I will come in." Where were the words of comfort that can only be spoken from the soul? I, who had picked this mission to devote my life to, had none to offer. And the blackness hit me. I felt myself reeling, and like Lucifer, I fell headlong into eternal damnation.
I wonder whose is the greatest sin. And does it matter after all? I'd guess that religion has touched me less than any one of you. But I still have hope.
Hey, man, what are you talking about? You're the one put the whammy on us from the beginning. You're the one first put us all behind the 8 ball.
Whatever all of us did, we were human. Human, born to make mistakes. Big or little. If we didn't, we'd be God. Or gods. Each of us carries our private hell within us. I cannot conceive of anything beyond that as punishment. The whole idea of God surely means compassion.
What's that? We're landing.
Without any approach? In midair?
What does it mean? Hey, help me.
Hey, knock it off, Danny.
Hey, ain't you scared?
Sure. But not so much after what Mr. Moss said.
Plane's coming to a halt.
Bruce, you said we were two of a kind.
Yeah.
Then can I hang on to you? I'm terrified.
Sit down, everyone. Let's not waste time.
Who are you?
Traffic control, of course.
Are we in hell?
Not yet.
May I ask where we are?
This is sort of a halfway station. We have your dossiers. You have all made mistakes of greater or lesser value. That's neither here nor there. You have reached what is usually called the point of no return. That is, the point on a journey where you are exactly halfway. And so you have a choice. Do you wish to continue, or would you like to go back to where you were before the moment of finite death?
You mean we are not condemned everlastingly?
No one has judged you as yet but yourselves. None of you returns to face an easy life, but if you want to, you may.
You mean there is a God who offers us a second chance?
Of course. Everyone deserves that, don't you think?
I wonder if the memory of this tale will haunt you. And if, perhaps, as it does, that mistake, that hurtful or even vicious action you may have taken may give you a moment's pause to reconsider and perhaps to try to repair the damage. For all of us, there is a second chance. At least once. I'll be back shortly.
I want that sinus medicine.
Headache tablet?
No, the sinus medicine that relieves headache and congestion, internal sinus pressure, and postnasal drip.
You mean sign-off?
Exactly.
Compare sign-off tablets with anything you've ever taken for sinus. No sinus tablet you can buy relieves more symptoms. Sign-off gives you a full dose of pure aspirin plus a powerful sinus drainer. Sign-off works fast to help sinus pain while you drain.
S-I-N-E-O-F-F.
Sign-off, the sinus medicines in the bright red box. Take when needed, only as directed.
Do you know about the new ways to relieve tension, sinus problems, aging symptoms? Do you know about the surgeon who uses vitamin E to help people with circulation problems? If you don't know, you probably don't know Prevention, America's largest health magazine. All this vital information has appeared recently in Prevention, and each month, over 1.5 million subscribers depend on Prevention for the same kind of helpful information about living healthier, happier, longer lives. Try Prevention for yourself. 12 issues, only $5.85, and the editors will also send you the Good Health Cooking Guide free. Now, to order Prevention, send no money now. Just phone 757-5650. In New York, that's 212-757-5650. Out of town, call Collect. Or write Prevention, WOR, New York 10018. If you don't like the first issue, cancel and keep the issue and the free cooking guide. You'll owe nothing. But do phone today, 757-5650 for Prevention. Men, women, European health spas have a new membership for you that's very special for two good reasons. First, it will cost you only $4.33 a week average for a 2-year program. Secondly, you get all the services and facilities that have made this one of the world's most preferred health club organizations. Your very own private membership and the luxury of the European health spas. Did you ever think a European Health Spa's membership would cost so little? From your very first visit, you'll feel the exhilaration of doing something great for your body. You'll feel a glow come to your face, the excitement of feeling stronger, more vibrant, more alive. And you'll receive your own exercise and nutrition program to help you keep that feeling. Do it now that you can afford it. They'll even give you a complimentary first visit. There's a special low-priced membership waiting for you at European Health Spas. $4.33 a week is an average cost based on the cash price of their new 2-year membership. This special new membership good at one spa only. Call now for details. The number is in your white pages.
Our cast included Richard Crenna, Janet Waldo, Casey Kasem, Virginia Gregg, and Sam Edwards. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and General Electric. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Mystery Theater has been brought to you in part by ShopRite Supermarkets, where you get a lot more for a little less. The preceding program is furnished by CBS Radio.
I'm Barry Farber. Whose side are you on in the war between parents and children? No matter whose side you're on, you'll find something to gripe about and something to cheer about in the opinions to be expressed on these microphones during this argument, Parents versus Kids, right here on The Barry Farber Show at 8:15 on WOR New York.
I'm Fulton Lewis in the Mutual Broadcasting System studios in Washington, D.C. My commentary after this.
Even these days, there are ways to save money. Interested? Well, one way is to keep your car well-tuned with AC fire ring spark plugs, because AC spark plugs not only help improve your car's performance, they could also help save gasoline. So see your AC Delco serviceman. Get a tune-up with AC spark plugs today.
Ask for Paul or Ray at Thunderbird Auto, 7301 51st Avenue in Woodside. They're body and mechanical work experts.
We're all a little leery of the dark. That's why some lonely night, you'll be glad you bought a Delco battery. A Delco quality battery with instant starting power. Delco batteries. Some lonely night, you'll be glad you bought one.
See Don or Mal at Thyssen Motor Parts, 409 36th Street, Union City, New Jersey. There's easy access, free parking, so drive over to Thyssen Motor Parts.
In St. Louis today, speaking to the National Baptist Convention, representing more than 6 million of the nation's blacks, President Ford said equality is not yet a full reality for every American, I'm sorry to say. He called for what he termed a communion of Americans of all races and creeds to build a new and better America as the nation enters its third century. The president spoke to the convention as he began a 2-day business and political trip to Missouri, Kansas, and Texas. He said that minorities and women still do not participate equally in employment, nor do they share many economic, social, and other resources of the nation. Yet the struggle goes on, he declared, and it must continue until the vision of the Founding Fathers and the dream of Martin Luther King and others has become a reality. The world's and the nation's greatest problems, the president said, can be solved only by sincere changes of the will and the human heart. It was the president's second full day before the public as a whole since 26-year-old Lynette Fromm pointed a gun at the president just 1 week ago in Sacramento, California. She, of course, as you recall, was subdued by Secret Service agents on that point, and since that incident, presidential security has been extremely heavy. In New Hampshire yesterday, when the president was campaigning for Republican senatorial candidate Louis Wyman, Secret Service agents were surrounding him at all times, and there was strict police control of all of the crowds. The president, in addition, appeared to be wearing a protective vest, probably a bulletproof vest, as he plunged repeatedly into the crowd to shake the hands of well-wishers along the motorcade route. Well, today in St. Louis, a patrolman said that he spotted a man armed with a pistol near Kiel Auditorium, where the president was to speak. The president apparently was not in the immediate area at the time. St. Louis police said the man was armed with a .45 caliber pistol. The patrolman said the man escaped into a parking garage next door to the auditorium, and a search of the garage was ordered. The patrolman's report was received at 12:50 in the afternoon, that's Central Daylight Time, a time when the president was at a television station about 10 blocks away from the auditorium for an interview. At the police command post, an officer said that the man was described as white, about 30 to 35 years old. The officer said that about 50 reserve officers were promptly set into the area to augment about 150 officers that were already there on duty. Here in Washington, the Secret Service did receive the report about an hour after the incident occurred. A spokesman here for the Secret Service said, "We got a preliminary report that a St. Louis police officer spotted somebody with something that appeared to be a weapon." In the meantime, St. Louis police also reported that 2 bomb threats were telephoned to the auditorium switchboard where the president was to speak. A spokesman said the calls apparently were from 2 different women. Well, a member of Congress, and while vice president and even while president, President Ford has spoken out repeatedly against the concept of forcible busing to achieve a racial balance in the schools. But today, in his address before the Black Baptists in St. Louis, he did not mention anything about busing, the president saying only that he stands for, quote, quality education for every American. He said that that can be achieved, quote, with reason, calm, and sincerity, and some prayers from all of us. The president praised the work of the church for having a major influence on black accomplishments in the United States. He stated, quote, "I firmly believe that there should be more church leadership in this country. We see enough of the material power. What the American people need to know and feel more often is the spiritual power of the church, school, and family in their lives. The future of America is not so much based on how much energy and steel we produce, although these are vital to our existence, but the future of America is based on the rights and responsibilities that we as individual citizens are willing to commit to others and accept ourselves." The president offered what he called a great and noble goal, the communion of Americans coming together to face a common destiny as one people, one nation, dedicated not only to the preservation but to the extension of that unity. While the president was in St. Louis, Vice President Nelson Rockefeller was in Dallas, kicking off a 2-day political tour of his own through the Southwest. He was sounding the administration's theme of free enterprise with a tight fiscal belt and declaring that he is not worried in the slightest about his spot on the 1976 Republican ticket. The 3-state Rockefeller trip is designed to raise money for the Republican Party and to make friends, of course, for Rockefeller himself. The vice president was telling newsmen in Dallas today that he's not concerned about the Lou Harris poll released yesterday, indicating that he is third choice of Republicans and independents for the 1976 Republican vice presidential nomination. He is trailing, according to pollster Lou Harris, trailing former California Governor Ronald Reagan and even Senator Barry Goldwater. Rockefeller asked, when confronted with the news about the poll, what's new? He was to begin his politicking with an appearance before the National Federation of Republican Women's Convention. President Ford, off today on a similar jaunt, talks to the group tomorrow. Reagan, who is considered a possible Republican presidential challenger to Ford, speaks to the group tonight. In prepared remarks for the convention, the vice president said that the administration wants to solve the unemployment crisis and provide financial security, but he added more government spending could crush free society. From the Mutual Studios in Washington, I'm Fulton Lewis, and that's the top of the news as it looks from here.
Tune in to nostalgia. Tune in to now. Golden Radio Hour.